are the New York Knicks. We are the New York Knicks. We are the New York Knicks. We are the New York Knicks.
Say go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Say go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
We're back on track, here we come. League is done in 21, and the Knicks are on a run. And I'll tell you, with Tibbs, we a bit too much to handle. With Barrett, Bullock, Burst, and Randall, it's the Knicks, and we're taking back our place. Everyone's gearing up with a mask on their face. The Garden's going crazy, and they're doing it for a reason. 21 is the Knickerbocker season. You better believe the Knicks got all that it takes. We're shooting three-pointers, and we're running fast breaks. And if your defense makes a mistake, then BAM! Robbie dunks in your face. This is a team you don't wanna miss. We are New York. We are the New York Knicks.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Say go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Say go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
See, yo, bust it. All you hear is a swish with drives by Rose and quick with the dish. And no rebounds if that's the case. We put Nerlens and Taj in your face. We got a D that'll give you fits. We are New York. We are the New York Knicks.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Say go New York, go New York, go.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Yo, salute. Good evening. Knicks Real Talk, the night show. It's your man, Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6. We in the building, man. I'm about to go over the game today, man. Tough loss, disappointing loss down in Atlanta. The Knicks fell 113-96, man. And, so we down 3-1. We got to go to the Garden, man, and try to get a game to get back into the series. It's winner go home mode now, so we got to hopefully get that thing popping, man. But we're gonna get into all that. Salute to everybody out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're streaming from. You already know, salute to the chat, man. We just got to get it, man, and try to get this thing done, man. But we will. We're going to go over all the game talk and all that good stuff, man. I hope everybody had a good weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Hope everybody had enjoyed their time out there. Salute to all the soldiers in the military and everybody who's holding down our country. We appreciate you guys so much. But, yeah, man, we're going to get into it, man. A tough loss, BX, but you'll break it down and go over the content and everything. Y'all already know the routine, man. COVID-19 still out there. Wash your hand, wear your mask, keep it, all that good stuff until things get better, man. And we're gonna get it, man. But BX, man, tough loss today, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, everyone out there in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, the New York Knicks dropped this game 4. They trail the series 3-1. This 113-96 loss down in Atlanta. Well, the good thing is we're heading back home. Let me go over the stats real quick. The New York Knicks shot 42% from the field. They shot 31% from three-point land. They were 9 of 29. Despite shooting 82% from the free throw line, they lost the rebound battle again, 39 to 48. They were out rebound almost by 10 rebounds. The assists were even all around. They had the same numbers, blocks. They even actually scored more points in the paint, 42 to 30. The Hawks, they shot 43%. They shot 38% from three-point. They were 15 for 29. They were 92% from the free throw line. It just felt like the Atlanta Hawks hit more clutch, timely hoops than the New York Knicks. And the New York Knicks, they were, even though despite led by Julius Randle, but it felt like a quiet, soft 23 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. He almost had a triple-double, but it just didn't feel like a normal regular season type of Julius Randle triple-double. And then what can I say all around? You cannot have a 3-and-D, Reggie Bullock, be on the court 34 minutes and give us no points. He gave us 0 points. He had a couple rebounds and assists. I understand he plays really good defense, but we got to get some offensive firepower from him. And we were led. RJ Barrett had a pretty good bounce back. He had 21 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Derrick Rose didn't have the normal that he normally was giving us, but man, the guy's putting this team on his back. He gave us 18 points with 6 assists, which that number I really happy to see that went up from previous games. He got more people involved, 6 assists, and he had 2 rebounds. And he had Alec Burke. He gave us 12 points, 6 rebounds and assists. Obi Toppin with 13 points. That was excellent to see that young man with 13 points in there, 3 rebounds and assists. At least he's getting that playoff experience. Unfortunately, we didn't get quickly. Didn't play. I presume that, and he he was injured. I'm just a little bit under the weather, guys. So I was in and out with the game, a little groggy. But yeah, I saw the second half of this game, and man, it really, well, man, it's not our New York Knicks team that we've seen all season long, Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. I second that, man. But yeah, salute to the chat, man. Rick V, Elton Lee, all you guys, salute to you, man, for coming in on the show. And P. Ramos, salute to you, my brother. We see you. But yeah, man, you know what it was? Atlanta got a good team. They was clicking on all cylinders. They hitting their 3-point shots, and it's a miss and make league. You make them, you win. You miss them, you lose. And and I think that just pretty much was the tale of the two teams to me is they was hitting their shots. I mean, we wasn't hitting our shots. You know what I mean? And though we gotta keep this thing in perspective and keep fighting and keep grinding. And it ain't over till it's over. We got to go down to get back to Wednesday, man. Try to get back to the arena and get back in this series. You know what I mean? Like I said, it ain't over till it's over, man. So we gotta stay positive, stay focused. And like I said, I eat my crow today. I thought for sure that we were gonna win that game. I was positive, very confident that we were gonna win that game last night, man. And I felt that way. Unfortunately, it didn't fall the way I thought it was gonna fall. So I take my crow, whatever the toppings you want to put on it. I'm good. But we got to get back to it, BX. It ain't time to be panicking and throwing the team off the bus, talking about getting rid of everybody. Nah, you know what it is. We went to a team that's playing real good basketball right now, and they hitting, they playing, and Trey Young, excuse me, he's caused a little havoc there. You know what I mean? And it's understandable. You know what I mean? And I think for me, it could be whether we just running out of gas now through the long season. It might be catching up to us. Not making no excuses, God, because there's no excuses. You already know my drill. There ain't no excuses in life, period. But just wondering if the season done caught up to them, or you got to give Atlanta Hawks all the credit. You got to give them all. They are scrappy. They fighting too. You know what I mean? They playing good, but they scrapping. They fighting. And when you got somebody like Trey Young, who's putting that team, and I guess that's the difference, and not in a negative way. Julius Randle is not just giving us what that guy give us with the spark. I'm saying not because not of the talent thing, not Julius Randle, not talent, but Trey Young is giving that team a spark, and we just don't have a spark right now. Derrick Rose tried to be a spark for us, but we just don't have that, man. But overall, we competed, and then in that last quarter, they just third to last quarter, they just got away from us, man. And you only can do so much when you compete so hard, but the other team is competing just as hard as you are, and they hitting their shots. You know what I mean? And we're not hitting our shots, and I think it boiled down to that. Like you say, Bullock, that just was off. That was crazy. You know what I mean? So, well, we got to keep it moving though. And like I said, we have bounced back, man. I believe in that. I think we have bounced back. We're a resilient group of people, man, a resilient team. And if we're gonna go down, let's go down fighting. I would even if we lose the series, I would love to win that game at the Garden, just to say, like, you know what, we competed. You know what I mean? We win that game in the Garden, then we go back and lose to Atlanta. Okay, then we just gonna have to live with that. But I would love for us to win that game on Wednesday. I think it's so important for them, for the team in itself. It'd be important to them guys, to go out there and just go down swinging with all your with everything you got, man, and let the chips fall where they may at the end of that. And then they'll take it from there. But it was tough, BX. It was tough, man. I sat there and watched the game. I thought in the first half, looked like we had a good chance of doing some things in that game. I was like, man, I like the way this pace is going right now. But then, I think we went up 5, and something happened where Trey Young and somebody hit a nice important shot that got it back down. And I thought we was about to go on a momentum swing there, but it didn't happen. So, we're going to live with that. But we're going to keep it moving, man. Salute to the chat, man. Salute to Sergeant. Salute to everybody in there. Rick V, man, P. Ramos, Elton Lee, everybody. We open up the panel and a few guys for all those who want to chime in on the spot. But yeah, man, we just gotta stay positive, man, and keep rooting for the team, man. We gonna go down. We all gonna go down together. You know what I mean? And that's what it's gonna be. But I hopefully we find that goodwill, and our fans can do what the Atlanta fans did for them today, and listen to a victory on Wednesday, man. That's what I'm rooting for. And like I said, one game at a time. You just never know what happens once you get one. Just like they beat us almost 2 in a row, 3 in a row, we can do the same thing. And we really get focused. So let's see, BS, if we go down here to the Garden, get back at the world most famous arena Wednesday night in front of our fans, man, because no matter what, you want to go out. You want to go out hard. You want to go out for the fans to let them know that how much we appreciate what they did for us this season. So we want to have a good game Wednesday, regardless. You know what I mean? And you definitely want to win it to stay back in the series. But let's go down, fight, and try to get a victory.
Yeah, the series, despite the fact that it's an uphill climb, Divide 3-1, it's not over. This team went 16-4 in 20 games stretch. Going against different odds, everything against us from day one of training camp. This team is, from all the articles, from everything that's written, this team is trash. Their roster's no good. XYZ. Right now, we just not hitting our shots. We haven't played any of the playoff games starting on the first half with any leads. And that's because of, whatever the reason is. Game one, we were tight with too many fans, and the shots were being, adrenaline was, overshooting, whatever the case, whatever the narrative is going. We haven't played with the lead yet. We haven't played our basketball. Time is running out, but this is a resilient team. Would it shock me? That this is still going. I'm thinking it's still going to 7. And right now, I think it's still going to 7, but I am a little concerned in Game 7 if the Knicks will pull it out. You see me, me and you are very optimistic. I've been saying they're going on a deep playoff run, but with what I've seen in this series only, is Game 7 isn't going to, it's a roll of a dice. But I still think this team is going to get to that. I think they're going to continue teasing us and giving us that fight, that grit. And I think they will get us back to the Game 7. Now, Game 7, all bets are off. I think, going back home, and now they're going to be off until Wednesday. They're going to have an extra day. Now you could get that rest is going to come really huge for Derrick Rose. Now you could practice more and maybe run some plays with Derrick Rose now in the starting lineup. To get that going. Him being the starter, run some plays. I definitely would like to see some backcourt cuts with Obi Toppin. I think he's now time to handle. Toppin looked really comfortable and really good out there. I know it's limited minutes, but you gotta like what we see that. The one concern is I'm really disappointed in this whole series with 2 people. I'll be honest with you. Actually, you could put it to more than two people, but right now in the forefront, I'm really disappointed in Emmanuel Quickly. I thought he would be really stepping forth, and also more, and Reggie Bullock. Randall, I can understand that a bit. Why it might be a little bit too much. He's and also guys, we gotta understand the New York Knicks as an organization. No matter what we say, they're all learning how to win. They're all learning how to remove that stench that has been on this franchise for over 20 years plus, not winning, or you could even say even more than that, we're not winning a title, but from their glory days. They're learning how to become all around winning organization. I'm not, and right now they're learning how to win. They're in the playoffs right now. I'm not saying they're losers. I'm just saying they're learning how to win, how to be there, how to prepare themselves, what it takes. And it's still not over. So all we need is, something to turn us a momentum, win a Game 5, go in there Game 6. Hey, let's go lose. They dare I say we win a Game 6, and all pressure goes back on the Hawks for Game 7. And now you're winning how to win. And now you're back there. Then you could bring that narrative. You know what? We're gritty, and then all bets are off. So, yeah, I'm a little concerned. I'm not gonna lie. It's the truth. But I think what I seen, I still think they're going 7. It's not over. It's not over whatsoever. Especially with all the shenanigans that happened at the end of the game. Randall Gallinari with an elbow, all that, and all they're doing, the Hawks is pissing off this team. And they're gonna bring in there. What's up, CT? What's up? I'm glad you back. I'm glad to see you, man. Salute.
Yeah. Salute, Kings. Happy to be back and dissect this game. And
yes,
for a lot of us, it's therapy. So I'm really enjoying what you're saying right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead, BX. I'm sorry, but yeah, man.
No, I want to go on in there now. Now I'm gonna get off the couch. I'm gonna let you CT sit on the couch and let us be your therapist. Go ahead, brother.
I appreciate it. I'll say the game was at 3 a.m. my time, so I got up in the middle of the night to represent. Was disappointed with the result. I think we all felt a bit more confident that we would pull out the W today. It wasn't to be. I liked how the game was going until, in the first half, we were down, 4? And it was anybody's game. I think it came down to execution again and just not hitting shots. You got to give credit to the Hawks. They've really shot well this series. All of their players. Salute G-Man.
Salute, my brother.
Yeah, no, same as you, BX. I think it's going 7. I think we'll win Game 5. But for me, I don't think Game 7 is. I'm not worried about that too much. I'm worried about pulling out the Game 6, and whether we can get one on the road, because all the Hawks really done is win one on the road yet. All we need to do is win one on the road, and the series is even again. Until that happens, then it's still anyone's series. So we just got to go back home where the home cooking is, and where they're comfortable, pull that one out, and get some confidence. I think the way we win, if we win Game 5 and the manner that we win it, can give us a lot of confidence. And we'll talk about the adjustments that we want to see. But I'm interested to hear G-Man's perspective on today.
Wow. So first of all, as always, thanks for having me, guys. Salute to the chat. Like Devon say, the chat is always where it's at. Man, I'm gonna tell you something before I get into my take, right? And Devon and BX always say this about their chat, right? I'm in a lot of different shows and kind of giving opinions and whatnot, but you guys that's in the chat, right? I have not always been on these panels talking. I was like you at one point. You know what I'm saying? I was down there in the chat, banging my little fingers away, and my typing couldn't keep up with what was going on the screen, and I'd be losing my thought. And then I get mad when somebody don't respond to my chat. I'm like, look, you know what? Bump it. I'm getting on one of these panels. I'm gonna say what I gotta say, doggone it. I say to say this. You guys got some good takes. You don't have to be on the panel for the entire show, but pop on, give your opinion so you can be heard. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. I want everybody to feel included, and you guys do a great job at doing that. Okay. Having said all that, the next thing I want to say is shout out and hats off and respect to all those family members and service members that have served and those that have lost family members giving the ultimate sacrifice. So shout out to you guys as well.
Salute.
So now down to business here. The New York Knicks and Atlanta Hawks. I'm gonna tell you something. What I saw today. Okay, in the first half, I'm gonna break this down by halves. First half, I was okay with kind of the way we played. I had a semblance of some sort of we got some bounce back in this. We're looking a little better. All moving a bit better. Still missing some shots that should have been some wide open shots. You still should have made them, but there was a glimpse in there that we were kind of making some shots where we have been missing them the whole time. But then our Achilles heel happened, and it's been our Achilles heel the entire season. Third quarter. That third quarter, we got outscored 35-22 in the third, and just could not regain any semblance of momentum in the game. The fourth quarter, we tied 25-25. That third quarter is where they went on a run. We had no answer for them at all whatsoever. I want to say that between the time the game ended, well, even during the fourth quarter, between that time and now, Knicks fans, boy, I tell you, we can be brutal sometimes. Man, I done heard everything from trade Julius Randle and this, that, and the third. I'm telling you something right now. I'm okay dealing with that kind of slander from well, I'm not saying I'm okay with dealing with it. I expect that kind of slander from the national media, right? What I don't expect it from is true New York Knicks fans. You got to remember, man, this is the same dude. We rode his coattails from a subpar season that we were supposed to have to a fourth place seed in the playoffs. Imagine that, right? I don't know, but I think that moving forward, and I think it was Alton Lee said it in the chat a little bit ago. We learning how to win, right? We were never supposed to be in the playoffs in the first place, but here we are. We won a game. I mean, we haven't getting well, except for the day we hadn't been getting blown out. We've been competitive, and we weren't even playing well. You know what I'm saying? Julius Randle still has not had well, he had 23 today, so this is the first time he scored over 15 points in 4 games. So that's refreshing, right? RJ Barrett had 21 points today, which again, refreshing. But see, I guess we can't get two things to go together because when these guys score well, Derrick Rose, that scored 30 points in the last game, only had 18 points this game. So we still got to be able to put some things together here. And I know, we say we like to see lineup changes and this, that, and other, but when you do things like that, in this particular part of the season, it affects the entire rotation. So as you take one thing out, you got to be able to plug that hole with something. And maybe that plug that you put in there, maybe it's not the right one. But I'm looking forward to going back to the Garden and seeing what kind of adjustments these guys make. And I just want them to keep playing hard, man. You know what I'm saying? They're in the playoffs for the first time. You're going to have those bumps in the roads. But I can tell you one thing, the New York Knicks, they're not bums. You know what I'm saying? I still got faith in this team. I'm always have faith in this team. And I just ask for my fellow Knicks fans to also have some patience, have some humility, and don't forget where we came from and where we're trying to get to.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, man. I mean, you know what? The disappointment of the loss was, you live to fight another day. You know what I mean? Tomorrow, the next game I want is win or go home. Yeah. It's a win or go home game, and I'm gonna stay positive that we're gonna try to get this W. Because like I said, I'm the one I want to eat all my crow tonight. Because I just knew the Knicks were gonna win that game tonight. So I'm the first one to put any type of barbecue sauce on my crow. You can put whatever you want on it. And I thought we was going down there and handle our business tonight, and unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. But the Hawks did what they did. They did what they had to do. They took care of their home court, and what we didn't do, and we didn't take care of our home court when we had ours. So and that's the difference right there. 3-1. If we would have won that first game in the Garden, this would be a 2-2 series probably. You know what I mean? Or even different per se. Because now that we would have won our 2, you never know how they would have felt going into their third game. Because they down 2 could have changed everything. So we live with it, man. But you know what? I think we go back in there. We go back in there on Wednesday night to the world most famous arena. And we go back and represent. We gonna go down fighting. It's win or go home. The only thing you can do is go down there, put your best foot forward, and go down fighting. And then I think we will, man. Like I said, I'm disappointed in the outcome but I did see them take some steps today. RJ Barrett had a better game. Julius Randle got into some part of a better game. His numbers was good, but I don't think his numbers equal what he did in overall to make the team a better team today, even though his numbers were there. No doubt, flew Obi Toppin. What a good game, man. That's what I'm talking about. And I like when he went to that Obi and Randall, man. I was waiting for that last night. I was saying, go to that small ball thing and see how they can get it popping off. Too bad it happened when the game was getting kind of out of hand. But I would like to see that more often, man. I really think that's something for the Knicks to really, really take a look at down in the future. Every now and then, go to that small ball 5 with him and Obi. I think they got the athleticism and the skill to handle that. But you know what? Yeah, I was disappointed, fellas. Like I said, I eat my crow. But I still think we go down in the Garden Wednesday. We're gonna put it down. We got to. I mean, you know what? I'm not a Debbie Downer type brother. I'm just not a Debbie Downer dude. Never been that way in my whole life. I don't believe in doing that crazy stuff. You gotta stay positive and go for it. That's just my way of life, my mantra. But we gotta go down there and just go hard with it, man. Do it for the fans, do it for yourself, do it for the organization. Because like CT said, and BX said, you get that game 6, that game, but the game 5. I'm sorry. You now we going to land with the game 6. Now the pressure going to be on them to close it out because they don't want to come back to New York. So I want to say I know there's a puncher's chance. You know what I mean? We got a puncher's chance to get back in this thing. Maybe one game at a time. I'm hoping that's the case. And then we get it from there. But salute to the chat, Stanley, man, Elton Lee, Rick V, Kibbit, Elton, everybody, man. We got my man Spree in the building. Spree, what's going on, my brother? How you doing tonight?
Hey, man. I just wanted to hop on for a few minutes and give you my thoughts. I'm depressed, but nah, man. Look, I'm okay with where we are. It was coming. It took me the last quarter to kind of process it all. Had to take a couple walks around the neighborhood. This is where I'm at. first of all, with the defense, I thought we've played a drop defense all year where we help a lot. We've given up a lot of wide open threes all year. Mm-hmm. Have we contested better in other games? Yeah, but has there been a lot of times in the regular season where guys have just missed threes for us? Yeah, there has been, because over the course of a regular season, Tibbs is playing the odds. This is just the way we play defense, and it's worked. In the playoffs, though, I think with this specific team, we're getting exposed. And when you have a guy like Trae Young that puts so much pressure, this defense is having some trouble. I'll just say the one thing that I've realized in watching these playoffs, and again, I want to be fair to Tibbs because we were winning in the regular season, but we needed to experiment more in the regular season.
Yes.
With certain things.
Yes.
Number one, you need to be able to play all different types of lineups, small ball lineups, whether or not when you're going up against a team like this, to have more shooting on the floor. And I get it. We don't have the personnel the Hawks do. I totally get that. They have more shooting, more different versatility than probably we do. But I would have liked to have tried more small ball with Obi and Randall at the 5 just to see how that looks. Not just in the preseason, but actually in real game time. I would have liked to have seen and I know I'm saying second guessing. It's easy for me to say that, but I'm allowed to say it after watching it because I think that is important. And I think D Rose in the starting lineup. Look, I get it. I can't defend Alfred because it wasn't. Yes, he gave more effort in game 2, but overall, the last month or 2 months, he has not done much for this team. I understand it hurt the rotations. I still don't think that's the reason we're down 3-1. That's just me. I'm sticking with that. I know if people have an issue with it, that's fine. I get it. I do understand what they're saying with the second unit. That's totally fair. To me, the Elford thing is done with. But I do agree. I think Derrick Rose, if you're going to start him, you probably should have started him 10 games left in the regular season just to get that chemistry. Now, as far as, and I'll just say this with the Bucks, this reminds me a little bit of the Bucks last year. The Bucks in the playoffs last year, they lost. They really played the same way on defense, and they really stuck with the same lineup, and they got burned. This year, they've done. The Bucks really have been way more flexible in their versatility as far as defensively trapping, switching. They did that kind of defense that we do, where we sit back and drop and hope that threes don't go in. The Bucks this year are different. They've just tried many different things, and I think that's something that we could talk about in the offseason. Overall, though, I agree with you, Divine. Julius Randle's numbers are a little deceiving. I was happy with the shots he got. Now, the turnovers flipped the game. He had 2 turnovers that led to the Hawks 7-0 run, which unacceptable. Couldn't happen. Can't happen again. It happened like it happened in game 1. I was not happy. He had bad turnovers, missed some free throws. Can't do that in a game like this when you're the star player. Missed some layups. But overall, as far as his shot quality and as far as him moving the ball in the right times, I was proud of him. I was proud of how he fought the game. R.J. Barrett, very good game. R.J. Barrett played well. I was happy to see R.J. Barrett respond. R.J. Barrett got good looks, and he attacked, and he got transition. We talked about this, Divine, what R.J. needed to do with his mentality coming into the game. I thought he played well. I was disappointed in quickly. Noel gave us nothing again. Burks' decision-making, and look, I love Burks. You know that's my guy. But Burks was atrocious. Alec Burks thought he was Michael Jordan today in that second quarter. I gave him too much confidence because he was going absolutely nuts. He missed my guy Obi in the corner. Obi's wide open. You got to pass him the ball when he's in the corner. So Burks killed me. And then Bullock couldn't buy a bucket to save his life. He had to travel and transition, which we've seen him do that travel in, I think, 3 or 4, at least 5 times in the regular season. I remember in the Nets regular season game, he had a similar travel and transition. Can't do that. Toppin needs to play more. Look, they're getting experience. Overall, I'm disappointed. I'm sad that we're at this spot, but overall, I'm so proud of this team. I think they're getting the experience they need. It's not the end of the world. I think they're going to come out and fight. We'll be back in Atlanta. I'll tell you this: it's not going to happen on our home floor. If they're going to win the series, let them do it in Atlanta, and we just got to stick with this team. I don't want to hear this talk about trade Julius Randle. He's going through it, and I'm still with him. That's all I got to say. Their mentality in this game, I think, I don't look at this game, even though we lost by a lot. I thought they brought the right mentality to the game. That's all I got to say.
Right. Real quick, we got Russ in the building on the panel. Russ, salute, my brother. How you doing tonight, man?
It's your boy Dangerous.
I know you had to come on a night like a little Debbie Downer, but we trying to keep it moving though.
I mean, I'm watching and I'm seeing everyone being all optimistic. I don't have the same outlook. The only optimistic I got from this game is we realized Julius Randle isn't a max contract player, and we're not getting fooled into giving him that big money. And that's where I'm at with this. He is who he is, and he's our number 3 guy on a championship team. Maybe an Eastern Conference Finals contender if he's your number 2. But if we're relying on him the whole way through, it's going to be years of getting bounced in the first and second round. I don't see it.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah, you know what? I can understand that everybody's feeling about that now because he's having a bad playoff game, had a bad playoff series. I mean, I'm not going to throw too much shade at Julius Randle because if it wasn't for Julius Randle, we wouldn't even be in the playoffs. You know what I mean? He put this back the whole year. He carried them to this level. I mean, without Julius Randle, the Knicks is like the Detroit Pistons almost. So, but I understand. I understand your sentiment about the max thing. I get that because I felt the same way the other day. I'm like, man, are we going to get this guy a max contract? So I do get it. I'm like, are we going to give him 200-something thousand at this performance in the playoffs? And yeah, of course, now we don't do that, but maybe hopefully this is just an admiration, though. You know what I mean? You got to crawl before you walk. You know what I mean? And he might this is his first chance in the playoffs. Like he'd never been in the playoffs. You know what I mean? So this is new to him. You know what I mean? Hopefully this is not the rest of his career because Julius Randle's a talented ball player. You know what I mean? 24, 10, and 6 the whole season, most improved player. He just ran into a situation where he's probably not ready for it yet. You know what I mean? And it happens to a lot of them. You know what I mean? First playoff bid, you got the franchise on your back. You run into a great talent team who got tall defenders like DeAndre Hunter, Collins, them. They're athletic. They get down to the get down. He ran into a team that had a game plan for him. And what happened was within that game plan, a lot of our other guys didn't pick up the slack to make them say, well, we can't double team Julius Randle because these cats is killing it. He didn't have that because you know what? Our dudes wasn't doing nothing. You know what I mean? So I think it would have been different if RJ and Bullock and they would have had good games. They wouldn't have been able to double team Randle like that. The whole, you know what I mean? They wouldn't have threw the game plan at him like that because now I think you got guys who's gonna say if you double team Julius Randle, we gonna get you. And we were doing that in the last 20 games of the season. I mean, that 3-point ball was clicking. The percentage in the NBA was good. I just think that we ran into a buzzsaw, man, and so I understand your sentiments about that, Russ, because I felt the same way the other day. Julius Randle definitely got to, hopefully this is just a admiration. It's not going to be continuous, but hopefully he go back to the Garden, guys, and he get it popping. Let's hope so. You know what I mean? Because we still got to believe in the brother. Because I salute Julius Randle, man, to come in New York and do what he did this year. 41-31, fourth in the Eastern Conference, most improved player. The numbers he put up was along some of the best guys up there this year, and he earned that. But like I said, I think we ran into a team that's better than us right now, and they shooting the hell out that ball. I mean, this is a miss and make league. You know what I mean?
Do you guys think that Julius Randle can't handle the pressure? I mean, all year long, he had this amazing season with no fans. The second there's fans back in the building, he's kind of back to his old self. I don't know if he can handle the pressure.
So that's interesting, Russ. And I had a couple of days to think about this because initially, and if you look at it at face value, I can see how people. And I was one of them. I came to the same realization. Like Randle was playing fine before you put people in the building. Now people in the building, and you can't make a shot to save your life. But I think it goes a little bit deeper than that, right? I think that when you look at, I had to go back and evaluate the team as a whole. So when you look at our team as currently constructed, there are legit 2 starters. 2 NBA starting caliber players that play on this roster right now as currently constructed. And one of them is hurt, and that's Mitch. The other one is Julius Randle. Everybody else on this roster would be coming off a bench on another NBA team.
You take that,
including RJ. RJ Barrett is still in development mode right now. He is not. He's like, and RJ season this season, to me, he's like Obi Toppin is as he's currently is right now. You see flashes and things that's potentially he could do, but he still needs to build. He still needs to get that dog mentality in him, and he definitely got to develop a mid-range shot. That he got to do that this season. That's got to happen, right? But I think from Randall's standpoint, I think that the lights were bright. Don't get me wrong, and the playoffs, knowing that pressure in the playoffs, that does something to you as well. So, in one aspect, you are 100% correct, and I agree with you because you can see in Game 1 where he came out and his shot. You can see the way that he was shooting the ball, right? Off the back of the rim, just off the back of the rim. Every time, boom, boom, boom. I could have built an extension to my house without the bricks he was throwing up there, man. So, but and he said he admitted to himself in the post game conference that his adrenaline level was too high. He was too excited, couldn't get out of his own head, and couldn't settle down. So I think Game 1, I would agree with you. Yes, that was probably part of the problem, playing at the Garden in front of 15,000 screaming New York Knicks fans. I get it, right? But that's Game 1. In Game 2, I'm gonna need you to get it together and then move past that and become that consummate professional that we've known you to be throughout the course of the game. But in that, 3 people in the next 2 games did not have good games: Julius Randle, R.J. Barrett, and Reggie Bullock. And if you notice how when we are successful during the regular season, those 3 pieces right there, they had to have good games. That's that trifecta that when you play together, we win games. And their style of play and their ability to score the basket has the ability to the outcome of whether we win the game, win or lose.
G-Man. And G-Man.
Yeah, see,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. What I'm gonna say again, to follow up on the topic of Russ and Randall right quick. We do the Randall, finish the Randall thing, and then we go to something else. But that was a good take, Russ. I'm glad you brought that up. So what you think, Spree?
Yeah, I just want to say he's not the only athlete that's gone through this. Just like I dealt with this with Lamar Jackson. I mean, guys that haven't been there before, it's a process. He went from a guy who didn't know how to be the main guy on a team. This year, he was the main guy on a team, and he played really well. Now he's in the postseason for the first time. It's different. It's a different, and Thibodeau said that, and he's right. It's a different intensity. It's a different. The double teams come faster. I use a stopwatch when watching the game. I'm telling you, the doubles come faster. You have to, and they're throwing different things at him every other quarter. It's mixing. It's not like the regular season where we're just going through the motions and playing ball. Not to say that every team. The Knicks, here's what I'll say. The Knicks played harder than most teams in the NBA in the regular season. In the playoffs, everyone plays hard.
That's what I was thinking.
Everyone plays hard. The Knicks won games in the regular season off of effort and heart. In the playoffs, that everyone does that. Everyone comes out like with their pants on fire. So Julius Randle's learning that the speed of the game is different. He hasn't read things great. His jump shot was the key to his whole game, his 3-point shot. I'm going to give the Hawks some credit. They're throwing a lot, like Divine said. They got some good defenders. Hunter, this is the first time this Hawks team has been healthy, fully healthy. Hunter, you got Collins, you got a lot of good defenders that are underrated. And I'm not going to just say that the Hawks are the greatest team. I just think that they've done a decent job. They spent a lot of money in the offseason. They got guys like Lou Williams, Gallo, Bogdanovich. We didn't spend any money. I mean, it was totally different approaches as to how we pursued our offseason. So we got to take that into account. The Hawks are fully healthy. They're a good team. The Knicks have had a great year. I still think Julius Randle is a very, very important piece to this team. I think he's only going to get better, not worse. I think this experience will help him. Do we need to get another main guy to help him? Absolutely. We all know that. I think we need to get several more main pieces to this core. We're not done. This is the beginning. But for people to say trade him, I'm telling you, man, I think that would be a mistake. You got to start somewhere, and he wants to be here. He wants to learn and get better. Let's see how he plays the rest of the series. Let's see what happens in Game 5. But I'm okay with where we are. But there are so many athletes. Giannis, look at Giannis. Giannis struggled for two straight playoffs, and now he finally won a playoff series. LeBron. It took LeBron a while.
Yeah,
it happens. That's all I got.
Yeah, CT.
I would consider getting rid of him if he was only going to sign for a max contract, though. I'm not willing to give that guy a max contract. I think he's a really good player, but max contracts to me go to top 10 players, and I don't think his ceiling is that.
Well, do we have to make a decision on that now? Couldn't we just opt him in for the next season?
But then after that, then we're going to have to max him at the next year. He's going to want to max. He has a good regular season.
Can we see how he does next postseason if when we make the playoffs?
Right.
That's probably why the Knicks. That's what the Knicks are going to do. I think they're going to go. I think they're going to go that route. And this is me. I know we have time to talk about it, but I think they're going to give him that 1 year deal. And me personally, come next trading deadline, I think they'll trade him. That's just me. That's just my opinion. I have a hunch. I think that's just me. But yeah, go ahead, CT. I'll let you get in there on this.
Thank you guys for letting me get that out. I appreciate it.
No, you got it, bro.
Yeah, good point.
You got it, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's takes, and look, I can certainly understand Russ' perspective. I've gone back and forth on it like G-Man, and I think just reflecting on what we've seen so far in the playoffs, I think the playoffs are the great equalizer. You got to wait till it's all done. I think Randall's asked to do a lot. He's not a first option man. I think bringing in a good point guard and reducing the need for Randall to have to create and run the offense and all the pressure to score will be relieved a little bit more with a vet point guard. Having said that, I think I wouldn't do the supermax that he may have been interested in. I'm okay with the 20 million. 25 million a year. I think he's an asset right now, and we need to keep hold of that. He's still young, and this is the first experience he's having in the playoffs. Yes, it's been a bit concerning, seeing how he's coped with it, but I think it's something he can improve on. He's just got to get back to his game, get to the rim. Think of his game before the shot came along. He's just got to be a player that can take it down low, get fouled, kick it out if they're collapsing. In terms of the shot, it's only been this year that he's really shot 40% and reached that level. And I think with another off season, I still think the shot's real. And one thing I said on another platform, I said the number one thing teams would take away from Julius in the playoffs would be the 3-point shot. If we look back on all the games where he was hitting the 3-point shot, they were sagging off and really daring him to shoot a lot of those shots. There was significant room, and we haven't seen that. They're not giving him that room because they know he's been shooting 40%. So I think that's another factor as well.
Yeah, I agree real quick. Salute to everybody, man. We got, Knicks Real Talk, the night show. We in here, man. Divine, Bronx, Jedi 76, Sergeant in the building, Russ in the building, Spree in the building, CT in the building. Salute to the chat. Rick V, Nick Man, Project Nerd, everybody, man. Salute, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Knicks Real Talk, but we in here just talking Knicks, man. Knicks lost 113-96 down in Atlanta today, game 4. We gave it away, man. We just didn't have what we thought we were going to have today. We fought good for first half, second half, that third quarter. They ran the muck on and started dropping threes just to make a mislead. Like I said, they hit their shots. We missed ours. Game over. So make a mislead. That's what it all boiled down to. We can go through all the pinpointers all you want to. You make them, you win. You don't make them, you lose. Period. Knicks didn't hit their shots today. You know what I mean? Reggie Bullock can't have that. We used to you dropping them 4 bombs in a game. Alec Burks, you can't have that. Emmanuel Quickly was hiding, can't have that. You know what I mean? And Julius Randle had a good statistic game, but I don't think his overall game to me today dictated what they could have did. I just think that he was sloppy with the ball sometimes. He was a couple of plays I see he didn't hustle. And I give credit to Randle when he do good. I got to give him a little shade when he do bad. Today, Randle was not hustling. You know what I mean? I've seen a couple of plays where if he lost the ball, he didn't run down court at that time. Not every time, but that particular time. And, so he had the 24 points, but them 24 points wasn't a factor of a 24 point to me. It didn't make a difference. You know what I mean? So other than that, we didn't shoot the ball well, man. Quickly didn't hit no shots. Derrick Rose gave us 18, and that's great. But RJ Barrett gave us 21. But I just think that overall, we did not play the New York Knicks defense that we normally played all year, and I think that played a major part. 113, we can't have that. But like I said, you got to give Atlanta Hawks credit. They won. They did what they had to do. They won their home games. They won on their home floor. You know what I mean? They did what they had to do. Like we should do what we had to do. We lost the game one at our arena. We be singing a different story right now, too. So, like I said, it's on to the next game, man. You know what I mean? As a Knicks fan, I'm not coming in now and start giving up because I done came too far. I rode this bandwagon all year, and I'm not jumping off. I'm a diehard. I'm an 82
We've
game.
been through a lot more than just one playoff series.
Yeah, right.
We're built for this. We can handle this.
Right. And just to Ryan's point, if we that game one goes different.
Yeah, absolutely.
If 0.9 seconds left, this series is 2-2. No one's saying trade anyone if the series is 2-2.
Right.
Yep. And you know what? Even with the Randall thing, real quick. Yep, real quick with the Randall thing. The only reason I don't want to use the crowd thing an issue before the pandemic, Randall been playing with crowds his whole career. All of them have. For me, I don't make excuses about basketball because it's simple. If you shoot the ball good, you pass the ball good, you play defense good, you rebound good, you win the game. You don't shoot good, you don't rebound good, you lose the game. You know what I mean? And I think that's what it boiled down to. Atlanta got a good team. They playing better than us right now. They want it more than we do. Their sense of urgency is more different than ours right now. I see that. On their home court, they had their fans behind them, Trae Young running amok. And that's the only thing disappointing me about our defense guys real quick. You don't let that guy do that to you, man. That it's not so much that the scoring, it's the attitude behind the way he's doing it. He clowning them, you know what I mean? Like he clowning them. And I'm like, nah, dog. And that's why I wasn't mad at Reggie Bullock when he ran that court. I wasn't mad at Julius Randle when he pushed him. Don't let these cats clown you like that. This is New York City Gritty Committee, man. What are you doing? You know what I mean? You got to go in there and put your hard hat and your lunch pail and put your work boots on and go in there and get grimy with these dudes because they right now they kind of like playing with them. You know what I mean? They playing with them. You know, and that's just not the team we've seen all year. But hopefully we get back to the basics on Wednesday night, man, and BX, so we can get this thing popping real quick. So I would love for us to get the win Wednesday, man. I think it mean a lot for the franchise and the organization and the fan base if we can at least get that win and go back to Atlanta for Game 6. I think it'd be nice.
Now, with that point that you said that he's been playing with crowds all his life, but he hasn't put up these numbers until this year. All I'm going to say about that, and I'm going to drop that topic, was when your eyesight, your vision, when there is nobody in the stands, and now you have people in the stands with different color clothing, and it just throws out your eye coordination to the basket, to the rim, and to the backboard. And now when you have all these multicolors of fans with the either jerseys or their clothing, that could be a difference. I understand why didn't it affect the other players? It's not an excuse, but I'm just saying it could be a little bit of a science behind it. Who knows? It might turn, it might deteriorate.
I feared this. This is what I feared.
What was that?
I personally did not want to have any fans for the entire year because I wanted everything to be the same. I feared that this could happen. I really did. And I'm not blaming it on that, but I liked it with no fans. I liked him to be in his happy place, but maybe things would be different. BX, I'll just say this again with Julius. I just want to let Russ know, because this is the first time I've had an opportunity to talk to Russ, and I appreciate everyone's opinion. It's good to hear everyone's perspective. It's good that we all don't have the same opinion. I don't think Julius Randle is the best player on the championship team. I think in today's NBA with his heavy guard oriented, I think I knew even when Julius Randle was awesome this regular season, we still need to add a star perimeter player. So I don't think Julius Randle is that 1A. I don't think anything in the playoffs has changed my opinion other than, I think he's got to read it better, and the playoffs is a different level for him. But think about how badly this team looks when he plays badly. That tells me a lot. That really does. And so I get the whole Max thing. I think we opt him in next year. Let's see if we can get another star perimeter player to play with him. Let's see how it looks when we get another shot at the playoffs again. I just think the Knicks haven't had a guy that as good as Randle in a long time. and I would hate to trade him and start all over because I think we are building something. But that's all.
And another thing with the fans and having them on the team, when there was no fans, you could hear each other, teammates, talk about the switches, when to rotate, and now the communication on the defense and the rotation. Maybe that's why we're seeing the New York Knicks defense a little tad bit slower or a little bit discombobulated, despite the fact, yes, you're playing against better shooters, better players. But when you have that silence of no fans, you could hear guys, hey, I'm rotating. Or they might have a keyword or phrase about who's covering and rotating and moving around. And maybe that's something they haven't adjusted yet with the fans involved in all the arenas now to that full capacity. Yes, they brought in 5,000 or 2,000 in the beginning, and they still kept playing good defense. But when you got that garden that was rocking, it's kind of hard to hear each other rotate and communicate on those defensive switches. Maybe that's a factor too, and that's what we're seeing going on. And that's why the better shooting team right now is actually executing better because, when you're a natural shooter, you're going to hit your shots regardless. So maybe that's a reason why we're right now down 3-1 right now. But it's a bit of adjustments, and I think they'll work on that. What do you think?
Hey, let me real quick, G-Man. But beyond the brink, man, what do you think we need to do on going into Wednesday, man, to try to get this W?
First of all, we need to level set our brains, our brain cells if we're the Knicks, right? We have been in our heads the entire playoff series. Some people at a level higher than others, but I have not seen us play New York Knicks basketball yet. This entire series yet. So I don't know, and understanding that the playoff level gets ramped up when you go into the playoff, the intensity is up there. Those shots that you miss are a little bit bigger. They clunk a little bit louder. When you have a bad turnover, it's highlighted a little bit more. Everything is the intensity level in a playoff game is just that much higher. But for the Knicks, I need for them to get back in their brain that, I just need to go out and execute what my job is, right? It's like when you get up and go to work in the morning. When you go to work, you're not thinking about, what Steve is doing next to you in the cubicle next to you. That has nothing to do with you. That's not affecting your paycheck right there. You're not thinking about what the person to your right is not doing, unless it's causing you pain and affecting your job. You might have to go say something to them, right? That's the same mindset these guys need to have. If you're completing your assignment on the court, great. But if you're not, if you're making sloppy passes, if you're missing free throws, whatever it is that you're not doing to uphold your portion of whatever the scheme of maneuver is for the team, then that's when a Derrick Rose or a Taj Gibson or somebody on the court needs to go up and grab you by the back of your jersey and be like, hey, dude, hey, calm down, man. You know what I'm saying? Get out of your own head. It's basketball. You've been playing this game your entire life. Your entire life. Get out of your head. Just play ball. It's that simple. And I think we need to just dumb it down. We're overthinking this thing, is what I'm saying. We putting too much thought into a game of basketball. Scheme changes, right? But what does not change, to Devine's point, is this. You put the ball in the basket, you score points. Whoever's able to do that at a better clip wins the game. Now, I simplified that quite a bit, right? There's some other nuances that go in that, but at face value, bottom line, from when this game was when Dr. Naismith invented this game back in the day, and you had to have a ladder because you put the ball in a peach basket, right? There wasn't no net. There was a peach basket. You had to climb in there, get the ball out, and then continue to play. But it's that simple, fellas. And legit, I believe if we can get down to that level of play, going back home, this is when I do think that the fans will help us out going back to the Garden, because they've been watching the same games we've been watching. A lot of those fans travel down to Atlanta for the game. But I think that noise that the Knicks fans bring will be an asset this time. We played in front of those fans enough now to know what playing in front of fans it would be. I give you game one to say maybe that affected you. But also you got to remember during that time too, we had a week off. That's a week without playing competitive playoff basketball, right? So, but yeah, I just think we just need to get out of our own heads, man, and get back to playing basic basketball. Fundamental basketball is where we need to be at right now.
Russ, what you think we need to do, man, to get this W, man? I know it's when to go home, man. Talk to me, brother. What do you think we need to do to get this thing right?
So today when I was watching the game, in my mind, I was saying, if Julius Randle hits his first shot, we're going to win. I was like, he needs his confidence. In my mind, he missed his first shot. I was like, oh, no, he's going to start pushing. Yep. What did he shoot 9 times after that in the first quarter, I think it was? Yep, and right from there, I was like, that's going to be the overwhelmed, deer in the headlights Julius Randle. If Julius Randle hits his first 1 or 2 shots, I think his confidence is going to get rolling. He hasn't had any confidence this whole series. You can tell. He's pressing. I've been there. You're on the court playing ball when you're younger. You miss your first shot. Now you're ahead. Now you hit 2 in a row. Now you're good to go. And now when they start collapsing on him, he could start kicking out. It's really just making out shots. And there's no confidence in the whole team. I think when Julius has his swag, he don't have his swag. You see him in the regular season, his head's up. He's kind of happy. He's looking at his son, blowing kisses and stuff. He doesn't have his swag. He's playing like he got the Frank Ntilikina swag. My shoulders are down. I'm going to walk down. Oh, man, I'm in the game. He doesn't look like he wants the pressure. So I think if Julius hits his first few shots and gets it going, I think the rest of the team will follow. I think if he hits the first 2 shots, I think that's going to help RJ too. I think everyone feeds off of him. Right now, he's our best player. He may not be the best player on a championship team, but he's our best player and he's our leader. And they follow where he goes. So if he plays bad, it seems like the rest of the team, it's a wrap for them.
Yeah.
So he has to just get off to the hot start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a snowball effect. Spree. It's like if Julius Randle, he like they say, he the engine. You know what I mean? He's the engine. You know what I mean? And that engine ain't running on all cylinders. Everybody else don't feel confident because, and I agree with y'all 100%. Julius Randle, he's the engine that will keep this thing running, man. If he ain't on his game and his fuel is low, the energy is low, that engine ain't purring and percolating. You know what? People like Bullock and them, they can't get their rhythm. I just think that them cats not hitting shots is hurting Julius Randle because he's not hitting them. It's even hurting us more because now that he's not hitting them, they're not hitting them. And I hopefully that thing change, Spree, because we gotta get this thing Wednesday, bro, for real.
Yeah, I mean, we're so reliant on him, like you said, the whole year. This is how we've built it. It's probably the best way for us to play based on the personnel we have this year. Like I said, again, I wish we would have another really perimeter star player that could take the pressure off him, where we don't always have to play through Randle, where the ball would move freely and we could do more things on offense than just this way. Look, I think the Knicks, the one thing that I never questioned with this team, which is why I personally, even being down, I love this team more than the 2012 team. I said it last night or the other night you guys were on. This is my favorite team since 2000 or 99, just because the effort. They've given me great effort all year. I'm not going to let 4 games in the playoffs change my opinion on what I saw the whole year. So I think they're going to come in the Garden. They're going to come and compete. I don't know if they're going to win. I just know that they're going to battle. I want to see Randle finish out the season the right way, have another good game, try and get a good game at home, and then take your chance in a Game 6. But anyways, gentlemen, I'm going to bounce. I just wanted to give my quick thoughts on it because I never like to leave you hanging and you guys talk me off the ledge. But
before you go, Spree,
pretty good points, my friend.
We need to open up a little bit of our real talk Scotch, bourbon, or cognac, and give you a little bit for you to drink, to have a drink. We'll be back. We're going to win our next Game 5. We're going to go back down to Atlanta, win Game 6, force a Game 7, and then I'm going to say it's up for grabs. So have a little bit of sip of the Knicks Real Talk Bourbon Edition.
Appreciate it.
Have a nice sip. Relax.
I'm gonna relax.
It's gonna be good, my brother.
I'm gonna go watch. I'm gonna go root for the Mavs just so Kawhi can come here. But that's my job.
Salute, my brother.
Later, guys. Talk to you guys later in the week.
Peace. Yes, sir. Got it. Real quick, let me get a plug in, man. Real quick, we'll be right back, man. Don't go nowhere. Knicks Real Talk, the night show. We got the panel up ahead. The chat is on fire. They're up in the building. And we're gonna get this quick 30-second plug. We'll be right back, fellas. Salute. Yo, salute, we back, man. Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6. We got CT in the building. We got Sarge in the building. Thank you to Spree for chiming in with us, man. It's all good. Thank you, Russ, for coming in with us. We appreciate you. But yeah, salute to the chat. You already know that's where it's at. Everybody up in there. Knicks lost the game today, fellas. What can we say? We took a tough one today, man. Got handled for the first time this year down in Atlanta. You know, they gave it to us, man. So we got to give Atlanta their credit, man. They was gritty. They played the way we want to play. And we got to salute them for that. You know what I mean? But on to the next one. You know what I mean? We get ready to go down here to the world most famous arenas on Wednesday. Try to get back to the basics, man, and get this W, man. And if we do that, man, we get to bring this thing back to Atlanta. So let's keep on keeping on, man. They don't need to be Debbie down up in here because we got to keep it positive, man. Take the good things with the bad things, but I think most for first and foremost, man, salute to our Knicks, man. They we here in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Regardless of not going the way we want to, but we've been here in 8 years. So let's kind of put things in perspective. To go from 21 wins to 41, you can't expect us to do that from there to go to a championship. So we got to be real about it. But that don't mean that we're not going to go out here and keep it moving, though. So let's hope we go out here and keep competing, man. But we had a great year, man. I'm not even the one that feel bad. I just know that we not playing Knick basketball right now. Like Sarah said, we not playing our basketball. You know what I mean? We got to get back to what we do. You got to credit Atlanta. Get Atlanta all the credit in the world, too, because they're making us play a whole different game. They went out there and they had a game plan coming to the series. Stop Julius Randle. They had a game plan. Our game plan was do what we do, and hopefully that is good enough to get us to where God is and maybe further. But I think now, just learning from what we've been through, we know next time when we go into these playoffs, we got to send double teams at Trae Young, let them other guys beat us. You know what I mean? Or we got to do this here and do that there and do whatever the case may be, whatever direction they're going to try to go, but they got to put an emphasis on it. But you know what? We didn't hit our shots, fellas, and I think BX not hitting shots. That's a wrap. You know what I mean? That's like, hey, you don't score no runs, and the other team scored 3 in the bottom of the third. You don't score none the rest of the way. You're losing 3-0. You know what I mean? Yeah. If they throw 2 touchdowns, you ain't getting no touchdowns. You're losing. You know what I mean? You getting field goals. So Atlanta was getting touchdowns, getting field goals because our 3-point shots wasn't good. You know what I mean? We was hitting singles. Them were hitting home runs. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we got to get back to our 3-point. Yeah, man, they like I say, they hitting the big shots. We hitting the small shots. But you know what? Hopefully we get back to the guard. We familiar with the rims. We got the fans on our side, and we got 2 days to work this thing out. We got tomorrow and we got Tuesday. You know what I mean? So let's go sleep on it, man, and say, you know what, man, we just got to get back to the garden. CT, we just get back there and try to get this thing popping. I think that's what it boiled down to.
Yeah, definitely. You're in it to win it, and you got to be optimistic no matter what, and you got to take each game at a time. Any series can swing off many different factors. An injury, a miraculous play, a coaching adjustment, a choke, anything. We just got to handle our business at the Garden. We should have been one two of them there. We missed that game 1 by the skin of our hair. And, in terms of game 5, Atlanta's going to feel that the crowd. It's going to be as raucous as you've ever heard it in your life. And I believe they're going to will us to the victory. It's all about game 6. And I said to this you guys yesterday, game 6 would be our 3rd crack at a win in the ATL, and they've got to feel more comfortable with in the 3rd game there. And all it takes is to pull out the W. We haven't had a game where all our guys have clicked all at once.
Nice.
Game 6. And Randall can't miss, then anything can happen in this sport that you and I have watched our whole lives. And it's all about game at a time. Now, would I like to see some adjustments? Personally, I'd like to see a few adjustments. It looks like we saw a little bit in that 4th quarter. I'll lean on your advice because I missed the last 10 minutes of the 4th. Again, it was middle of the night here, and I went to sleep, but it looks like he's open to trying a few things, and with a couple of days practice. We'll get that morale back up, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, fact.
Right.
BX.
Yeah, like that last quarter, putting in that go small. I think they'll be now with this time off. I wouldn't be surprised they're going to be practicing now, going small, running and gunning, pushing the pace. Especially if you come up with that middle of the first quarter, ending of the first quarter, or middle of the second, and you come with that small lineup and you start running and start scoring on transition, and dare I say, play with a lead. So now your defense could just clamp on the Hawks and frustrate them, and not rely, even though Knicks all season, their number one offense is their defense. The way Clyde says it. But if we could change that and maybe run more with Roby Toppin, Julius Randle, and just I think our guys could handle a Clint Capella, bagging out low on a small ball, because I think Obi's strong enough. I think Obi, Capella doesn't have the outside shot to do it. He relies on just the pick and roll and running amok offensive rebounds, and that's a I like Obi's athleticism on that. Over that with his hands and the way he jumps for those balls. So I hope that they practice on that 5-on-5 with small ball, and they start drawing some plays. I know it's a little late for it already, because it's not a sign of panic, but I would like some backdoor cuts. Seeing someone at least, you see Randall coming in, backing out instead of kicking the ball out. Someone please cut into the basket, so we could get a bounce. I haven't seen a give and go on the New York Knicks in I don't know how long. So yeah, those kind of plays and all those things. And that's and one thing I do want to take a positive of today's game. I did see Derrick Rose was over. He had 8 assists, which was a positive. I like to see when guys, the point guard, gives more assists. I'm not complaining about Rose one bit at all. Not at all. I'll be a moron, a fool, whatever, to complain about Rose. No, Rose giving it all out there. He's the best player. But I like it when our point guard gives us a little more assists and get more involved, and I like that. I like to see what's that. And also Randall got a little bit involved. His numbers got up better, and hopefully it's a trending forward. Now you have, it's going to be game 5 already. It's your 5th game after a slow start of a week off. So now it's time to get that engine going. Maybe he is a diesel engine. It takes time to get going, but once that diesel engine starts going, hopefully it's not a little too late. But I still think there's still 3 games left, guys, in the series. So it's not over. It's not over, man. They're still alive. There's still a pulse. If there's a pulse, there's still hope.
Yeah, Sarge, talk to me, my brother.
So, as BX was talking there, that made me think about a couple things that happened today, right? So, again, I always talk about, I don't put a whole bunch of stock into stats and what stats tell you if you haven't watched the game. So I have to trust the eye test and what these guys looked like when they were actually playing the game today. And I have to say that the energy looked better today than it has in the last couple of games, right? They were up on their toes for the most part. There were still some lapses, to Divine's point, where guys are taking plays off, kind of walking down the court after a bad player. They didn't get a call or whatever the case may be. But we did see a little bit more energy out of the guys. They were going to the hole a little bit more. And I was definitely pleased to see that, instead of taking those lazy jump shots. You're driving to the hole and trying to get that contested layup and getting the guys into foul trouble. So that's also a positive outlook. But I just say, like BX just said, man, we still got on the books. There's still 3 more games to play, right? So whether or not we play those 3 games is going to be dependent on what the outcome of the game that we play on Wednesday is going to be. That's going to determine what it is. People, and rightfully so, they're like, well, can we win 3 in a row? Well, why can't we? That's my question. I answer your question with a question. You ask me, can we? I'll say, why can't we? Now, you can make the argument for your case as to why you think we can't, and I can sit here and make an argument for you as to why I think we can. Neither one of us can prove that argument right or wrong. We have to wait for the situation to unfold and then evaluate what happens. So I'm telling you right now, as long as that clock does not say 0-0 at this game 5, and they're up 3-1 right now, then we still got a chance. That's all I'm asking for. Just give me a chance. And what we do with that, and I said this before, guys, as long as if we go down, it's like being in a prize fight, right? If I'm going down, I'm going down swinging. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you everything I got, right? And you might have slipped the jab, and I might have left out there too long, and you caught me. You caught me when I wasn't looking, knocked me out. Okay, I went down fighting. As long as the Knicks go down playing New York Knicks style of basketball, I'm okay. So what you also got to remember is this, right? And it's interesting that we talked about potentially trying out different formation or different lineups, going to small ball lineup and this, that. This is what we also got to remember, right? Everybody that's playing in the playoffs right now, whether they know it or not, are auditioning for their next job. That job may be on the same team, which is fine. Then you're auditioning for your next contract. Because where we are critical of a player on our squad, be it R&B, be it Alfred Payton, or whoever it is, we all heard the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. That's exactly what it is, right? So I just want everybody to go out, give the best, and we'll see what falls out at that point.
Yeah. Real quick, I look at it this way also. You know what it is? We know like people say, this is our first time in the playoffs. But like I said, for me, I'm a no excuse guy. I don't make excuses about nothing in life. You either do it or you don't do it. But what I'm trying to say is, like, this is our first time there. You know what? We ran across a good team. They do anything, but I will say this though. I do believe that we have the pieces to win these games. And like somebody said, it's a wrap. And let me tell you something. This go back way before y'all guys time for as age wise. I remember I was watching a heavyweight fight. Big John Tate and Mike Weaver, and John Tate. Big John Tate was given to this cat for 14 round bust. Now my man Earl Weaver dropped him in the 15th round. Game over. You know what I mean? So what I'm just saying, I have to say is that, you know what? Hawk's been giving it to us for the last 2 games. That don't mean we don't come back and say, you know what? Now you done got us. We gonna do this, and then we gonna get you. I mean, like I said, people got to understand. We lost 5 out of 6. And winning 9 in a row. It can happen. You know what I mean? Is the percentage not looking good? Obviously the percentage don't look good, but that don't mean it can happen though. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. We got a puncher's chance. You know what I mean, CT? It can happen. If the percentage is low, it can't happen.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question. What do you think is harder, getting up in a series or closing out a series?
I would say closing
out.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
In the beginning of the series, the team could have had, there are a myriad of things that could have happened to have you up 2-1, right? Or 3-1, or whatever the case may be. But if you cannot sustain whatever your efforts were to use your positives against their negatives, then to Divine's point, one day you're up 3-1, and look at the series with Golden State and
Oklahoma.
The Cavs.
Cavs. Okay, yeah.
The Cavs. When they came back, the Cavs came back and won the series. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming. They had already wrote the Cavs off and started printing names on trophies and making up these championship shirts and everything. And LeBron said, we still got some more games. There's still more basketball to be played. So I would say closing out.
Yeah. So I ask all that to say this: Atlanta haven't been in a situation where they had to close out a series, and put a team away. And to Divine's point, you're going to feel that pressure. You're going to get tighter and tighter as that team you're leading, pegs one back. Then there's another elimination game, and then all of a sudden anything can happen in that game. So. I say that to say that there is still plenty left in this series. Yep. Obviously, now the only thing is we have to play our best right now every game. There's no, there's no room for any poor performance. It's turn up right now, win the next 2, and then anything can happen.
Yeah, I agree. Real quick, my brother said, do the Knicks keep Randall? I think you keep Randall. Here's what you could do to me with Randall. I do think Mitchell Robinson should be the Knicks starting center, hands down. I'm letting everybody know that now, because if you now you got somebody who can do the things, offense, rebound, They can get the lob. They can cover ground. All you gotta do is replace Reggie Bullock with a either a superstar 3 or a potential star 3. You know what I mean? That way, and now when somebody who's been there, like now we bring up the Kawhi Leonard thing because Kawhi the one we talking about for free agency. But here, let's say if you did have Kawhi Leonard, now Randall don't have to have the pressure no more. You know what I mean? Not he don't have to be the main guy with the pressure. Kawhi could drop it. Randall gonna say, okay, they not collapsing on me. Now they leaving me open because they got to double team Kawhi. I think the Knicks need a point guard, a pass first point guard, and you get him a small forward to replace Reggie Bullock and put Reggie Bullock, sign him again and put him in the second unit. You know what I mean? So you upgrade the 3 by putting him in the second unit. Now you upgrade the second unit's defense even more. You got Obi at the 4, him at the 3. You got Quickly. You got Derrick Rose. But I do think the Knicks don't got to make a lot of moves. And like I said, who knows how Luka gonna pan out. But I do think you can keep Randall and you're gonna go get another dude. You know what I mean? And just put him next to Randall to give. Now you got Randall, him, and RJ. Now the pressure's off one of them guys. And I think that's all it is. I think we just need that point guard who's gonna say, let me get them guys the ball in their spots where they need them at. And I also can break out down and go to the paint like a la Derrick Rose, but more somebody who they're gonna start, got a good defense present with them. You know what I mean? If they get somebody like that, I think we'd be fine. But I do think, to your point, CT, we going back in the Garden. The Atlanta Hawks have got the pressure on them to close this thing out now. You know what I mean? And if they go lose that game in the Garden, now they go back to Atlanta with all that pressure on them. You know what I mean? The pressure, they don't want to go back to New York City, So like I said, people don't give up on your Knicks, man. Don't think that it's over because it ain't over till it's over. And I have seen it many times. What's that? Oklahoma City and the Golden State Warriors. KD had them boys 3-1. 3-1. The Warriors come back and beat them straight. Yeah.
And Divine, another reason is that they start to look ahead. When you're the team about to close out, you're thinking, I just want to get these guys over with and focus on Philly. But no, the last thing you want to do is keep having to play another one. And your mind starts to creep on, it's a creature of habit. Your mind starts to think on the next series, we've got these guys 3-1, and all we got to do is just start playing real physical, pesky basketball, make them earn every win. And, if their mind is not in the game, we'll take full advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, how we move, I agree with you. They can win. Hey, don't get me wrong. I agree with you, how we move TV. They can win the game inside. They can win Wednesday and close it out. I mean, that can happen. But, from me as a Knicks fan being optimistic, I got to always root for my boys to win a game. I never go into a game, even when the Knicks was sloppy. Even when we had 17 wins, I never go into a game saying the Knicks gonna lose. I'd like let's just go get it. Let's win this game and pull it out, because you just never know on any given day somebody can get their butt whipped. Any given day, you know what I mean? And it's had been proven through NBA history and Major League Baseball, anything, any competitive sport in life, it happens. Sometimes you could be top of the food chain, and that somebody coming in and knock you off the mountain. And I think the Knicks need to get back to the basics, go in there and win that game, one game at a time. This is win and go home for us now, guys. You know what I mean? So it's like either we win this or we go home. So let's see what we're gonna do with our backs against the wall right now. This is truly your season-ending game right here. What you played for the whole year, this game right here, this is it. This is it. If you don't win it, you go home. Out of all the games we played this year, this is the most important game you could play your whole season. And then game 6 have become the most important game you played your whole season. But right now, that most important game of your whole season is right on Wednesday. Let's see what our boys gonna do. You know what I mean? And hopefully they, just like the Hawks did what they did at their arena. Let's hope we can do what we did at our arena. We got that 6-man behind us, which is our crowd, our fans. Let's see if they can spear us on and get us pumping and get us to a victory. And I think it can happen. I don't think it's not far-fetched. You know what I mean? I think it can happen. So we hope to see that thing pop. But I'm good with it, man. I'm psyched with it, man. I ain't losing no confidence. And I like what I seen today. I'm gonna take some of the good with the bad today. BX. I like some of the things I seen, and I like some of the things I didn't see. But a lot of things that I didn't like, they all correctable. They all correctable. It wasn't like what they did. They just did something they're not used to. Nah, you could correct it. You know what I mean? So I think they will.
Now, one thing that we need to talk about. There was a very important tweet put out by a player on the New York Knicks. That he put eyeballs. He's like, put me in. I'm ready. And his name is Mitchell Robinson. I didn't like I personally, because we didn't have any off the field incidents or issues. He's tweeting he wants to play. He's itching. Get me in there. I'm ready.
Today, or was that the last one he tweeted a few days ago?
He tweeted today. 2 eyeballs, like, put me in. You look at the crap you got on and going out there. I'm ready. And also he put it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna put it up on the screen because
I gotta look that up.
I like to bring up facts like I did last time. I personally didn't like the fact that he's tweeting. I think he should have not tweeted. I think he should have just kept quiet. We all want Mitchell Robinson back. The team didn't need that turmoil. And obviously the front office and the coaching staff know not to. I didn't know that he gained 27 to 35 pounds. Mitchell Robinson, you don't want to put that guy on that weight with that playing a playoff on that ankle, but he said he's ready. And then I had another tweet from Mendoza. He's watching the game and he's putting his feet up like, what's going on? Like, I guess I'm not going to be in. So I don't like the fact that these guys are tweeting about the current state of the game. I'm just as concerned because they don't need that off the field distraction. We didn't have that at all with this team, and that's just a little bit of a concern with that going forward. But do you think I don't think Mitchell Robinson will play. I don't think no matter how much he's lobbying and wanting to play, and as much as we need him, to be honest with you, we do need them, but I don't think he'll play because, I don't know, it's not a show a sign of desperation. What do you guys think on that?
It don't bother me. I mean, you don't bother me. Go ahead, CT.
Yeah, I'll say this. Look, I like that he's hungry, and it hurts him to see that his team's out there battling, and that's normal. Any professional player has the adrenaline flowing. I think it's a silly move if he wanted to play anyway. He's risking his next contract. I think it all stems from his frustration. We all know he's playing on pennies on a dollar. No thanks to his third agent or whatever it was, his second agent. And he's probably wanting to prove his worth, prove his value. I think the simple fact is his value is going up by not playing right now. We all know that he can help this team as a lob threat. Now, if he was cleared to play, 3-4 weeks ago and they're still holding him out, I might think a little bit differently, But I think they're genuinely being cautious based off medical advice. And in terms of Luka, I think Luka's been tweeting a few times, and I think he's just updating us that, he put the tweet out in the middle of the game. So I don't think he's trying to insinuate anything after the game. But yeah, you're right. I like that they keep things in-house. And G-Man, what do you think with Mitch?
Give me just a second, because I'm gonna have to talk to Six here. So let me so with Mitch, I would say this, right? I think that Mitchell Robinson is for all intents and purposes the starting 5 on this squad who's been hurt for the majority of the season. I think his eyeballs were a factor of him just wanting to do something different to kind of motivate the team, right? For those people that are out there that listen to the chirpers and the tweeters, the Instagrammers, and those people, to give them something to talk about. That has absolutely nothing to do with what's going on the court. Because the last time he had them eyeballs out there, Tibbs came out and said, because Tibbs headed it off at the pass because it was getting so much traction. So remember the first time he did this, they was like the rumor was Mitch is going to play in the next game. So what's going to be the rotation between Mitch and Noel? And then we start putting emphasis on Noel is hurt. Maybe he's not ready. So all this stuff went on. And Tibbs finally came out and said, listen, Mitchell Robinson is a couple issues away from getting back on the court. So when you say that to me, that means that Mitchell Robinson is probably not playing this year. We will not see Mitchell Robinson on the basketball court again this year, and it's for his best. That's at his best interest, because a lot of times when you play professional sports or anything that you do, sometimes you need somebody to save you from yourself. So if you left it to Mitchell Robinson design, he may go out there and he may do okay in the first couple plays, and then he re-injures himself, or he regresses in his recovery period. So we definitely don't want that. We don't want that for the young man. So I think, in all actuality, Mitch is where he's going to be for the remainder of the season. We'll see him next season and get that done. But I think his efforts right now just kind of do something to motivate, the rest of the squad, since they're not playing the Knicks style of basketball that we used to see.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with and I understand everybody, because we out here and these young guys like Mitch. Think of how old Mitch is. Mitch is 20 years old, 21, 22. They speak through. I'd rather for him to throw a bunch of eyeballs out there than go out there in front of a camera. I'm not getting my playing time, or I'm not doing. Nah, he the man.
Yeah,
Listen, Mitchell Robinson. He's a competitor. I want to be out there with my team. They need me. I don't have no. I'd rather for him to say that than don't say I don't want to be there. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't want to be there. I'm going to sit around and wait for my money. Mitchell Robinson went with this early in the year when the refs wasn't doing something for him, and he said they won't let me play. The first thing everybody thought it was the Knicks not letting him play. He was talking about the refs was not letting him play because they called stupid fouls on him. So he threw a tweet out there, and they ran with it. You know what I mean? They ran with it, and that's not the case. But I understand where he's coming from. But let me tell you this here: Mitchell Robinson's tweet is not the reason why the Knicks getting their butt whipped. I'll tell you that right now.
Not at all.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Listen, Mitchell Robinson could call Tom Thibodeau a bonehead. They ain't got nothing to do with them cats getting their butt whipped on that floor. You know what I mean? But Mitchell Robinson, listen, I agree with Mitch 100%. I wish Mitch was out there because knows well he's nice. He can't do what Mitch can do. He can't do half of what Mitch could do. If you look at the overall game, he don't offense rebound like Mitch. He can't catch a lob like Mitch. He can't cover ground like Mitch. And Mitch is a real savvy defender. And he's his offense rebounding. That 37-pound he picked up, I guaranteed you didn't hear that from Tom Thibodeau now, because they were saying Mitch just staying in shape. He might, if he gained weight, might have been muscle, but I guarantee you right now, the New York Knicks organization will not allow Mitchell Robinson to put on 37 rounds sitting around doing nothing. They won't even allow that. Not that organization. So he might have gained pounds, but we also got to remember, guys. Look at the sources. Sometimes we got to look at these sources where this stuff come from. You know what I mean? And even when it comes to trades, if it ain't coming from the Knicks truck, I don't even think about it. I don't care about Mark Berman, all them guys, because they guessing. They guessing like we are. You know what I mean? If it ain't coming from the horse's mouth, from Leon Rose down, if it ain't within that branch, I don't pay no attention to that stuff because nobody has insight but them dudes. You know what I mean? And I just think with the Mitchell Robinson situation, he tweeted the eyeballs a couple of days ago. I was glad to see that because he want to play. He want to play. My team is struggling. They getting their bucks with. They need me. That's the type of attitude you got to have when you're a competitor. Look, man, they need me. I have no problem with that. I don't think he was dissing his teammates. I don't think he was dissing the organization. I don't think none of that. I think Mitchell Robinson want to get out there and play basketball because he's hungry. He like, listen, man, I was on a good groove before I got hurt. Got back. I'm itching. He's itching. You know what I mean? He's itching. He's like that kid on punishment. Damn, I want to get out the house, man. You know what I want to get out the house. I can't get out. My mom got me on lockdown. My father took away my Xbox. Mitch just want to get out there, man. But you know what? Let's hope, BX, that it's not like that, though. I hope it's not something that would make the team, look bad on the organization. Because I think the character of that organization is built. You know what I mean? I really do. I think Scott Perry built that culture when he first took over. Listen, one thing you would do with the New York Knicks, you would not disrespect the New York Knicks. Scott Perry brought that in there. He done changed that whole culture. I think if Mitch would have did that, they would have disciplined Mitch. Because I don't think they get down like that. You know what I mean? This is not was it Steve Mills and Phil Jackson, Derek Fisher. Yeah, it ain't them dudes. You know what I mean? So let's hope so, BS. Let's hope that
Let's talk about the positives off your point, Divine, about what there are positives out of what we've seen, and that's front office moves. We've been able to see that, is Nerlens Noel someone you could move forward with. We've seen, me personally, Reggie Bullock's not the guy to be starting. Maybe off the bench. But yeah, if I'm the front office, I've seen, okay, this has given me a really good indication of who I need to re-sign, who I need to allocate my money on, who I need to go out and target. What do you guys think?
I think you could. I definitely. You got to make a decision. The season isn't over, and but since we're on this topic, we can talk about it. The Knicks gonna have to make a real tough decision, in my opinion. Is either Burks or Bullock. I don't think they can have enough. I don't think they can bring both back on this team. I think they have to make a decision because you got it. We all know that that's an area of upgrade that we need in the third and the three, and as well, and one of those guys might not fit. So it all depends on what the game plan is for Thibodeau, where they want to go with, if they want to bring a Bullock back or Burks. You can't have them both. Of course, we know that the money off of Payton will be there, and that spot will be open. They need a point guard, an upgrade at the point guard position. I don't know if they're going to do it via the draft, via the trade, or whatever the case is. We need that. We need to see that. The front office, we give them a lot of kudos for not making any moves in the trading deadline, not disrupting the chemistry. They were and the team rewarded him with the fourth seed. They played it out. They did really good. They held it together. Me and Divine ourselves, we wanted Harlem Depot. I'm glad they didn't listen to us because that fell right on their face.
Right, fell right on their face. Right.
Hey, we admit it. Hey, we admit it. I seen Oladipo here in Orlando, and I seen phenomenal things from him. And I didn't know he was, I didn't know his severe was injury. Good kudos on the New York Knicks brass. That's where they're getting paid the millions of dollars. And I'm just here, putting up light fixtures. So, that's the way that goes. So my point is with that, kudos to them. They know how to make that hard decision. I think what they need to they just got to explore, see what be creative, find out what point guard they can really bring here. If they want to package themselves to move up in the draft for one of the top point guards, they have an opportunity to take. I was told, from a little bit of sources that they might package. They want to try to package that 19 and 21 and try to move up to like a number 4, and give those guys up to a team that depending how the draft breaks down, if there's one of those stud point guards if going fourth, and one of the teams that ends up with a 4th or 3rd already has a point guard of their future, it doesn't make sense for them to draft another point guard. They could be talking with the Knicks to move, and maybe and a player. It could be a player and draft picks to move to get that number 4 or number 3 seed, third pick. And try to get a Cunningham or Suggs, whoever's available. I heard that might be a possibility. That could be something that they could do. Be creative. My thing, hey, you got those draft picks, you got to use them. So we'll see how this front office, like you said, there's a lot of positive. They didn't do. My point is, they didn't do any stupid moves. They saw the team was playing well. They were close to coming at 4th seed without making upgrades. In the past, they would have gave up the 1st round pick to getting someone who's washed over the hill that's ready to go, or a 37-year-old has-been from another team and giving up a 1st round pick, bringing in another Banyani, or they could have they could have made that same mistake and they didn't. So got to give kudos to them. We still held our draft pick. We didn't do nothing stupid, and I like it. I like what they did. Now we see that the draft class that they drafted now, before we were like, oh, they were 50-50 on the way they drafted this year. No, if you look at the draft that they had this year, they did really have a good job picking up an Obi Toppin and quickly. They did a hell of a job, and then everybody's they should have gotten XYZ. That's why you gotta let it relax. And the jury's still out on those picks because we still got more years to see them develop. So my point is they're going in the right direction. TT, that was an excellent question with that. I'll throw it over to Sarge with that one about the front office.
So one thing I think we need to remember, right? We talk a lot about the moves that we did not make during the season, and this is how this ties into what I'm about to tell you. In my opinion, I think that, and when I watch the New York Giants and their free agency moves this offseason, and then the way that we drafted, they kind of put me into this thought process, right? So I'm in the thought process now of mid-season, the moves that we didn't make, we're still trying to evaluate this team. So remember, at the beginning of the season, we were in development mode. We come to the break, we don't make any moves. The only moves we make is prior to the break. We bring Rose and Taj in here and solidify that development. So those are pieces to help develop my younger players. We don't make any moves here, and we continue to do what we did. If we go on this winning streak, we're in the playoffs and whatnot. At the end of the season, the front office will make an evaluation as to who stays, who goes, and at what price we want to ask for these guys. I fully believe that this offseason, the New York Knicks front office is going to be very aggressive. And I say aggressive because now we know what we have. Before, this is my first year in. I'm trying to evaluate talent, see what I got, how people perform in these different areas, and what's your strong suit, who do you work best with, what's your weak point, what we have the potential to work on, what I think you can fix, you can't fix, all these things, right? I've had time to evaluate all that. So in the off season, I come in and I say, okay, I have the potential now to package, say, let's say a Noel. So say Boston is real high on Noel right now, right? So I'm gonna package Noel and some draft picks and see if I can move up to get me a number 3 and number 4 pick at point guard. And to Six Trade's point, that dude right there would be the point guard that's sitting behind a Derrick Rose, and have Derrick Rose go ahead and groom him. And then you look at where he is in the timeline for the team, right? He fits that timeline for our younger players. And I think that's the mindset that we need to go into the offseason. And I think that's kind of what the front office is thinking. I don't think that there's anybody on this roster right now, although we all like different aspects of different players on the squad, right? But in anything that you do, you always look to improve people at each position. Think about where you at work right now, right? If you had somebody that was late to work every day and just didn't come in and do whatever, you're looking to improve that position. So as soon as I can find, I'm not going to replace you right now because I'm not going to cut my nose off to spite my face. I don't have anybody to do your job. But as soon as I get somebody in here, trust and believe, you're going to have to go find you something else to do because I no longer need your services because you're not fulfilling that obligation. So I think the Knicks look at it the same way. I think there are some core pieces. I think Randall is going to stay put. Mitch is going to stay put. And then, sad to say, as high as I am on my man Obi and Quickly and those guys, depending on where the front office wants to go and what the trajectory is for the team, everybody's fair game. I might not like it, but at the end of the day, I'm not in the front office trying to figure out what your long-term plan is for this team. I say all that to say, I trust the front office, right? They have not done anything to garner mistrust from me right now. But whatever it is that they're planning, I have faith that they'll go ahead and get it done, and I think we'll be better on the back end of this thing coming up.
Yeah, I think to add to your point, CT, I got to look at the four draft picks this year. How many of them are going to be on the Knicks? Because first of all, you still got Frank Knox. We got to see what we're going to do with them. I don't think Peyton's coming back for sure. I do believe that. I think I don't think Alex Burks going to come back. The only reason I say that because I think you can get a better deal with 3-and-D Reggie Bullock. That's my opinion. I think with Reggie Bullock might cost you a little less than him, and he gives us a defensive standpoint that you can put in that back unit and get us a starting small forward, whoever the case may be. In my opinion, it depends if we going for it. That's what we got to look at too. Are we going for it? Are we going for it? Or are we going to say we're going to do this thing for another couple of years? Because like I said, you got 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. I do not see all 4 of them sitting on a Knick roster. That's too many roster spots. You know what I mean? So do we trade one of the 2 or 2 of the 2 and package somebody in that rotation or on a team to upgrade a certain position? Now you got Luka Vandoza coming over. Let's hypothetically say he works out. Now what do we do with like Saw said? I think if other than Randall, RJ, Mitchell Robinson, Derrick Rose, I think them 4 for sure probably would be back next year. You know, RJ Barrett, Randall, RJ, Mitch. I'm not even much of I think Obi should be back here, no question in my mind. But it all depends what they going for or what they trying to do. Now, if Obi topping and 4 of them draft picks gonna get you somebody like a Zach LaVine, then I don't know what you do. You go handle your business. You know what I mean? But it all depends what they trying to do. I think if the Knicks say we got in the first round, now we want to go to the 4th seed or we want to be in the 3rd seed, we want to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, there's going to be a lot of shifting going on. If they think they're going to stay the course and build organically like they've been doing, add a piece here or there for $5-8 million, that's a different story. But I do think they got a lot of decisions to make, man. Like I said, you got to think about Frank, Knox. Them cats, you don't need them wasting valuable time on the bench with the Knicks if they're not going to be playing. That's done. So either you play them dudes next year or you get rid of them. No way the Knicks come back next year having Knox and Frank just sitting on the bench. I don't believe they would do that. I think they're going to be trying to go for something bigger and better. You know, I love both of them, but I don't think they Thibodeau type players. So maybe they might not be there. But I don't know. They got I yeah, that's the only reason. They just not Thibodeau type players. Not because they're not good. I think Nick Knox can go down to Orlando somewhere and ball out. He might catch his groove on a team that don't emphasize so much on hustle grittiness, real grittiness. He might go to a team that's more finesse. You know what I mean? That plays a finesse game. You know what I mean? So who knows?
I got a question, Devon, since you brought that up. And this is something that we have not talked about at all. I think may have been mentioned maybe one time on another show that I was on, right? Let's talk about, we always talk about players that may come and go and who's here for the long haul and who's not. My question is this. Is Tom Thibodeau, the coach, is going to get us over the hump? Is he that guy that's going to get us where we need to go long term?
I'm going to answer that one first. I think Tom Thibodeau's here as a Mark Jackson role. Get him, everybody groomed, get everybody going. And me personally, when they're ready to win a championship and when they're ready to go for that splash, it's going to be Patrick Ewing. I think he's going to be there. Yes, I think he's going to be the coach to win it.
Wow! You know what? I didn't even think about that. I was going a whole nother way with that. Wow!
Yeah, okay. That's what's going to eventually happen. Like you said, Devon, with your point with Knox and Frank Ntilikina, if that's the case, get rid of them and just draft those players. Then, you know, one thing you've seen from this front office, they and the scouting, the new front office of scouting, they're actually pretty good on scouting these players in the later rounds.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, maybe we want to trade. Yeah, maybe we go ahead and trade those kind of guys to other places and maybe get more trading assets and maybe try to move up with, you know, combination and draft them and keep them on this team. You know, I like that. I like that, you know, because a team will give you something for Frank Ntilikina. He's still got one more year left on the rookie contract. You trade him for some just to move up. You know, if you want to swap a pick and you want to give a Ntilikina, let's say you're 19 and you want to jump to 15. You want to give a Ntilikina and move up, or even a 7. You know, if it takes whatever creative, because, you know, it's hard to do trades in the NBA or it's a little difficult. But, you know, I'm just hypothetically thinking you want to give it, you know, you want to move up a couple and you want to throw in a Ntilikina. I think a team will do that, especially if they don't get the target a player that they wanted in the draft. You could, and also with a Knox, you could do the same thing. And then you could go ahead and package them, or you could get them for a 2022 draft. Vice versa, get creative. I can see that. I can see that moving. I can see the front office doing and getting smart because they look like they're a smart team. They know they're smart out there. They're willing and dealing. You got Perry, who's a really intelligent general manager. World War West knows these players in and out, and you know what's going on. And he's also got his ears on the tea leaves. You know, there's a lot of rumblings going on. You saw I posted on Knicks Real Talk, the fan page in Facebook. Zach LaVine put his mansion up for sale in Chicago. He's going into a final year of his deal. Keep an eye on those things. When it comes to the Knicks, they got to make a decision. Are they willing? Because Nolan Noel is a free agent at the end of the year. Are they willing to bring him back to back up and work? And because is Nolan Noel willing to come back as a backup to the New York Knicks? Because he could start anywhere in Brooklyn, Boston. They need centers. Any one of those. is he willing to come back and since he likes this team and bring him in here? Because the Knicks could get a center, any center, but I really like what he's given us, you know. But if he goes for money, let him go. That's that way I see it. If it's a high price, that's not going to be, it's going to hurt us cap wise. We could bring a center in here. Right? We could actually give him the same money as Dwight Howard. He's a free agent as well. You could bring in a Dwight Howard to back up a Mitchell Robinson. You know, if that's the case, you know, I wouldn't want Dwight Howard, but I'm just putting that as an example. So there's a lot of different things going on there with this front office, with the draft picks. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because these guys, I trust these guys because they've been watching the college game. You know, a lot of teams mine up because of the pandemic, XYZ. So, you know, hopefully they really scouted these guys good and pick up a diamond in the rough because we have a lot of picks going forward with that. So there's Oklahoma City, but you know, those are the two teams that are really with a lot of draft pick. And then we got money, we got capital to bring in anyone in here and anyone that wants to play here, and who wants to fit. You know, and also you don't have to spend all your money all at once too. You could hold on. You don't have to. Yeah.
Hey, CT, let me ask you a question. Do you think, because I do think the Knicks might not sign Nerlens Noel back. Here's why. In my opinion, I think you can get a young guy coming out of college could do what he could do at that position. Yeah. I think you just can go get you got all these draft picks. You can get a young guy who's just a shot blocker. You can get that. Because I think the Knicks want a dominant man in that position. Nerlens Noel is a shot blocker, but he's not a dominant ball player. You know, much as you might hate Karl Anthony Towns, but he dominated at that spot. He get his 24-something every night, double-digit rebounds. You question the defense, you can question a lot of people's defense. But what I think if before you give Nerlens Noel $10 million, I think you'd say, you know what, I'm gonna let him walk. I think CT they're gonna wind up just drafting a big man out of college and roll with Taj, Mitch, and Novell Pell or whatever his name is. They signed him to an extension. I think he got a couple of years, so you know I would think so. That's gonna be interesting right there.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, CT. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was on the same length as you, and as BX mentioned, Noel. I think he's someone I don't expect to come back. Not because we don't want him, but I think given the season he's had and what he's been able to show, this is going to be, in the age he is, this is going to be the off season that he's going to look for a multi-year deal. His stock can't get any higher. He can't risk coming back on another 1-year deal based off the production he's shown. So he will definitely go for the best multi-year deal, whether it's with Sacramento, with Chicago, or whoever. And I don't think we're going to want to pay that. You know, if for some silly reason he wants to come back on a 1-year, you know, maybe $8 million, I could see us doing it. But yeah, I think we're going to ride it with Mitch. Taj is back 100%, and Noel, and Obi and Pell as our big men. They'll evaluate Mitch next year, and they'll see how we do. Maybe that opens the door for Karl Anthony Towns to slot right back home. We'll wait and see. What do you think, G-Man?
I mean, I agree. Noel, we got to remember, Noel passed up a bag to come play for the Knicks, right? He passed that up right off the bat because he wanted to come play here. I think that what this has done for Noel, this has put him in the limelight to where people actually see his value on the court. So when his agent goes to these different teams and they're calling and he's taking these calls, they have a price range in mind right now that he can go out there and say, hey, this is what it's going to cost to get him here. And you got teams out there that are sorely lacking at the 5 position. They need a guy like Noel, so they're going to be willing to pay out of the nose. I don't expect for him to pass that bag up again. I really don't, right? So this year, we've already seen he's not the most durable player in the NBA. Every time he jumps and comes down, I cringe like, okay, well, he's running back down the court, so I'm good now, right? But any day, they could go a different way. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that feeling, man. I'm telling you. I like, you know, people that go up, come down, and you go about your business. But I think that Noel's going to take the bag. That's one. I just hope that he doesn't go to a team like Boston, because that means we got to see him. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the guard or the forward coming down the middle thinking I'm about to go get me a good dunk, and here comes Nerlens Noel out of nowhere and then sent my ball back in my face. I don't want to have to go through that, right? So send him out west someplace, way out west, right? That's where I want him to go. But at the same time, that also gives us the opportunity to, because remember, we still have to evaluate Mitchell Robinson, and he's going to be asking for a bag here pretty quick, right? So his contract is coming due as well. So at the 5 position, to you guys' point, I'm good with where we are. We get Mitchell Robinson back in there, see where he is. We still have Pell. He's still a work in progress. He hasn't had a lot of minutes because we've had the Noels and the Todges, and that's been the rotation. So he's deep on the bench at the 5. I think that with Todd's role next year, he stays with the team, will become more of a mentor type role. Right. And then he comes in at a sparingly rate. But I think that what you will see, depending on if we keep Pell at the 5 and his maturation process, if we can get him, the rotation I then see will be a Mitch starting, Pell's sparing him, and then Todd is able to come in at the 5 if we need him, or if not, he can particularly come in at the 4, because at the 4 position now is open, because I have now gotten Obi into the mindset, and he's filling that 3 role. He's starting at the 3. That's where I want to see right there.
Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting offseason. That's why I said, man, we'd be around the clock all year, because now we're going into that. Once depending on how far we go in the playoffs, whether it's on Wednesday or Sunday, whatever the case may be, then the Knicks offseason starts. And one thing I want to bring up about the Tom Thibodeau thing, though, I hope he stay 5 years. We don't need another one of them 2-year coaches. He's going. You know, that to me, if you do that, then our front office is not really stable as we thought it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that is staying, a Leon. Right. He's a Leon Rose boy. That's his boy. You know what I mean? They boys. You know what I mean? And I don't have no problem with Tom Thibodeau staying 5 years, because I think within that 5 years, I think the Knicks going to win something. And the reason why I say that, because what wins in this league? Talent. You know what I mean? It's talent. It's not the coaching plays a major part of it, but you got to have why Atlanta beating us. Talent. You know what I mean? They got talent. You know what I mean? You give a coach talent, see what he could do. You know what I mean? Listen, that man had Derrick Rose in his rookie year and all that, took that man to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of years like that. You know, this cat can coach basketball. It ain't Tom Thibodeau fault that we shooting bricks. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I say that to say this here. Sometimes we gotta have structure. We gotta start having structure. If we do the Derek Fishers and the 2-year guys, now we get upset, then we get rid of them. We going back to who we was, the laugh out loud Knicks. Yep. Keep Tom Thibodeau down there. This man came and won more games in 1 year than 2 of our Fizdale, Mike Miller, then won in 2 years.
That's right.
Yeah, he took a ragtag roster to the 4th seed. You know, I'm not parting ways with that. No way.
No.
And to your point, this is Tibbs's dream job. He's been on record as saying that. So I think as long as Leon's here, I think at very worst case, he's going to be here three of the 5 years at least.
At least you have to.
You forgot to mention about the X factor. You forgot to mention about the X factor, and it's a huge X factor of why. I'm not saying I know Thibodeau's going to stay long, but it's Dolan, man. It's Dolan is the X factor in all this. Can he be patient enough to allow these guys to do their jobs, allow the process, allow them to go through that game plan and process, despite the fact that you may not like what's going on, but these guys have a plan. Do what he allowed them to run their kitchen the way a chef should, and not intervene as a restaurant owner.
Yep.
Can Dolan do that? That's the big if in all this equation. None of us know, because we don't know how strong of a personality Rose, Perry, West are, because he went and fired everyone on the Rangers. This season.
He did that.
They deserve that. They deserve that. So
yeah.
He got rid of all of them there, and not to the point the way he panicked. This has been an organization that is going into the playoffs, and they got young talent. They were, it was a weird season with the Rangers. Not to bring the hockey talk into the equation, but he panicked on that organizational cleanup house. I hope he doesn't do that with the New York Knicks because let's say for instance, let me throw an example. There is a chance that hypothetical chance, an NBA player is not gonna happen. LeBron wanted to come to the Knicks, and Rose and company says to Dolan, I'm bringing no, I'm not bringing LeBron in here. He's 36 years old. He's aging. We're gonna bring here. It's gonna be throw off the whole planet. He's like, no, I want him here. And for some reason, they don't listen to Dolan, and they go into the season, and then this is just an example. And Julius gets injured for the whole season, and they have a subpar season. Can we trust the deal Dolan to go and fire everybody and clean house again, and then we're back to the same nonsense?
I don't think, me personally, just my opinion, not that yours is wrong, just my opinion. Nobody's wrong on this panel when it comes to me and my thoughts. James Dolan, when he hired Phil Jackson, James Dolan has been out the mix. He don't even deal. Only decision he had to do was fire him, Phil Jackson, and had to fire Steve Mills. That was it. Yep. James Dolan just had 15,000 fans in the building. That's all. James Dolan, like, why I'm going to mess up something if it ain't broke, don't fix it. James Dolan got 41 wins this season with a roster that one player making over $10 million. You know what I mean?
You're the lowest payroll in the league.
Yes. Listen, this man done turned New York. Tom Thibodeau done turned New York around 360 degrees. And what I mean by that is this here. Think about next year. Think about where Scott Perry put this team. Let's forget Leon Rose and them right now. Look where Scott Perry put this organization at. 7 first-round draft picks in the next 4 years, $50 to $60 million in cap space. You got good talent on the team. You winning. James Dolan, that's a stretch. James Dolan's got one of the most successful franchises in the history of sports right now. New York Knicks franchise is one of the number one best sports franchises in the league.
Most successful. That's a fact. And the most.
One thing that we have to keep an eye on. If Brooklyn wins that title, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this front office to deliver. That's going to be the most bad thing for the front office with him up there. Because remember, he could be the number one franchise in basketball in the NBA, but he hasn't won a title under him being the owner. And he lives out in Long Island, where a lot of Long Island fans, people give it to him with the Brooklyn winning and getting a better team. I heard this from Boomer Esiason from the morning show. They talk about, and he knows that he's in that blue white collar, bougie atmosphere. And when those bougie guys start going back and forth with one another and giving it to Dolan not winning, then he starts to react. That's all my concern with that. That he don't.
I think to your point, BX, I think very, very sound and astute questions. But I think that going into the building of this front office that we have right now, I think all that has already been discussed. And I guarantee you, in their contracts, there's a clause in there that says something about a whatever year mark it is, that I can do X, Y, and Z for the incentive thing, right? I have to be able to provide X, Y, and Z by said date. If not, then this particular thing doesn't happen. However they write contracts, right? They get all these fancy words and these clauses that double talk and confuse people. I don't know what all that crap means. I have no idea. But I think at the end of the day, I think James Dolan, he did not become a billionaire by being stupid. I have never met a stupid millionaire or billionaire, right? I've met eccentric people, but not met. I've seen eccentric people that have money, right? So we may not agree with how they spend their money. But one thing that they will not do is go back to being poor. So they're not going to make too many bad business decisions, and it's going to cost them money. I say all that to say this. I think that with James Dolan realizes that his ability to step back from basketball operations and making basketball decisions, I'm going to hire people that know that. They do that for a living, right? So I'm going to put you guys in place. You take care of all the basketball decisions. The only thing we're going to have to talk about is when we're getting close to the salary cap. And it might cost me some luxury tax money. Now, if we're getting in that arena, come on up. Let's have a conversation. Make sure that's the best thing we want to do. Now, if it's going to benefit us and propel us to where we want to be, fine. I'm not opposed to paying that luxury tax. But I'm going to need to see a return on my investment. I'm not paying luxury tax just for the sake of paying luxury tax. Those are the kind of conversations that we involve James Dolan in. Everything else is going on, down to the fact that
don't get involved.
Exactly, down to the point that who the coach, that the assistant coaches are, the trainers and all that. The basketball people handle that. And Sco with Six Trey had a very very interesting observation. And I thought about this as well. My man Johnny Bryant, the head coach. I mean, the assistant coach right now.
Right.
I think he may be getting groomed for something down the line as well.
Exactly. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well,
yeah,
KP,
man. Yep. Kenny Payne. Yep. Absolutely. CT, go ahead, bro.
You look at it. You look at KP. He's the highest paid assistant in the entire association, and this Kentucky influence. There was rumors that other teams were getting quote worried about the Knicks' connection with Kentucky.
Yeah.
And we got some marquee free agents that we don't need to say their names, but they're up to something.
Yep.
Right.
To G-Man's point, I think once Dolan sees, okay, this thing's going all right, I'll give it another year. I think his intentions are to stay out of the way for now. But BX made an excellent point that if Brooklyn wins, then all bets are off.
Yep.
We know how fast things can accelerate. We all know everyone gets hired to be fired.
Correct.
At some point, eventually. So, nothing would shock us, given what we've been through. The only thing I don't want to see is Isaiah Thomas, anywhere near this organization ever again. I see him tweeting out praise to Trae Young, saying he's the next big thing, and I'm like, you're going to tweet that after all this misery you've caused us?
Yeah.
And
I really think even if this, you see, to me, I'm looking at the blueprint that they done laid. Even if the Nets win the championship this year or next year, the Knicks is right there to get ready to battle for a chip. I mean, so let's say next year Knicks go out and get 2 players. Now they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. They are going. It's different levels. So Tom Thibodeau took them from a 21 team to 41. Then they go from 41 to 55, 50, whatever. Now they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. Now James Dolan playing with house money because his arena is sold out for 3 straight playoff. He got the first round, second round, third round. He's sold out. New York fan gear selling all over the place. Jerseys all over the place. Popcorn all over the place. That man is about the bottom line. The bottom line. That's what James Dolan is about, and he always been about it. James Dolan, believe it or not, he wanted to win bad as anybody. He just made the stupid decisions to win. You can't fault James Dolan. One thing about him, he wanted to win so bad, he was making stupid decisions to win. But he always wanted the Knicks to be a winning franchise. He just didn't have the knowledge and the guys around him at a certain time to get it done. You know what I mean? When he had Mike Woodson was close. When he brought in Johnny Wall, it was close until they made the Melo thing. But he always wanted to win. One thing I can say about James Dolan, he spent his money on the Knicks. Sometimes he just don't spend it wisely. You know what I'm saying? But he always put his money into the Knicks organization. I give that man that one thing. If you don't like James Dolan for nothing else, he made sure the Knicks stay relevant. He'll take the heat. But he'll take the tabloid throws at him. But that man always put the New York Knicks first and foremost. Think about it, giving certain players. Think of the players that he signed. Much as we hate Isaiah, he did sign Jamal Crawford. He did sign Zach Randolph. He did have Marbury. He did have some of these guys that David Lee. They just didn't have the right management GMs, I think, to get the pieces that they needed to get them to the next level. And then we run into bad luck. Instead of getting what's my man named Steph Curry, we get Jordan Hill. Shit happens. You know what I mean? Instead of getting LeBron James, we got this dude. Instead of getting it's sometimes it ain't really on the ownership. Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. You know what I mean? Like, wow, instead of getting this guy, we got this guy. Instead of getting Donovan Mitchell, we got Kevin Knox or Frank Ntilikina, I meant to say. Instead of getting Michael Porter Jr., we got Kevin Knox. You know what I mean? It sometimes we just in the wrong place at the wrong time, wrong pick at the wrong time. It's tough, man. But I tell you what, we're gonna get it popping next year. I think we got the capital, we got the money, but I don't think we're bringing Nolan Noel back. My opinion, I don't think he's coming back. I don't think they're going to give that man that money. And when they can go get somebody who can give less money, can do the same thing that he do. Now, if Noel was shooting a double-double every night, dropping 10, 10, 12, 10, 3 blocks, I'll give him 10 million a year. But the dude just giving us 2 blocks, a certain amount of rebounds, and 6 to 8 points. They can get that from Mitchell Robinson.
If you're spending that kind of money at the 5 position, you want a total big at that position that's going to rebound and shot block both, and have the ability to spread the floor or stretch the floor. That's what you want when you're paying that kind of money. And Nerlens Noel, as much as I love him, he's not it.
Right.
Yeah. Like Brook Lopez.
I got the list of the free agents that are going to be available. You got Kawhi Leonard, is possible free agent. He's 29 years old. You got Chris Paul at 36. He's going to be a free agent. You got DeMar DeRozan, 31 years old. He'll be a free agent. You got Kyle Lowry at 35. He's going to be free agent. You got Mike Conley at 33. He's going to be a free agent. You got John Collins. He's going to be a restricted free agent at 23 years old. You also got Lonzo Ball. He's going to be restricted. You also got Dennis Schroeder. He's 27 years old at the point. You got Jared Allen, which is a really interesting one to see. He's going to be a restricted free agent for Cleveland. Cleveland has a lot of bigs in their team, so I don't know. And then you got me personally, the sleeper that I like is Spencer
Miles Turner.
Miles Turner as well. Norman Powell will be has a player's option, so I can see him opting out. You also got Evan Fournier. Who has also Devontae Graham is a restricted free agent. You got Kelly Oubre with the Golden State Warriors. You Tim Hardaway Jr. again. Gary Trent Jr. forward guard. Can you see him replacing a Reggie Bullock or an Alex or Burke? Trent Jr. He could fit that role. You also got marketing from Chicago. That Victor Oladipo is going to be again, but no one's going to touch him. He's going to be Duncan Robinson is going to be a restricted free agent. So there's going to be players out there. The Knicks could see Gordon Dragic. He's 35 years old. But I think with Luka, I wouldn't want to bring an older. We need to get, if we're going to go bringing in a point guard, we need to bring someone who's younger who can keep up with the league. Because you see Trae Young running amok. He's faster, quicker. You also got LaMelo Ball in Charlotte. He's going to be a pain in the neck. He's just getting his career started. Cole Anthony, Marquise Paul with the Orlando Magic. They're young and they're quick. The point is that there's a lot of younger and quicker point guards coming, and they're going to be a pain in the neck for us for the Knicks. So especially now that we're going to be now entering a season of getting better, I'm taking the next level step. We cannot bring an older point guard in here that can't keep up, because then we're back to the same Alfred Payne, even though he's not gonna, same Alfred Payne dilemma. Can't keep up. He's, the other guards, we're gonna always have a disadvantage at point guard. I think it's time for the Knicks to finally get our real point guard and have the advantage and be the up and coming at that position, the strong strength. How they'll do it, that's up to the front office. I don't. As much as I want Lonzo Ball, I don't see Lonzo Ball coming here. I think he's going to Chicago.
I got a sleeper name for y'all from a disgruntled level. Y'all keep his name in mind. Jimmy Butler.
Oh yeah.
Keep it in mind. Keep it in mind. Nick said they going after disgruntled stars.
Is he disgruntled,
bro?
Yeah, I mentioned that on Broad Jedi Sports. Yeah, he wants out. He wants out of Chicago. Yeah, he wants out of Miami.
He wants that coin, though. They're about to max him, right?
He just got his max not too long ago, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He got paid.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler's still on his max, I think.
He still got.
I thought he got his max after the bubble.
Yeah.
Was it after or before? It was after?
Before the bubble.
Before the bubble, when he was lured from remember, he was lured away from Philadelphia to
Philly.
Miami.
Yeah, okay, right.
This is year two. This is year two of his contract. I think there might be a player's out or something. I gotta look at his contract, because usually these guys get 2 year like this year coming, the following year. That all Durant, Harden, and Kyrie all have outs, but not this season. The following one, so they don't end up between the title. They could actually opt out, all three of them at the same time, and go their separate ways if it doesn't work in Brooklyn. If Brooklyn don't win this year, next year, that's it. I think they could see them opting out and heading where, especially if the way the media handles more the Knicks and gives them more that love. and no love for Brooklyn. They're like, get the hell out of here. I'm going to go to another team where I'm going to be loved from the city. I'm second fiddle in the city. So you keep an eye, yeah, my own city. So yeah, you never know that. So yeah, that's Divine. I remember we spoke about the Jimmy Butler. That's absolutely, keep an eye on that. Absolutely kudos. Absolutely,
that's a Tibbs guy, bro.
That's a Thibodeau guy. He said, remember the press conference? Yo, Thibodeau's getting the band back together, and he had that goofy smile. He's coming. I'm telling you. And
here's the thing too. He gonna give you consistent with Reggie Bullock. Won't give you on every night. Every night at that three, you getting a dog. You getting a true alpha dog at that three. You know what I mean? So, to me, he'll take the pressure off of, not because he can score, because of the way he play. Jimmy Butler is he's a New York built type of ball player. That's what I'm trying to say. He's a gritty dude. I remember that time when the Knicks were playing early in the season. He did something to RJ. He told RJ, listen, lean into my body. When you go to that paint, you got to lean into me. You know what I mean? That's the type of player you want. Telling another player who he know got potential that this is what you need to do to get better. He said, RJ, listen, because Jimmy Butler was playing RJ and RJ was going through the hole, but RJ wasn't throwing that body at Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler said, listen, RJ, throw your body at me. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about right there. You know what I mean? To get somebody who play the same game like RJ do. Same game almost, but he more harder though. Jimmy Butler hard, bro. If you get Jimmy Butler and Julius Randle, RJ, y'all get that point guard y'all talking about. It's a wrap, bro. Jimmy Butler is one of the top defenders at that position. You know what I mean? And we in a wing league right now. For what I know, you look at everybody who win the MVPs and all that. They wings and big. I know they say it's a 3-point shooting league. It's a guard dribbling league, but think about everybody who won the MVP the last so many years. You know what I mean? They small forward. Right. Yeah, man. So
I got a question. I got a question that I want to throw out to the chat. Get them, because we're an artist participation team. Would you like to have Jimmy Butler or Paul George? I'm asking the chat. I'm asking you guys as well. If you had a choice between them, because I see a little bit mixed reaction for Jimmy Butler, George or Jimmy Butler. They both come on similar defensive type of play. They haven't really been the main fiddle on each team they've been on, but their team wins. So I'm asked that question. Who would you guys like? I already see one for George.
Six Trey said Paul George.
So Paul George to me has not been he's not been the postseason player that he has been hyped up to be, right? And you can make the same argument about Jimmy Butler as well, but I think that from a dog, when you're talking about someone that's coming into your franchise and fits into that roster and got that dog mentality to get you every night when you step on that court, you're like, you know what? I don't care who's out here. You about to get the business, right? I don't care who you are. You bring LeBron, KD, I don't care. Bring it, baby. You're gonna get my best every night. And to me, that is a Jimmy Butler, and I don't get that same vibe from a Paul George, right? And we can get into all these stats and whatever the case may be, and based upon you could legit. So I see. Six Trey said Jimmy is a major fraud. Okay, so you could make the same argument about Paul George at this point. Could you not? I'm just saying it depends on what lens you're looking at the game from, right? And how Jimmy Butler's style of play versus Paul George's style of play fits with whatever the Knicks' foundational scheme is going to be. I don't know what that is right now. It could change. I know the way that we've been playing so far, but I don't know if that's what we're doing moving forward. That could be predicated on the fact that who we have on the roster and the minutes that they play right now, right? But if you start changing personnel, you're going to have to change the scheme based on the personnel that you have on the roster. So once we get that roster built, then we talk about what the scheme's supposed to be. But I want the best talent on the team that I could get for the money. That's what I want.
Yeah, you know what? I really not brought the Jimmy Butler thing up, though. Jimmy Butler's not a supreme superstar. He's a max player, but people gotta forget. And LeBron them championship legit last year? It was, right? He won a championship, right? It's legit.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler took them boys to the Eastern Conference Finals, dude. You know what I'm saying? He took a team just like the Knicks this year with a rookie and Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Bam Adebayo, Bailey. He took a bunch of same type of guys the Knicks got, maybe some might be a little better, and took them to the Eastern Conference Final. He took them to the finals. He took them to the finals. Jimmy Butler took them boys to the final. You know what I mean? So we need a dude who could do that. Now that's what we hoping Randall could do. You might not disagree with Jimmy Butler being his 30, 40 point score a game, but that boy is a gritty dude. He took his team to he took them to the championship last year. They lost to the Lakers, but so you asked the NBA Finals. You're right, man. So you telling me that's a winning player? Think about Philadelphia when he left them. What happened to Philly when he left them that year?
It went downhill fast.
Boom,
boom. Crash, burn.
What when Jimmy Butler he got that New York gritty dog mentality. You got to get the players that fit your culture, your personality, what your coach is about. Jimmy Butler fits that. That's the reason why I like Jimmy Butler, because he fits the New York mode. You ain't pumping him. If he was playing with the Knicks right now, that shit won't be happening in Atlanta right now.
You know, that Hard Knicks podcast said the same thing. It said, Butler, if we play the same offense, if we're looking to change what we do, then it's Paul George. So Jimmy Butler is a plug-and-play guy that you can put in here right now, pick up the same mentality, the same type of offense that we're playing with, and he won't miss a beat. Right, but if you bring in a Paul George, then you're talking about changing, your, I guess, not necessarily the scheme, but just to me, your thought process. I just don't get that same grit from Paul George from Jimmy Butler.
Yep. Man. Definitely an upgrade over Bullock. You put Jimmy Butler, absolutely huge upgrade over Bullock.
That's all I'm saying. What you got dog? No, you got another dog in there. You know what I mean? So it'd be nice. It's gonna be interesting this all season, guys. CT, Sergeant, BX. We got a lot of maneuvering to do. We are in a great position. Not good. We are in a great position. The Knicks organization is in a great position, man. I mean, we haven't been like this in a minute, bro. You know what I mean? A long time. So I mean, I say that to say that I'm not saying bring Jimmy Butler. I just brought that out there because I know for what he going through in Miami. That guy, even Miami. Think about when they get who they traded for Oladipo. What's my man? They should have kept him. The shooter.
Harris Levert.
Olenek. When you give up Olenek,
and then they had Bledsoe or what was is it Bled? I always get them confused. Bledsoe and the other kid. They almost Eric Bledsoe. I get them so much confused. I think
the point guard.
Yeah.
And then they lost that boy Derrick Jones.
Avery Bradley. Avery
Bradley, right. They let my man walk this year to Portland, the Derrick Jones Jr., the leaping dude. Yep. So it's definitely gonna be interesting, man. But I know we're in a good spot though. But we got to go get that game Wednesday. I know that much.
Yes, sir.
So we to get back to the basics. We need to go in there Wednesday and get the W. CT go get the W, man, and then get ready to go down to Atlanta and try to steal one, bro.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen. We'll win Game 5, Game 6. It's going to be, I can't describe the excitement and the anticipation of that game, because, like I said, all bets are off on a team that hasn't closed the team out before. That's got fight. It's got scrap in them, and I think the tables are going to turn in terms of the anticipation and the pressure has been on the Knicks as the higher seed. But when it's 3-2 and Atlanta are the ones trying to close it out, the pressure's not on us; it's on them. So we're going to see some funny things. It's all about getting back to basics. Getting into rhythm for the next game. I think the crowd's going to show us the love. They're going to get that Trae Young chant happening again.
Yep.
And I want to see some more hard fouls. I think it's getting a bit chippy now, this series. A few dirty tactics. The refereeing's been atrocious. Missing a few key things. I didn't think that Randall elbow was anything much. He was just going up. He was just going up to dunk it. What are you supposed to do with your other arm? Put it behind your back,
right?
I mean, what did you guys think?
No, I agree.
I agree.
That was a reaction call. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
What you want me to do? Put my arm behind my back and play?
Yeah, like he want to sit there, let John Collins impede his progress. Nah, get out the way.
He went up to block a shot, and if you get knocked when you try to block a shot, ask Ron Baker how he feels. Ask Nerlens Noel. Been knocked on his butt trying to block a shot. So he took a knock.
I agree. Hey,
yeah. Salute to the chat, man. Salute to Die Hard, man. Salute Die Hard, my brother. We see you, man. Appreciate you coming in here, Die Hard. You already know. Yeah, man. We right, Die Hard. We win. We shift the momentum, and I think that's what we need to do. We need to take it one at a time. Just go in there, win that game on Wednesday. Go down to Atlanta, and Atlanta gonna be feeling the pressure, like CT said, to close this thing out. And they're gonna have and then we go in there and get it popping. So I still like our chances. We said 7, and I can still see it going 7. But no matter what, I know we're gonna come on Wednesday and play. We're gonna come in there and go hard on Wednesday, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the site. I'm looking forward to the fan, because that's gonna be I think the fans they're gonna be in there so rowdy, so raucous in there. They're gonna be. I think just their energy gonna will the Knicks to a win anyway. I think they'll will them. But I think we go in there and play our A game, man. Got some home court cooking. We went down to Atlanta. Atlanta did what they had to do, guys, and I think people need to understand that they won their 2 home games. They did what they had to do. We just was hoping we could steal one back because they beat us at home. So now we got to go back home and win our game. We just got to go win our game and win that game, get us 3-2. And we'll see what to do, man. But salute Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine Bronx, Jedi 76 CT, Sergeant in the building. We got the chat in the building, the chat on Buzz. Salute to the chat. 6 Trade, Die Hard, Nick, man. We can go on and on. Y'all up in here, man. Tonight. We appreciate y'all. Y'all already know. Let's go get it, man. Rick V, everybody, man. Let's get it popping up in here, man. Gideon, we seen you in there. Out and leave. Salute to everybody, man. Like I said, we got to go in there Wednesday. Knicks took one on the chin today, fellas. 113-96. They gave it to us today, man. That's the only thing we really could say is that we didn't play 48 minutes. We played 24. You know what I mean? We played 24. You know what I mean? And that happens. Nice. Yeah, we played 24 minutes, and then after that it was like but we resilient, man. I ain't sweating the BS. We resilient. We a bounce back.
You know that they've been doing that all year long. We know they're gonna bounce back. We know that they're gonna be in a position. They just gotta execute their plays. They've been doing this all season long. Like we were talking with CT earlier, with saying they just go ahead and win. They win that game out. They win game 5. They give. You know what? We belong. It was cool. Now let me get in there to game 6. We'll go on Atlanta. We have a third crack at it, like you said, CT. We get our third crack in Atlanta. We go ahead and win, and all bets are off in game 6, game 7. You're going to start seeing everybody's going to be nervous. There's going to be some everyone, especially Atlanta, because they're going to have 3. They're going to have 2 opportunities to try to seal the deal, and they couldn't. And that 7th game, with the way the crowd will be buzzing, and the way they're going to be tight. The Hawks with gripping and the defense. They go, man, we're going to the game 7 to the Madison Square Garden against this team that plays a monster defense and are scrappy and gritty, man. So you know what? We have to have that same intensity for game 5, win it, and just go go out there in Atlanta to win game 6. And the good thing about it is game 6 will be on a Friday, so it would allow a lot of transplanted New Yorkers, if they want, to go to Atlanta to make that trip, to make that drive. Like, for instance, if we say me and Sarge wanted to go, we're only 6 hours away, so we just get in the car, head ourselves up there, and we wanted to go for that game 6. Or vice versa. Anybody in Charlotte, like yourself, Divine, in the Carolinas, or anywhere nearby, they could just make that trip and make it. Or even a flight. People could take a leave or go Friday morning and get it. The point is, the Knicks fans will be there in Atlanta again if they win. When they win this game on Wednesday, watch out, game 6, because I don't think the Atlanta fans will come back again to support them for game 6 to close out. I don't know. I just have that good vibe that the Knicks fans are going to show up and bring these guys on. I like our chances, guys.
Real quick. Let me plug. I'm gonna bring Nice in the building, man. Let me plug the show right quick. 30 seconds. You already know. Let me plug the show. We're gonna bring Nice back on the panel. We're gonna get it popping. We're here all night, man. Whatever. We good. Let's get it popping, man. Knicks Real Talk, the night show. We here. Yes, sir. Yo, man, salute, man. We here, man. Next, we'll talk tonight. Show Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6 Sergeant in the building, Nice in the building, CT in the building. Thanks to Spree for chiming in early today, man. Thanks for Rush for dropping on the panel today, man. Salute to the chat. That's where it's at. Everybody up in there, man. We here, man. Knicks lost today, but our spirits is gonna stay up. We're gonna get it popping for Wednesday. But I know we got a lot of disappointment going around because I was disappointed too. But we did the fight another day. But this game coming up on Wednesday, win or go home. This is it right here. Win or go home. You know what I mean? So we got to go in there and fat and scrap, fight, bite, kick, punch, whatever. We got to go up there and win that game, man, and get back to 3-2 and take this thing back down to Atlanta. I'm still confident. I'm stay confident about this thing, man. I believe in this team, and like I said, even though they playing like the better team, I know we still got a good team, and we got to go in there and get it popping, man. And I think we just got to go in there, let the Knicks fan base take us home on this game Wednesday, guys. And I think we get it. But let's bring Nice to the building. Nice, what's going on, my brother? Salute.
Nice. Before you go forward, we're gonna open up. We're gonna open up the Knicks Real Talk Positive Brandy, and we're gonna pour you a drink. I know you were a little tight earlier. So here you go, my man. A little Knicks Real Talk Bourbon Edition, right for you. Go ahead, brother.
well. I'm sorry before anything, BX, because you shouldn't see me in that level. At the end of the day, Sergeant of the Knicks, CT, pretty much we know each other, and one thing that we appreciate is like, just like I mentioned, if CT has something to say, if Sergeant of the Knicks has something to say, just like you, BX, and just like you, Divine, I'm not close-minded. I'm open to, for the discussion. And I want to hear what you have to say, because if you make a great point, you might change my the way I'm rolling.
Right.
But to cut somebody off, and it's like not giving let's say the other person an opportunity to speak. I don't know, bro. It's like, come on, man. We all grown men to doing that. We got to give a chance for everybody to speak, absolutely. And that got me crazy. Correct. But at the end of the day, he knows that I love him. I love you. You know that the vibe is cool. I love you. I love Actor. I love everybody in the panel. It's just something that I just don't appreciate. But everything is cool. But just like you said, if there's one thing we always got to stay positive, regardless. We could see certain things that needs to be done, and if it's not done, it is what it is. We take the loss right in the chin and just move on to the next day. If whatever happens, worst case scenario, it is what it is. We wasn't even supposed to be here, and thanks God that we came this far. Just bringing up even better off next year, and let's do even more things even better. I look at this team like we only 65% complete. Like we're not even 100% complete, because everything was a process, and I can't keep on emphasizing the fact that this team, in the position where they are right now, it was a position that was planned to be 2 years, starting from the moment that the season started. And look where we at right now. It's a beautiful thing. We got to take the positive.
Yeah, facts. Yeah. CT, man, what you think about that game, man? As far as what do you think we need to do in that game Wednesday? Just what adjustments do we need to make to get this thing back on track, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think over the last 2 games, the starting lineup in the first half has done their job. I think with Rose coming in, I think as we've touched on with Nice and some other shows, it's the bench unit. What comes after that? And we seem to not being able to slow them down when they go on a run. And I think our rotations have been the biggest letdown. We've been such a great defensive team, and we just can't seem to find our men anymore on those rotations. And we picked the wrong team to dare them to keep shooting. And I'd like to see a bit more zone. I think if Trey can get by any player, just give him the long shot. He wasn't hitting too well today, and I want to see that. I want to see a bit of small ball. Obi at the 5, he gives us that lob threat, and he can run the floor as well. And he had Gallinari on skates. I like that little flip move he did. Every game he's just giving us something more. I was a little disappointed with Quickly today. I think last 2 games he's struggled a little bit, and a lot of our offense on the bench just relied on him. And same with Burks. He didn't have his best game at all. So I think the next game, those guys need to pick it up. And but look, this starting lineup, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Taj, from Rose, and RJ had a better game. So I just think, like to Nice's point, we're not supposed to be here, and I think if we can squeeze 2 more games out of this series, and it's a lot of great experience from, these young players would have had a really good sample of the playoffs with 6 games. And, I'm just taking each game as a positive now.
Yep, absolutely. I agree. BX, man, what do you think about that game Wednesday, brother?
They have to continue to play their game, make the right adjustments with the rotation. When I mean the right adjustments, I'm talking about the players. They need to know how to switch, rotate with their man, not leave too many open 3-point perimeter shooters. Rotate correctly. Get their right assignments, get to the right spots. And on offense, they gotta start hitting more clutch shots. Once the ball there, when they have an open, and they gotta play with the lead, man. The first few quarters, they need to be up. They need to play with the lead. They've been playing all series from behind, and that's a little bit of an uphill battle. And then start pressing a little more. They get easy. They start hitting their shots and getting on a roll. Then they'll be relaxed more, and they could. All right, now we're okay. All right, they'll start breathing more, and they start getting more confident, more comfortable on the floor. And I think Game 5. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think the Knicks are gonna open up a real big can like Stone Cold Steve Austin says, a big can of whoop ass on them. And I think they're gonna be up big. And I think now and then of course Atlanta's gonna come on their usual run, cut the lead. But I think Thibodeau's gonna be smart to know when to use his timeout, stop the momentum, and stop the bleeding. And I think they'll prevail with a win. They'll win. They'll keep adding to the lead, and I think it'll just take too much out of the Hawks to come back and win the game. So I think that's the type of game we're seeing. I think that's what Game 5 is going to be the narrative, and then Game 6. Anything can happen. Game 6 and 7, anything can happen in Atlanta. But Game 5, I think that's the narrative is going to happen first. I think that's what's going to be the focal point. They're just going to come out and open up a can, and then they're just going to play their defense. They're going to execute their play defense they're going to show the will that they the season ain't over, and they're going to show the will that they're still we're still a good team. So I see that adjustment going forward with them Game 5.
Real quick before I let sorry to get to that, let me bring Eru in the building. You already know, Die Hard in the building. Die Hard Knicks in the building. Salute, Eru. How you doing, my brother?
Chilling, guys. I thought you guys were signing off, so I left or whatever, and I came back and said, "Oh snap, these guys are still talking, man." So I saw you drop the link in the chat, so I said, "Hey, let me say what's up."
Welcome aboard, appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man, welcome aboard, brother. Yeah, man, we just going over this trying to keep this popular energy going for Wednesday, man. Sarge is going to bring a comment, even that you can get in after Sarge, and just give us a little thought for Wednesday's game.
I got you.
So Devon, it strikes me as crazy right now, right? So we've been on here talking for a hot minute, right? And no one is supposed to be in my position all night. All night long, I have not had to get into my position. But guess what? I'm gonna go ahead and voluntarily assume the position, right? I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Careful up there. Positions.
So I'm officially going on record right now and say I will not discuss anything outside of Wednesday's game. I'm not talking about Game 6. I'm not talking about Game 7. I'm going to lead by example for our New York Knicks, right? We have to focus on this game we got on Wednesday. All the energies, all the question marks, all the adjustments, all that. The only thing I'm worried about right now, I'm going to eat, live, sleep, and breathe this game that we have at the Garden on Wednesday. That's where our focus needs to be right now. We have overachieved for the season. Everyone knows that, right? But it's hard for people to kind of get back into that mind frame when you see yourself in the moment, right? If you're in the moment, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Nothing is discounted. It may be that lucky bounce, or the ball slips out of your hand, or somebody gets a timely foul. These things that happen in the game are timely things, right? Not again when you start looking at stats, then the eye test, right? So one basket that was a 3-pointer could have been more timely than another, and that could have been the only shot you made all night. But that was that momentum shifter. It came at a time where you shifted the momentum and you went on a 7-0 run and won the game. You never know. I say all that to say this: as long as the marquee outside the building says New York Knicks versus the Atlanta Hawks, we have a chance. That's all I want. All I want is a chance. We show up, we play New York Knicks ball, and if we get beat, we get beat. But we get beat playing Knicks basketball, right? Not this what I've been looking at for the last 3-4 games. That's not Knicks basketball. I don't know what that is. That's some hot garbage right there. I don't know what the world that is. I need to see us play Knicks basketball. And I firmly believe if we go into this game in the Garden at home in front of our home fans, we can get this W, baby. I firmly believe that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, E-Roo.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback what you're saying, man. We haven't played Knicks basketball since the season, since the playoffs started, man. It's kind of like shell shocking to the fan base a little bit, because I mean, like this, I felt like Atlanta stole our defense. You know, the way that they're playing us is the way we play teams. You know, they've been sending 2 guys to us, sealing guys off. Julius Randle hasn't been able to put the ball on the floor because guys are right there, you know, at his feet, you know, messing him up, and he's starting to revert to old habits and stuff. Guys are not getting into the corner the way they're supposed to. You know, it's a lot of different things that we're doing here. I just can't believe it. You know, just watching day and day. Even that game that we did win, we only lost really because Atlanta wasn't really making their shots. So I mean, like, yeah, from day to day, you know, you can always change. Tom Thibodeau, he's supposed to be a tactician. You know, I'm quite sure he's up just like how we are. You know, right at the drawing board, trying to figure out. You know, he probably won't sleep tonight. You know, just like us. You know. But, you know, if he can get a game plan together, maybe get the troops together, maybe tomorrow morning nice and early, and just let guys air it out and talk it out, and just try to figure out what's going on, because what's happening is not necessarily basketball stuff that's happening. It's all mental things that's going on. Right. You know, so if they can get that together, man, you know, I feel like we can beat them, because the Knicks fans are going to be crazy. I can imagine there's going to be people out there with pigeon hats on and all kind of stuff. So I can see us handling our business as a Knicks fan, but the Knicks themselves, man, they really gotta figure out, because I think if we beat them in the Garden, there's going to be a momentum shift going into Atlanta, because the pressure won't be on us anymore. They have to win now, because they have to close us out. You know what I'm saying? So the pressure won't necessarily be on the Knicks. So if the Knicks beat them, you know, Wednesday, and then we beat them, you know, in Atlanta, that game 7, I like our chances big time.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? One thing I noticed too, real quick, about Julius Randle and them, shoot the ball, man. Y'all too hesitant. They haven't been hesitant all year. They get that ball, Tim said, you open, shoot it. Julius Randle not shooting the 3 like not because he hesitant. I'm like, Julius Randle, you got that dude two or 3 steps away from you. Launch that ball, dog. You know what I mean? Shoot that tray. We was number 3.3% shooting team in the league this year from a 3-point field goal percentage. Shoot that ball. Don't be scared. Let it ride. And you know what? And if it hit the back of the cylinder, so hopefully somebody get a rebound. But you open though. If you open, you gotta shoot it. You gotta shoot that ball, man. This is a make or miss league. We already know. If you don't make it, you ain't winning. But you gotta shoot it though. And I do think that I agree with all guys 100%. I think the crowd gonna give us that boost of energy we need. The lights are brighter. We know our rims. We know our light situation. So, and like I said, I think we're gonna go in there and we just gotta be the New York City gritty committee. Get back to our foundation, which is our defense. Bad, you know, because if your defense is playing good defense, you still in the game. You got a chance to win the game. You know what I mean? So we got to get back to what we've been doing, man, and running them cats off that 3-point line. If you're gonna let Trae Young take 2 or 3 steps off of him, don't let him penetrate on you. I live with him jacking up 3-point shots. I live with him shooting perimeter shots, long as you contesting them. But you got to keep that guy in front of us. You know what I mean? Because I think that when you get close up on him, he's too quick for that guy. He's too quick for everybody we got. Yeah, you know. So I think hopefully, you know, they go over the game, go a game plan tomorrow or 2. They sit down, watch the film, and see what mistakes they made. Because I like the first 24 minutes of the game. It was the other 24 that didn't work out for it. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, we got to play 48, man. This is win or go home right now. So basically, this is what it boiled down to: is win or go home, and y'all guys got to lay it all out. I don't give a you bite, punch, scrap, kick, bite, whatever. You guys got to execute Tom Thibodeau game plan. Get them guys involved. And to me, even if you got to start throwing Frank and them there early just to help out, now you got to use all your weapons. I don't think you're gonna stick to like I said, the small ball thing. Throw Obi in there with that small ball lineup. You make Clint Capella run up and down that court. You know what I mean? I don't think he can keep up with Obi. You know what I mean? So I think we just gotta do what we do. But I'm confident that we're gonna go in there and win that game, man. I think the Knicks not gonna let the Knicks fan base down Wednesday. I think we win that game and we go back to Atlanta. Now Atlanta, like A-Ro when the CT said, now the pressure's on them. You know what I mean? Because they trying to close out a game, and they can get that. That's not a experienced team neither. They got a budget there. A lot of them guys ain't been that far neither, so the pressure might get to them. And just like it was getting to us the last couple of games. But we need to get back to the basics, and we need Reggie Bullock, Alex Burks, Emmanuel quickly. You dudes got to hit them shots, bro. You got to hit them shots. If you don't hit them shots, game over. You know what I mean? And I think Derrick Rose been giving us a lift. He been doing what he been doing. I like RJ's game today. Good bounce back game. Randall had the points, the rebound, but I think the overall efficiency of his game I didn't like today. It wasn't so much about the points and rebounds. It's the way he was playing the game. You know what I mean? I think his energy was a little lackadaisical to me, especially on a couple plays when he turned it over. He didn't run back. He just moped like a Kevin Knox would do at a young age. You know what I mean? I didn't like that. So hopefully he get back to it, BX, and then we take it from there.
Yeah.
Before you go, BX, real quick.
Go ahead.
But before, just to speak on a couple things Divine hit on. Two things that I think we need to care for. What I liked in the game that we had today was the inside-out mentality. So we saw players driving to the basket and then working themselves out back into that jump shooting perimeter, right? That's part one. And then on the defensive side, I like the fact that we're forcing Trae Young to his left. They said, okay, we're going to take away your right, but you're going to have to beat me going to your left. Now, if you beat me going to your left, okay, I'll be okay with that, but I'm going to force you to your left. And what do we see? He's out here shooting shots from the logo. Okay, if that is what you figure to be a high percentage shot, I give that to you all game, dog. I promise you. You can have that shot every day, all day. And then if you make a couple, fine. But I promise you, you're going to miss more than you make. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Go ahead, BX.
No, go ahead. You can continue. I'm just gonna piggyback off of your thing. That's a good point with the in and out game. I like that to the whole. When especially they start the game off like that and they start attacking and start getting some of these players in foul trouble, because I think if they were to attack it and continue that game plan at home, they're gonna get the whistles. Yep. And they're gonna start putting their starters in foul trouble. And guess what? The Atlanta's bench stinks. They're not that good. They're not that formative. And now you force them to play more. That's why I kind of say I like that they're gonna open up a can of whoop ass, because that's my point. I see them getting them in foul trouble. They're gonna have to be playing, and the Knicks are just gonna come out, attacking, hitting the, once the kick in, and when they do kick the ball out, I think they're gonna start hitting their threes. I think they're gonna start going in, because man, to see them go completely cold like this, I mean, one is like I can't see that, and two, if it happens, then you know what, law of averages, then that means the Hawks are gonna be cold the rest of the series. That's the only way I can see it. But it's a law of averages, because they can't maintain that. They can't keep shooting 60%, 59% from the field all series long either, no matter what. So so that's why they gotta. Not only it's an oxymoron. They gotta win game, because of course the season's over. But if they do win that, man, and they go, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be tight for them to go. And despite the fact I read in the chat that they've been 85% of the time down in the series. I said, of course, but all you need is that one game to turn things around, and that starts with Game 5. And then if they go down to Atlanta, when they go down to Atlanta, and that same modem continues going, that Knicks are starting hitting shots, they're just going to cause the Hawks to start doubting, and it starts putting them, drive them crazy, It's just basketball, and I think we have a Hawks fan in the chat here, guys.
I got it. Watch this.
You got him?
I got him.
Oh man. Where's G Money? Welcome aboard. Where's G Money? He likes to eat chicken. I mean, come on, where is he?
Hey, CT, man. What's your confidence level as far as Randall responding in the Garden quickly. How do you think he's going to respond back at the Garden, man? Being in our own, getting our home cooking, being in our own beds, being in our own gym, being in our own atmosphere. Do you think that propelled them Wednesday? What's your take on for as the way you think them guys are going to rebound from an offense standpoint? And obviously, we want our defense to do what it do, but
yeah, great question, Divine. My confidence is high because, like I've said all along, the longer a series goes, the more likely of a swing. And BX brought up a great point. They haven't had a cold shooting. Atlanta haven't had a cold shooting game yet, and law of averages tell you that they're due for a cold shooting performance, and law of averages tell us that we're due for a hot shooting performance. So I think the longer the series goes, the more likely we'll see a swing. And I love the 2 days off. Get some film, some practice in, get comfortable, reflect on the series so far. Look ahead a little bit. They know they're close to the off season, and if they don't want their season to end just yet, they're gonna dig deep. Give it their all. I think the crowd's going to be amazing. I'm glad that our fans get to experience a third home game, and fingers crossed they get to experience a fourth. And I think Randall showed a little bit of fight, a bit of chip. He stick up for his man, and that's what I was calling for since the beginning of the series. We're fighting a team that's got a lot of talent, and our strengths are our physicality, our team camaraderie, and how we play hard for our coach, and we stick to the plan. And I just I'm happy they weren't getting punked. I love that Reggie, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, I love that he stuck up for himself. So that's what this New York Knicks team's all about. And I think the Garden's going to get just to finish. The Garden's going to be popping.
You're absolutely nice. Yes, I know. After the day, I know you felt some type of way. Cause I felt some type of way. But I am an optimistic person when it comes to the Knicks, especially after this season. So I think we that nice. I'm not too much discouraged about it, man. I think we go in there and win that game, and then we take it from there.
I actually feel like I always try to keep my optimistic hat always with me no matter what, because if you're not optimistic, why bother, So at the end of the day, the next day is need to play with urgency. Game 5 is urgency, is have that killing instinct mentality. Like, it's not that we going home, we going to get one, and on the next one just keep on thinking the same way. We're going to get this one is not let's talk about it or whatever. We need to get this one. Every single game from here on out, that's the mentality that they need to have. But I just don't like that rotation. Everybody in the panel. I know that BX already heard me in the other chat. CT, Sergeant of the Knicks. I know that you guys definitely heard me. I said it since game 1. You remember Sergeant and you remember CT. People was killing me in the chat saying like, "Oh, why you gonna say that D Rose doesn't make sense in the starting position?" I'm like, bro, I rather always come from behind and keep something working. At that bench works marvelous. So now we are in a situation that our bench is still our starters still look mediocre, and now our bench is also feeding into it. So what we had going in game 1, game 2, it hurts, because in game 1 and game 2, they was talking about, wow, the Knicks is about to make history because they never seen a bench back to back hitting 60 points. So when you compare what the Knicks did, what the Hawks did as their starters, and what the Hawks did as their bench, what the Lakers, Clippers, all these teams, they never had a bench scoring over 60 or around 60 points back to back.
I agree. Yeah, that was a tough change for us, and I understood why he did it because the other two, our main two, Batman and Robin, wasn't giving us nothing. He needed a spark. I get it. I do get it from that point, but that you're right though. It takes away from that bench. You know what I mean? The only positive thing that I can say that came out at that now Obi Toppin gets to get a little bit more touches, as I would say per se, because when you had Derrick Rose, Emmanuel Quickley, and Alex Burks getting all them touches, Obi was like, "Well, I just got to play." Whatever. You know what I mean? So, I just wish we was hitting shots. It might have worked out well for us if we was hitting shots. I just think we got to hit them shots, man. Quickly, that's unusual for Quickly not to have them point. Like Reggie Bullock today. You can't, Reggie Bullock, we need you, brother. You ain't nowhere in the world you go in that game today, game 4, and you give us what you gave us today. And I think that was, like I said, a miss and make league. You make them, you win. You miss them, you lose. And I think that's what we on right now. And I also think that our defense is a little suspect, Ebru. But I do believe that we will bounce back on Wednesday, Ebru. I think we go down there and get it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I feel like it's we play best with our backs against the wall. We've done that all year, man. We go down 20, go down 15. Next thing we win in the game. You can't turn the TV off on these Knicks, so you can't turn the season off on them too, man. We still got plenty of time, plenty of game left in us, man. So we just gotta keep that same energy. I'm looking at the Hawks fan, man. I'm trying to give him give him a little working in here because there is no Hawks, there is no diehard Hawks podcast. You know what I'm saying? There is no, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? So they come to our podcast and they like to troll us because there's nowhere else for them to go, man. I totally get it, man. But I think we're gonna handle business, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I second that, man. I second that. But like I said, we go down there and do what we do. Get back to New York. That team need to get back to representing the city. Play like you like the city go. You got to be a taxi cab driving, subway riding, walking down the street. I don't know you. You don't know me. I ain't speaking to you. You don't speak to me. That's New York City. You know what I mean? They need to get back to being given that New York mentality. They got to bring it back from Atlanta, come back to New York City. Represent the city because they are a staple of the city. Get your hard hat, get your lunch pail, get out there. Let's scrap it up. Let's strap it up, man. And I think we do that. We walk out of there 3-2. I just think we walk out 3-2. We got to get back.
What do you guys think about what he was saying about the flagrant fouls at the end? That kind of annoyed me too because you see Derrick Rose on the side like this. While they dapping each other up, Derrick Rose in the back like that. I was like that the same way. I'm like, now you guys want to fight. This is something that you guys should have been doing from the beginning. That should have been part of the game plan.
Game 1.
Yeah, that should have been on the grease board. Say, listen, man, we're gonna put somebody on the ASS. You know what I'm saying? Right. Definitely from the get go. So I want to know what you guys thought about the end. Just the energy, because I feel like Julius Randle. Just the way that he brings himself to the game. He's always pouting and stuff like that. Reggie Bullock feeds off him. That's like his right-hand man. You just go down the line to all the different guys on the roster. A lot of guys look to Julius Randle to be that guy for them. Derrick Rose, on the bench, that's why the bench is so lively because he was the one leading those guys, So, I just feel like, his energy, Julius Randle, is definitely something that needs to change, man. I see Sergeant there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so let me say this before I lose my train of thought. So once you get over 50, if you don't get your thoughts out real quick, they slip your mind, right? So
for me, it's over 40, man. For me, it's over 40.
But I mean, you have a great point, right? Because that should have been the mindset coming into these playoffs. You cannot come into the playoffs with the same mindset you had during the regular season to think you're going to be successful. If you do that, then we're where we are right now. We're behind the power curve. When Tom Thibodeau made the change and put Derrick Rose as the starting point guard. And I want you guys to think about this for a hot second, right? If you make a move and take a caliber player as a Derrick Rose and make him your starting point guard, why on God's green earth are you still allowing Julius Randle to bring the ball up the court and the offense is running through him? Why? What was the point of putting Rose out there if you still going if you still having the offense run through Julius Randle? You could have put Frank out there. You could have put IQ out there. You could have went out and got the old lady from the concession stand and put her out there and said, the only thing I want you to do is stand here and just pass the ball. Just pass it to Julius Randle. Listen, I'm telling you something right now. It's one thing to make adjustments on the roster. And I'm going to show you how much I hold this back in, right? Because I'm going to come all the way around the corner and get right back to my starting point. What's up, G-Money? when you make a roster change and you say I'm putting a caliber player of Derrick Rose at the starting point guard, in my mind that means that the offense is about to run through Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose is about to be that floor general. He can see everything that's going on. He's going to open up the floor and make everybody better. But you can't do that if you are still running the point forward position. You are wasting an opportunity. Derrick Rose is out there running his stuff in the ground for what? To get a shot here or there? To get, he's not even able to create his own shots. Why? Because you got to pass the ball to Randall. No, that's not how we play ball, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what we do. So I'm going to circle back around to the original question that was asked, the energy at the end of the game. I can see the frustration on Derrick Rose's face because you got to think about how he's thinking. I'm the point guard. I'm supposed to be controlling what's going on the floor. And all these little antics and everything that you got going on, I call that spotlighting, right? So when you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're going to do something to take the vision or the focus off of, I done missed about 5 shots in a row. I'm only 7 for 19 in my game, so I need to do something different. So I'm going to go out here and I'm gonna foul this guy real hard and hope that this happens, and then I'm just gonna have all these antics on the sideline. I know the camera's gonna follow me because I am who I am, right? No, they're following you for the wrong reason, dude. That's not what you do. That's grandstanding. That doesn't do anything for the team aspect of what we're doing. That particular play right there, that's the same thing that happened when Trae Young gave that press conference and was like, shh. To the fans in the garden, that's bulletin board material. Stop playing with me right now. These guys are not just start playing basketball, man. Miss me with all that. I'm telling you right now, like I said before, we need to get back to playing fundamental basketball. When you can play fundamental basketball, when you make over 50% of your shots the way you're supposed to make them, when you're able to drive to the basket and open the court up for the rest of your team, talk to me then. Miss me with all this other antics and this grandstanding and all that. That's not why you're here, dude. That's not why you're here. What you're here to do is play basketball. That's it. Now, anything that comes with that after that, I give you all the props and all the love and all the support in the world. First and foremost, I need you to do fundamentally what you're here to do, and let's play basketball for the New York Knicks.
Yeah, I agree. Because I tell you what, right now, the Atlanta Hawks are renting space in their head, man. That's why Reggie Bullock need to get off that run. You don't run down the court at another team. You know you ain't going to hit nobody. Come on, man. You know what I mean? You ain't running down there to smack nobody. Why would you even do that? Now watch ESPN, watch tabloids where everybody does start throwing darts now. Knicks out of control. They don't handle the pressure. They choking under pressure. Blah blah blah. They want to fight. Nah, you let your game do the talking, man. All that stuff he did, that didn't make no sense to me, and I didn't like it at all. It's like how you gonna say be like RJ pounding Randall, pounding my man, y'all getting y'all butt whipped by 16 or 20. Come on, man. Yeah.
Devon, hey, real quick, Devon. To that point, if you had to get, I'm gonna ask you a question right now, right? So looking at our team, I can't even say this with a straight face. Looking at our team is currently constructed, right? Who's the tough guy on the team? Who is that guy? Who is it?
That's a good question.
Taj.
He hurt.
Taj Gibson.
Mitchell Robinson.
Taj Gibson.
Oh my goodness.
Taj Gibson is it, basically.
Todd, absolutely. Todd, and that's what I like about Mitch early in the season. I see Mitch go up to people like, "Nah, you don't want this dog." I see Mitch. Mitch got that little mean streak in him where he clowns a lot as a joker, as a comedian, but on the court, I see Mitch shoving dudes like, "Get away from my man." What up? Yeah. When they get ready to get into the stuff, Mitch will walk up in front of the huddle like, "Nah, dog." I heard they was playing Miami. No, he was playing early in the season. They were playing. I think it was Houston. And Mitchell Robinson just looked over to the big like, "Man, y'all don't want none, dog. Y'all don't want none." And I heard it loud and clear. And that's what Mitchell Robinson was bringing. I miss that dude so much, man. I just believe that his presence is being missed for New York, for the Knicks, man. But like I said, that all that tough guy talk. Let the ball talk. I don't want to hear you run your mouth. Let the ball talk. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you ain't making no shots, you need to shut your mouth. That's all to it. You know what I mean? But that's where it's at, man. With D Money, what up, brother? Welcome to the panel, man. Salute.
How's everybody doing? How's your
good,
weekend
man.
going?
Trying to stay positive. We trying to stay positive.
Mm-hmm. This series.
What that game today, man?
Well, the game. This is just what I think. I think the series is over. Also, the Hawks, they out hustled us with loose balls. You know, they continue to hit threes. Our defense rotations was bad. Julius Randle, he didn't have an MVP performance. RJ Barrett, yeah, he had 21, but I felt he had no impact when I watched the game. And Derrick Rose, he tried a little bit, but it didn't matter. So we just got to save face, take Game 5 at home, trying to bring this back to Atlanta and see what happens. And
Yep.
you got to give Atlanta the Hawks credit. John Collins has been awesome the past few games. Kevin Huerter has made big plays. Gallinari, he was stupendous off the bench. Trey Young was killing us with the floater game. He didn't shoot great from three, but he had his moments when three was falling at times. He didn't shoot great from three, but you get what I'm saying. And the Hawks just the mentally tougher team. Well, Atlanta right now is the mentally tougher team. They out hustled us, out muscled us, and we just gotta just save face, take care of Game 5 at home, and see what happens in Atlanta. But if I have to be an honest man, I think we lose the series in 6. I would not be surprised in 5.
That's understandable. CT, man, give me some thoughts, brother.
Yeah, look, it's fair to say, given the performances we've seen, that some people aren't as optimistic. For me, I'm choosing to stay optimistic of what this team showed us over a long period, 72 games. I look at 4 games against the 72, and I'm going to pick the 72. I think the longer the series goes, again, there's more openness for a swing, but whether an injury can happen, tactic change, someone just getting more comfortable. I think we can all agree on one thing, and that's Game 5. It's a must-win. We take it one game at a time. We tick that box off, and then we face the next challenge. For this team, we haven't faced an elimination game yet, and we all know that's when your temper's measured, and I think they're up for it. They've fought from behind in many games this year. I think the home crowd will take them on to victory, and then I think it's Game 6 after that. I think that's where we really see whether this team can make the jump. In terms of the lineups, I don't think we're going to see too much change. He's made that big move in forcing Rose into the starting lineup, and I just think we need to see guys in the bench pick it up. Burks has got to have a better game than he did tonight. Randall's got to have a much better game. I think the talent's all there. I think mentally he's still growing as a player. I think that's his biggest area for growth now. And I'll kick it over to Nice.
Right.
So, CT, you still wanted to say something, brother? Sorry.
No. Kick it over to you.
What can I say? Is
you want another shot?
Hey,
you want another shot?
I already had a couple shots, but the thing is that
Knicks Real Talk Bourbon. When I mean that, we're talking about Knicks Real Talk Bourbon.
You guys really want to hear me being honest?
Of course.
Yeah, brother.
Coach Thibodeau is one of the best coaches for a player, because if you can't see that he's trying his butt off to have Randall to pick up where he usually is in the regular season, and for some reason Randall still haven't broken out of that bubble. It's frustrating, Like, people could argue saying about D Rose, this and that they put him in the lineup or whatever, but at the end of the day, people wanted it. He gave it to you, so nobody could complain that he doesn't adjust. Hey, CT, you remember what I said it in the panel? That they asked, like, hey, what do you give to a Coach Thibodeau? And I was like, I give him an A-, and everybody started, what? You crazy, dude?
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because you have pretty much everybody in this panel you have pretty much everybody in the chat saying like, well, we want to see Rose and this and this and that. He doesn't make no adjustment. Now he does this adjustment. So we lost. What are you guys complaining about, Coach Thibodeau? Didn't you guys wanted that? I said that even more emotional because at that time I was even more emotional. But it's one of those that the fan be asking for something, but they not ready for the consequence or what they're gonna get back. That's why I keep on saying like it doesn't matter to me if we are losing first, second, third, but on that fourth quarter, if we bring it back and we end up with a W, that's the only thing that matters to me. Look at game one. Game one, we lost, but by how many points? We only lost by 2 points. So why people was already like losing their mind? Yeah, but we lost, bro. We lost by 2 points, and you know how behind we was at. Why are we gonna change something? And people was like, well, it's D Rose, and it's like, nah. At the end of the day, I give Coach Thibodeau, let's say, I salute, take off my hat for him. He's a great coach, but the only reason I do give him a little bit blame is because on the game after he did that with Rose, he did that again today, and it's like, come on, man. And look at the bench. It will be different. You remember that EP? Everybody was saying that, well, EP is a problem. The best opportunity that the Knicks had was that day that EP wasn't playing.
Yeah. That had nothing to do with EP. I don't know where they're getting that from.
It wasn't just EP.
It
wasn't just EP. You can't, like you said, nice. I'm sorry for interrupting you guys. I apologize. I'm very sorry. Like you said, we can't use the Alfred Payne excuse because he hasn't played the games in Atlanta. What's wrong with the team? Again, I'm not trying to be negative because, again, no matter what happens in this series, we had a great year. We've overachieved. It's been a successful season. It's not a failure that we lose the series. It's not a failure.
Exactly.
No one thought that New York was going to be a top 4 seed in the East, but it is a disappointment at the same time, in my opinion. It's not a failure. There's a difference, though. It's not a failure if we lose this series because, hey, we had a great run, but it's also kind of a disappointment because I felt that we had a good enough team to at least get past Atlanta. That's just me personally. Yeah?
Buddy, real quick, let me just time in real quick, and I'm just going to throw something in and get my foot out real quick. It's not a disappointment, brother, because you want to know something? You remember what Jack said in national TV? He said, like, well, they not a legit team until they actually get home court advantage. They got home court advantage. I never heard nothing about Jack saying about next to this and that or something positive. So at the end of the day, we shut a lot of people's mouth. Just like I said, NBA TV, ESPN, they had us not even going to the play-in.
True.
Not even close to top 9 or 10. They said, well, they're going to make improvement, but it's not going to be that much. So it may be 11th place. And I'm like, with Coach Thibodeau? You crazy, bro. And CT, I remember that you was there, Sergeant was there, and maybe you too, G Money. But we gave our prediction. I said, with Coach Thibodeau, I could guarantee you we're going to get 35 wins.
I thought
everybody
26.
in the chat. But you remember everybody in the chat. Oh, you guys are delusional. This, and that. I'm like, all right, let's just wait and see. Let's just wait and see. And bro, they made me look bad because they even exceed. What was their record? Like 41 and 40?
41 and 31.
41-31.
That's but you see what I mean, Divine and BX? It's like, come on, man. If they over exceed and people wasn't even expecting it, that's more than enough. If it's a lose and we get knocked out, hey, I still salute. I appreciate like right now I have that Golden State mentality as a fan. Like if I was there in the stadium, I wouldn't leave. They could be blowing us out, I wouldn't leave. I
agree with that part. Yeah, you gotta be loyal. You gotta be loyal.
Yeah, I will give him a standing ovation, just like they did with Golden State. And look what happened the year after that. They came with 100. 2 years. Well, regardless, it was still close. I'll leave it at.
That's a good point. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's a failure. I never said that because again, it's been a great season, like you said. I'm happy. I'm ecstatic that we have a bright future. You know, we have a good team. What I am saying is, look, we have overachieved to this point. We know that. No one expected us to even, like you said, make the play-in, let alone be a top 4 seed in the East. All I'm saying is, I felt that it would have been a little bit better if we would have been in Atlanta. I'm not trying to be greedy or anything. I'm not, but I'm just have to be a little honest with myself. If we would have been in Atlanta and let's say lost to Philadelphia, I would have been super satisfied with the season. I'm happy that we have played well, but if we would have lost to Philadelphia in the second round, I would have been more satisfied. I'm not trying to downgrade Atlanta. The Hawks are a very good team, and in my opinion, they're going to win this series, and the Sixers are going to have their hands full a little bit in that series. But even though I am very satisfied and I'm happy that the team has played great to this point, I'm saying is I felt that it is a little bit, I'm not saying a lot, a little bit of a disappointment that we didn't get past Atlanta. That's all I'm saying. It would have been better for me if we would have lost to Philadelphia. That's what I'm saying in the second round.
Hey, Eru, what's your feel about the season? I mean, even if
it's been a
Wednesday,
great season. It's been a great season.
Yeah, excuse me, D-Man, I'm talking Die Hard. If season end Wednesday, what's your feeling about the season so far? You know, what you feel about this year?
Well, just to chime in, add on what everybody's saying here, like we weren't supposed to be here, you know what I'm saying? So getting to 41 wins, I didn't have him at 40. I had him at maybe like 30 or whatever, but 41 wins is something that we never expected, man. The 9-game winning streak and all this other stuff. It's just good stuff. But, you know, I'm just looking through Twitter. Twitter's crazy, man. I try to stay away from Twitter sometimes after games, especially because guys go off the deep end. One guy, we was arguing with him because he was calling the Knicks frauds. I mean, like frauds. Like, where does fraud come from out of your mouth? The season is totally the opposite of that, you know. And you know, just the blaming Alfred. I've seen people blaming Alfred, and he didn't even play. They're saying that if he played better, then we wouldn't have to put Derrick Rose in the starting. I'm like, wow. So we blaming Alfred Payton on the games he don't even play. It's like, wow.
We finished higher than Miami and Boston, and they're all frauds. If we're a fraud.
Exactly.
Yeah. No one had us higher than them.
You know what? You can't blame Alfred Payton. Ain't Julius Randle going 2-3 for 20. He or 3 for whatever. He ain't R.J. Barrett going block 5 for 15. He not Alex Burton. You can't blame nothing on Alfred Payton. Alfred Payton was one of the reasons why we were there, because at the beginning of the season, Alfred Payton was holding his own in New York. He was holding his own.
Down, man. Yeah, for the season, he averaged what, 10 and 3.
Yep.
So a lot of times throughout the year, he had a couple games where he had 20 points a game, where he basically, you know, led the team into a few wins in the beginning of the season, man. So I don't know, you know, another thing too. We was talking on Sim Show where somebody brought up the fact that maybe like a sports psychologist or somebody needs to be brought in to talk to some guys, because I feel like that's the only thing that's really going on with us right now. It's just like Alfred's the way Alfred's playing, I can't really explain it. You know what I'm saying? The way Julius Randle's approaching this playoff series, I just really can't explain it, man. So maybe I don't know. It's like you're pulling at straws, man. Like maybe they need to stop at City MD on the way out or something, you know, just to talk to somebody. I really don't know what we could do with this, man.
I don't pay attention to those people. Word of advice: there are some opinions you cannot respect. People who are saying, "Oh, Alfred Payne's the reason why we're down 3-1," I don't respect their opinion. Like, how can we blame somebody that's not playing? That doesn't make any sense.
No, you're right with that. But what they don't really see, here's the reason why they're saying that. I'm just trying to be devil's advocate for a second. Because if you're taking Derrick Rose out of the second unit and putting him in the first unit, he's not kick-starting the second unit, and you can see that. So it's having a ripple effect. Because if Alfred Payne were to play somewhat decent, he wouldn't do that move and left out, because Derrick Rose jumpstarts that second unit. They propel the Knicks either to take the lead or to come back or to hold the lead, because he's just that good with that second unit. You see how the second unit is struggling now because he's in the first. And then, like we were talking about earlier, Rose, when he, like Sarge was saying, he brings the ball up and he's giving it to Randle, and he's not really doing anything. He's not being a point guard. So for that, you should have just played your all NBA bench of Franklin Akina to come and do that, or like you said, the concession stand lady to do that. That's the only move that Thibodeau made a failure there. For that reason, then you just left Rose in the bench. I was like, leave him in the bench and just put maybe Frank in the front, or you want to take somebody like maybe Alex Burke because he's more experienced, you know, since we didn't quickly he's a rookie. All right, you could do that because they had the mental makeup to do that. And then you would have not lost anything because you would have had them sparking and moving. in that second unit with that cohesion. Maybe that's the one thing that everybody says, "Oh, if Alfred would have played." I think I'm just trying to be demonstrating. That's maybe where the fans see if I'm blaming on Alfred Payton, but it's true. Alfred Payton is not even on the didn't play the games in Atlanta, and we still lost. So,
but you want to know something real quick, BX? The thing is, a lot of people, we need to understand that there's no fan more tougher than the Knicks. Take for instance what G Money said. He's not wrong with that. We will all feel great if we get to the other series, but if we get to the other series, I'm telling you, and I'm guaranteeing you that the same approach that you have, G-Man, now they thinking about, man, I would feel better if we get to Brooklyn. Like, nah, I don't want to lose right now, man. That's the problem. We're not looking at it like it being a process. We should just enjoy it. If it is what it is, just enjoy it. Why people keep on putting pressure on a team that it has been a process since day one, since the season began. Everybody knew before getting on board that it would have taken 2 years. And sometimes I think that that's the only downfall, that they gave us a little bit of taste of something beautiful that is going to be happening in 2 years. And the fan is always so like, I want to see it now. I want to see it now. I want to see it now. That they might not give the Knicks organization a chance to finish doing what they actually came here to do.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Sarge.
I just forgot. I told you when you get old, you forget if you don't get your thought out real quick, you forget what you're about to say, man. What I was going to say was this, right? A lot of people, and I've seen, I'm not going to say a lot, but there are people out there that say that Tibbs listened to the fans and made that the substitution and that didn't really go well. I'm here to tell you right now, right? Tibbs is a NBA head coach. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, that Tibbs is not basing his starting lineup on what the fans say. Let's get off that narrative right there. Let's be for real, right? So what Tibbs did, he took a look at the roster and said, if I'm gonna bench Peyton, then what gives us the best opportunity to win? In his mind, that was bringing Derrick Rose from the second unit, making him the starting point guard. Where he failed at, he did not make it clear as who was running the offense. You don't bring a Derrick Rose into the starting offense and continue to run the plays through Julius Randle. You don't do that. That's ludicrous in my mind. Now, maybe he's thinking he's seeing these guys more than I see them. Maybe he sees something else, and that's game planning. Okay, if that's the case, fine. But what we have seen is that doesn't work. Okay, so however we have arrived at the position and where we are right now, it's not working. So you need to do something different. You need to do something different. Don't continuously do the same thing over and over again and think that you're going to be productive or successful. And we have proven that it doesn't work. Right? Let's do something else. Let's do something else. If you're at the point right now, whether you're successful or you're not, people coming from your head, you know how Knicks fans are. Man, since we lost that game, I've seen about 18,000 streams and tweets and comments and chats. Oh, we need to trade Julius Randle. He's a bum and this, that, and the third. Come on, people. Stop playing with me right now. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. You got to dance with the people that you brought to the dance, right? You can't take your wife to a dance and you see this nice little hottie sitting over on the corner that you want to dance with and think your wife gonna be okay with that. Stop playing with me right now. Let's be for real. Miss me with that, Divine. Oh my goodness.
You know what? I look at it this way: 17 wins 2 years ago, 21 wins last year, and we had more wins this year than both of them years. We 41-31, fourth in the Eastern Conference. Like I said, four draft picks, 7 first-round picks in the next 4 years. We got capital. We got good talent down there. We got a strong front office. We got good coaching staff. I mean, listen, man, Knicks is just only getting started, bro. So all the naysayers and the doubters and the procrastinators and the haters, y'all can kick rocks with all that. Like I told y'all when the 22 games got here, I told Vegas to kick rocks 22 games ago. Talking about we only go win 22 game, man, kick rocks. You know what I mean? We had the same team from last year. Think about our star lineup this year. Julius Randle played for us last year. R.J. Barrett started last year. Only one that started was what Alpha Payton started last year. Only Mitchell Robinson and Reggie Bullock. Tom Thibodeau took that same team, added a couple of pieces, and doubled it in the win total. So if you're a Knicks fan, you got to be optimistic about what happened this year. We went from 21 to 41 with the lowest payroll in the league. One guy making over $15 million. We got cap space. We good. And so no matter what happens Wednesday, the Knicks season going to be going on for all year round. Because nobody, the summer league going to be here. The free agency going to be here. You know, the draft going to be here. We good.
Yeah.
The Knicks organization is in a good spot. And for 8 years, we've been in purgatory, up and down, you know, flying coaches left and right, doing all this crazy stuff. We finally, Scott Perry came here 3 years ago and brought us some structure. He got his draft picks. He got his money. He got his young talent. We good, man. So all them people out there who getting all crazy about the Knicks, man, the Knicks, we are here. I can really truly say that. We here. We back. Like Amari started about, I said, the Knicks is back. We just got to go down there and get it Wednesday, man. If we get it Wednesday, guys, I think if we win that game Wednesday, me personally, I will feel good about our season a bit more than I would feel right now. Even if we lose that game 6, but I would love to see us win that game 5. Just do it for to say that we didn't come to the playoff and we didn't belong here. I think if we win that game, that tells us that we do belong here. You know, if we go down and lose that game, because like Eden said, we could have lost the second game. That means we could have got swept. You know what I mean? But I think if we go in there and win that game 5 and 3-2 and go back, I think the Knicks fan base will feel proud of us when we get back to New York, whether win or lose, because we competed. We did what we did all these weeks, competed. Now I think if we do that, fellas, I think we'd be in a good spot, man. So I'm happy about what we had. As a Knicks fan, I've been a loyal fan for 50 years. You know what I mean? And I'm an 82 gamer. I watch all 82 games every year. Win or lose, down season, up season. I watch 82 games a year. The Knicks is like me put on a pair of socks as a way of life for me. You know what I mean? And I'm orange and blue till I die. So to see what they did this year, I was like, yo, I can't wait the next year. I can't wait till this summer, guys. Yeah, this summer is going to be crazy because, like I said, we're going to make some power moves. You best believe we ain't keeping all 4 of them draft picks. They ain't going to be on our roster. So we got to move some of them, you know what I mean? And I think we're in good line. I think there's going to be some disgruntled cats out there going to want to come to New York. I think we're a point guard and a small forward away for putting work and going to the finals personally. I really believe that.
Yeah, and I think we're not even playing.
One thing we forgot to say, this is only 2 games that Derrick Rose is in the starting lineup that they actually played. So now you got a couple days off until Wednesday. Now you have practices. They didn't even practice with Rose as a starter. So now you got Rose coming in to practice now. It's going to get better. My point is, it's going to get better. Game 5 is going to be a much more fluid team. They're gonna get all the kinks out and everything there, and he should have done that from the beginning of the series. I mean, or a couple games before the playoffs started to make that adjustment. So my point is that you're going to see the Knicks play better Game 3 as Derrick Rose as a starting point guard, and they're gonna. The series is not over, guys. The series is not over.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, you know, no one's going to say this after the series because we've been playing without him for most of the season. But these teams, Atlanta and us, we're very evenly matched, except we're playing without our starting center, and they're fully healthy. You know, so I think we're very evenly matched. You know, given the 2 games, games 1 and 2, you know, teams aren't expected to win on the road. So we're handling our business. We finished with the higher seed. And to your point, Divine, about our future, you know, our future's very bright. They had us high in the future power rankings for a reason. And, you know, I think players like Knox will probably move on, Knox and Frank. That'll clear up another 8-10 million together with the other cap space we have. And I think some big moves are happening, you know. I think they might look at signing Lowry or Schroeder, solidifying that point guard position, bring a healthy Mitch back, see if this Luka's any good, and, you know, have him and Rose run off the bench. And we just need stability, you know. We can't just keep turning things over. You know, we had a successful season no matter how this playoffs thing ends. Yes, you got to make little tweaks here and there. You got to improve the make and the model that you've got. You know, give it some premium oil in it. Give it a good tune up. And I think this year's just been an excellent experience for everyone. It's been Randall's big experience for him, big experience for RJ to experience the playoffs in his second year. He's only 20 years old. Quickly's a rookie. Obi's a rookie. And, I'm just excited. And like I said, hopefully our season continues. The more games we play, the better, the more experience. And, I'm looking for things to click in Game 5. You see.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, man. Nice, but I do agree with you about 100% on that.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that too, man. But a lot of fans, we got to remember, a lot of these people that really complaining, they're young. They don't really remember what happened back in the days. Patrick Ewing, his era lasted 13 seasons straight in the playoffs, man. So we've had times when we were good. So I mean, like the last 20 years or so, I have a kid. He's like 17 years old. He always laughs at me. He said, "Yo, man, you still a Knicks fan?" Like, oh man, I can't believe it, because he's looking at me in a certain way. But like you have to understand the process. You know what I'm saying? This is like a hobby, something that we love. It's like Divine said, it's something. 50 years. I don't miss any games. Same thing with me. I don't miss any games. I got to watch it on my phone and this, that, and the other. But through the trials and tribulations, you got to remember to smell the roses, man. Right. Shout out to State. You guys know State, right? Me and State get on the show, and he's always talking about this, talking about that. I say, yo, State, sometimes you got to take a breath, man, and just like really see where we came from. Last year we was terrible, and the year before that we was terrible. So now, listen, everything that's happening now, you can kind of see the future a little bit. You can kind of see where we could go. But like people that they're always thinking about the next move. Oh, they should have traded Julius Randle, got an extra draft pick, and this, that, and the other. Next year we need to do this, we need to do that. So yo, man, calm down and just listen. We were 41-31. Did you think we were gonna be that good? No, you didn't. Nobody did, man. So sometimes you just got to sit back and just smell the roses and just enjoy the moment, enjoy the ride, because that's what's sweet about this whole thing. Not just right here, like, oh man, yo, the Knicks are a fraud, and you're like, your mind is way out of whack, if you can't, if this is supposed to be enjoyment, if you can't sit here and enjoy the process of things that are happening, then I really don't know what to tell you, man. Divine just set the table. We got all our draft picks, we got all our money, we got a bunch of young players on the team that are doing really well. Julius Randle is a guy that we never thought would be, like a focal point of an offense, man. So it's like we have the table set. We have all the pieces, and going forward, like CT was saying, and you never know who we're gonna get. It's definitely the writing is on the wall for something beautiful to happen. And you're not gonna get the whole story if you're freaking scratching the chalkboard, back and forth, right. Irritating yourself. You're making yourself stressed, man. That's the definition of insanity, man. So that's my message to guys. That we just gotta take a breath and just really just enjoy what's happening, man. Enjoy the whole moment of all this.
I agree.
Yeah, we well in a good spot, man. Said. Yeah, we're in a good spot, fellas. I believe that, man. Like I said, compared to where we came from, the Phil Jackson era, to 5 different coaches in 6-7 years. You know what I mean? Yeah. We are now part of the creme de la creme pretty soon. I think next year Knicks gonna be a 50-win team. I think we're gonna get the pieces we need. We only a couple of pieces away from going to being in the East. I believe we only a couple of pieces. That point guard and that small forward. You've plugged them 2 holes right there, and Mitch come back. Now, whether it be a Kawhi Leonard or Jimmy Butler, whether it be whoever, I don't know who it's going to be, but if we get somebody who can give us a consistent every night, no matter what, 17, 18, 20 a game, like Bullock will give you 5 tonight, he may give you 11 the other day. Imagine him on the bench and you getting a small forward who can literally give you 20-something a game every night. No hands down every night. The Knicks is a problem. And you get a point guard that can really facilitate and shoot the 3. The Knicks is going to be crazy, man. I think they're going to be cutting. They'll be hunting for us next year. Don't get me wrong. Now we're going to be a target next year. Now people are like, okay, they're going to be coming at us now. So we definitely have to upgrade our roster because the teams know we here now. They know we here. So that when they come to play the Knicks at the Garden, they like that. We got to go in there and bust these cats up because these cats go hard. So I think we on to something, God. I think no matter how this season ends, I'm good. I wanted to go to the second round. I believe we have enough talent to go there. But if we don't, I just want to win Game 5, man. I tell you, I just want to win Game 5. We win Game 5 and lose Game 6. I'm good. We competed in the playoff. We lost 4-2, and then we competed. So I take that all day.
Yeah. Yo, I want to say something real quick because I just got the signal. I gotta get off here, man. But we all a part of the movement. You know, shout out to you guys. You got Divine, BX, CT, Nice. It's the first time I got on the show with you guys, man. We are part of a movement.
Brother.
You know what I'm saying? We're part of a movement, guys. You know what I'm saying? You got your show.
Sure.
There's so many other different shows, but for the majority of the fact, everybody's cool with each other. You know what I'm saying? So that's all about smelling the roses. Not really, everybody's doing their thing, but everybody's doing it, and it's a beautiful thing. It's something that's important, so important for the culture right now, for the Knicks fans, and just New York City, or just the Knicks fans all around the world, man. We got CT out here. You got the accent going on, man. I love it, man. You know what I'm saying? That we are in a special time now where we in control of the media. Like, we don't have to hear ESPN. I'd rather hear what Divine got to say. You know what I'm saying? I try to catch you guys' show on the replay because normally I'm like dead in the middle of my sleep right now, man. But I had to get on because I couldn't turn my mind off. I couldn't turn it off. You know what I'm saying? But before I go, I just wanted to put it out there. Keep it going. Everybody keep being positive. Keep connecting with each other because we in a special time right now on this earth that we're able to control the narrative. We'll be able to speak to each other. I don't know where you guys are from, but we're from all over the place, and we're all here for those Knicks, man. And then it's just a beautiful thing. But that's something that we just have to just remember, and just enjoy this space and time, man, because everybody has a voice now. Everybody has a voice to be negative. With this power that we have, why would you use it to be negative? It doesn't make any sense, man. So I just want to say that before I get up out of here, guys. Thank you for having me on.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for coming on, brother. That's the show. The door is always open, my brother. Anytime you want to come, we appreciate you, man. And one thing like I said, man, all this content created out here, this is from a fan for the fan. We fans, you know what I mean? We bring it from the fan for the fans, and I appreciate all you brothers coming on, man. I really do, man. But I love to speak. I love talking Nick Ball, but I like talking with insane, rational people. You know what I mean? Who not in it for the propaganda, the hyperbole. I ain't with all that. You can say that for the BSPNs and all them cats. We come here, we speak truth to power. We talking because we love the Knicks. We walk and talk orange and blue all day, every day. You know what I mean? And I'm glad to be able to meet all you brothers, man. I'm in real talk, man. It's Nice, Colorado, and CT out there in Australia. Am I right, CT? Australia?
Yeah.
Right. We got my man BX in Orlando. I'm in down here in North Carolina. We all over, but we all come from that central location, which is New York City, because that's where the heart of all this is at. You know what I mean? We coming from the mecca of basketball, and because we love the Knicks, man, and not because of how the team playing. Them 15,000 fans the other day let you know why it's called the mecca of basketball. You know what I mean? That's why it's called the Mecca, because the cats was in that fan game. And that's what we need Wednesday. But Eru, thank you, brother. Y'all know to check Die Hard podcast out, man. Y'all look for the notifications. When the brother come on, y'all go support the channels. You already know it for the love of the game. You already know how they get down. The streets is buzzing. Me and BX got BX Brownstown Out Sports Talk. You check him out. Knicks Real Talk. We here, man. I got love for everybody. We appreciate you coming on, Ebro. I really do, man. I appreciate you so much, man. And have a good night, brother. And I'll see you on the next one. And when you come on, man, get a notification. I'll come and holler at you for sure.
I no doubt, man. Thanks for having me on. Nice to meet everybody.
Likewise,
all right, bro. Peace.
Yeah, salute.
Peace.
Yeah, man. It's gonna get popping. We're gonna get it popping, fellas. Wednesday, man. We gotta get this thing. We gotta get it. I ain't ready to go home yet. I ain't ready for the tent yet. For sure.
But Divine, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So you thought that once you heard that the Knicks, they made it for the playoff, did you actually care if we win or lose or lose anything? Because the only thing that we
I want us to go all the way to the fucking finals, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was trying to get to the finals. I'm like, yo, man, the way that team was playing, I was like, yo, we about to do something. I wasn't settling for less, because I think I had got past that. Nice, I had got past that. We were paying with house money. Once we had got to a certain point, we done with the house money stuff now. I just think that we had an opportunity to go in there and get to the second round. I said, we get to the second round, because I wanted to go and play Brooklyn. Everybody already know. You check the videotapes. I just wanted to play Brooklyn for the city of New York. I like, no matter what, the Knicks go into the second round and play Brooklyn. Even if Brooklyn beat us, we would get more headline pages than they would, because the Knicks made it to the second round and they supposed to win it all. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's what I was hoping for. But yeah, I wasn't settling for less. Nice. I want to go all the way, man. For real.
Yeah, no, to that question, Nice. Yeah, I'm just happy making the playoffs. I'll be honest. I think because where we were, you have to be realistic. Any part of playoff experience would have been a positive for the future. You know, we weren't supposed to be in the playoffs, so we certainly weren't going to win the chip. You know, and when you're in such an early stage of development, and when you're building as well, it's invaluable to be able to give your young players this kind of experience. You know, and if anything, I think a loss to Atlanta would actually help our young players' growth more than winning this series and losing to Philadelphia, because they're going to feel that hurt and that pain, and that's going to take them into the gyms, and they're going to work and try to get better, and try to go one further. You know, every player that achieves something, you know, they'll tell you that, you know, it was a setback that helped them get to where they were, and, you know, and put in that work. And if we just breezed past Atlanta and lost to Philadelphia, I don't think that would have the same impact, you know?
Facts. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I was excited, BX, man. I was happy about the season, man. I'm still happy. I don't care. Even if we lose Wednesday, I'll be disappointed. Not disappointed, but I'll be hurt. But I'm happy with the season.
Divine, but you know something, BX and Divine and TT, that's a wonderful thing. That's something that instead, because the thing is, we gotta bring our mentality, like our emotion, the way that we think, a little bit outside of being a Knicks fan. Knicks fan, this is the way they think. When you give them a little bit, I want it all. I want it all.
Right.
That's my mentality on that one. Yeah.
So until we start looking at it like, you know something, realistically, BX, man, we got far. Let's cherish that. Because I'm telling you, it's going to be a beautiful thing if we trust the process and we believe in everything, bro. You remember at the beginning of the season, nobody believed in Obi or in Quickly. What the blank is Leon Rose doing? Yada yada. Game 1 of the playoff series against Atlanta, when they put Obi and Quickly, my first question was in the panel right after that. Yeah, I know we lost, but you guys seen Quickly and Obi?
Right.
Bro, I saw a little bit of defense, and I'm like, bro, they was playing great defense. And a lot of people was doubting them, saying like, yeah, but the only problem with Quickly and Obi is that they don't play defense. They're known not for playing defense. Bro, if Leon Rose, this is why I feel so comfortable. He got those two players. A lot of people will question it, and he gave them a better Obi version and a better Quickly version. I don't want to think no more. Whatever he does with the draft, I'm pretty sure he's gonna make the right decision. It might not make sense for us, but we gotta believe. We only 65%. We're about to be 100.
Yeah. When I'm gonna go on that question you asked to Divine earlier. I'm gonna chime in on that. The expectation and the narrative of the team changed once they jumped over the Vegas number, and they kicked the rocks, and they kept going forward, and they kept escalating. And when they finally said, "Oh, they got the 4th seed," I keep saying I'm still staying behind it. I'll eat crow with it. I have the bottle of wine to drink that crow with it, or with barbecue sauce, or whatever the case is. I'm still thinking they're still going to go on that deep playoff run. I still think they're going to go. It's still the nail in the coffin isn't placed on it. The reason why I'm not gonna put a limitation or ceiling, because tomorrow isn't and it goes for everything. Tomorrow is not expected to nobody. Nobody's guaranteed tomorrow. So while we're here and while the iron is hot, we gotta strike. I understand, there might be, but it's the 2021 season. It's the most weirdest season in the whole basketball association everywhere. You've seen our players go down. You see players get injured. And if some miracle the Knicks lose, I could see the Atlanta Hawks going to the Eastern Conference Final. I could see them because the way they play. If it ain't guaranteed for Philadelphia to come out of the next round winning. It's not. I don't see it. I think anybody could be beat, and that's why I'm like, my expectation and narrative of the team. I've seen you guys at your potential, and my eye test says that you guys play good and you guys play well. And I'm not.
Yeah,
You know
great
what?
point.
And you're like, why? Why are you not playing well? And it frustrates. I think they could go. And can they shock a Philadelphia 76ers? Yeah. You know who won that the games the regular season was the shooting I forget his name from the 76ers. That he was on
Curry?
Orlando. No, he was on
Landry
Orlando.
Shamet?
No, he
Oh,
was on
Shannon.
Orlando, and then he went to LA, and now he's with Philadelphia. The Long Island kid.
Danny Green?
The other Long
Yeah,
Island
Danny
kid.
Green. Yeah,
No, the
Danny
one with the
Green.
max player. The other Long Island kid with the max player. Man, I just
Oh,
Tobias.
Tobias Harris.
Tobias Harris. He's the
Right.
X factor for the 76ers. If you stop him, because you're not going to get a lot of points from Simmons, but you're going to get a hell of a defensive effort from that kid. And you could let be pretty much. I think I'll be. I think the key there is Tobias Harris. If you could stop him and run him down, I think you could contain the 76ers to beatable games. That's just my opinion, but so back to that point, the narrative changed, and I'm like, the Knicks are so close, and and it's just me maybe being a little bit PTSD, a little impatient, or from the 54 win Melo team, like they never got back to that. So you're like, damn, we're close again. I'm like the type maybe to kind of say like not put all our chips in, but put half of your chips in to try to go for it and save. But they're building something good. I know if and when the season ends, I'm not disappointed. I'm excited. I'm happy that the season they gave me, they got me reinvigorated in watching the Knicks again in the NBA period, because I was always watching the Knicks, regardless when Fizdale or when they sucked. I was there. I was glued to them, but I didn't want to watch no other basketball. I couldn't care less about the Golden State Warriors or the anybody. I couldn't stand it. I'm like, I want to see my Knicks. Until my Knicks get good, and God is my witness, I didn't watch an NBA final. I'll keep an eye on it, listen to Sports Center or whatever the reviews or whatever that went on but I didn't watch it. And I gotta thank the Knicks for giving me that love to watch basketball games. I can't put words to it. It's phenomenal, and I thank them for that. This season came out of that. It got me loving basketball again. Go ahead, TJ.
Yeah, the scenes at the Garden in Game 2 is just something I'll never forget. It's just staying with me. I even screenshotted a couple of things saying, NBA updates saying, Knicks even the series, Knicks clinch 4th seed, just to have that memory. And
that's right.
Every time I look at them, it just brings me to that joy I felt, when it was just unexpected. When this season started, I was just thinking, man, we just need to get through it. Correct the organization. Let's be stable. Please, our draft picks show that they're decent. And look where we are now, arguing whether we're going to go to Game 6. I mean, it's a beautiful thing.
It is,
and we're all passionate, and we all. Yeah, what's up,
you
nice?
good, you good. No, you good. I'm gonna let you finish. Well, keep rocking.
Yeah. Just it's just something I won't forget. Us, going on this journey this year, and then crowds coming in. I'm pro crowds all the way. I think it's amazing, and hopefully we make the next round because we can fill the Garden again, 100% capacity. That's just going to be crazy, because I think even Mike Breen said that Game 2 was like top 5 of his experiences at the Garden, and I could only wish that I was there.
Yeah, I would love to take that in too, bro. Because I would tell you, when Obi got that alley-oop and Barrett threw down that hammer on my man, if I would have been in there, y'all probably had to take me out there on the stretcher.
You see, I'm surprised like John Starks didn't jump on the court.
Right. We had a memorable year, man. And that's what I love about this year, that 9-game winning streak. Man, every time I got on the TV, I'm like, every night, Knicks winning this game. Knicks win. You know what? For it to come to fruition, they was balling out this year, man. You look at some of the stuff they were doing, man. I'm like, man. And we still had a kind of the season 2, guys, where we had a lot of injuries too. From the beginning of the year, we had guys in and out. Mitch was gone, Obi was gone, Burks was gone. We had mad injuries. I mean, this guy was out because of COVID. Derrick Rose was out because of COVID. Burks was out because of COVID. I just know that this team is something special about them. You don't bring all of them back. You got to bring that core back and just throw them other pieces with it. Because I think they're going to be special next year, man. I really do.
So honestly, even though that they not playing okay, I still believe since game 1, game 2, game 3, I still believe that there's bro. You see what I have in my hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this happened, believe me, you guys gonna see me doing like this, cause I know that CT already heard me saying this. CT already heard me saying, don't find this surprising. Once we get Luka and Mitch, all of a sudden our back is on that wall right now. How beautiful! Who's gonna question pretty much anybody in the Knicks if they actually put Luka and Mitch, and from there on out, oh man, if it's blowout, and we keep that momentum going with it, oh bro, that's it.
I can't wait the next. That's why I can't wait the next year, man. Because the training camp gonna be a full training camp. You know what I mean? He didn't get to implement his game plan this year like he wanted to because of the COVID situation. Tom Thibodeau gonna have them guys in the gym. Luka Vandoza gonna be in there. Oh my God, bro, it's gonna be crazy. I'm trying to vision Vandoza running up the court with Quickly on one wing, Obi on another. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mitchell Robinson over here. Somebody. Whether it's Burks in the second unit, we get not Burks, but Bullock in the second unit, we get another starter. Them cat pulling him at the 3-point line, just dropping bombs. I can even visualize that. That cat, we just need that point guard like him who can facilitate. Get them cat the ball in the right spot. When you see Obi, get up into him in the right spot. Get Burks. I think once we get that dude, and I'm hoping Vandoza is that dude. If he can do that, I'm good. I really am. If he.
Have you guys seen this picture right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, bro, and you heard anything about Mitch?
Yeah.
You heard the latest news?
Yep. He's ready.
That he's ready.
Bro, he's ready.
Bro, yeah, I'm telling you.
We broke that down earlier. And then did you see the tweet before the one of Luka before that?
Talk to me, BX.
He wrote it in Spanish. He's done with the playbook. I'm ready. He wrote it in Spanish. If you look at it,
check this out real quick.
This is going to be right here.
Check it out. If Luka
was that on his press update or his personal?
No, his personal Twitter. His Twitter page. He goes, I'm done with the playbook. I'm ready. He says the homework, but it's the playbook. I'm done with my homework, and then he put the emoji with the muscles. He's ready. He's ready to go. He ate it up, and he's ready.
And boy, just get it.
And have you seen that Campazzo? Have you seen him play?
Yes,
yes, sir.
I've heard people in the know say that this guy is the best of all of them currently.
Yeah,
ask Kobe Bryant.
He's got good brother, reports. Yeah, Kobe Bryant.
But check it out. If he pan out at the point guard spot. Now we got that max money to go get somebody else. That's why if Vandoza pans out, he literally could be the starting point guard for the New York Knicks, and Derrick Rose coming off the bench. Now you got that 3 spot where you could spend 30, 25 million, or you could trade. We got a bunch of trade assets. I think the Knicks is in a prime spot to make a run next year. I think if that dude pan out, you think about. Because them guys contract like Burks and all that, they ain't over till July. So, you mess around and do a sign and trade with somebody. Let's say hypothetically you get Vandoza, and let's say hypothetically Levine they know they're not gonna sign that dude the next year. So they could, Knicks got 7 draft picks. You know what I mean? First round draft pick. They might like Chicago, listen, we'll give you Knox aspiring, this man aspiring. We'll give you 3 first round picks for that dude. Now you got Campazzo. What?
Divine and VX and CT, hear this thing out. One thing that makes me so optimistic that it's gonna happen. I wish it happens, because I even said it. It's CT. I said it. Keep your eyes in Game 5 I didn't knew that we was this deep in this hole. I even told another panel, if he comes, most likely it's gonna be after game 5. It's gonna be like in game 5 or game 6. Just keep it aware because COVID, they start counting it once you get to whatever state you was destined to get. So he got to New York on a Friday. I started counting all those days. I'm looking at the day that he's supposed to be good, and it's a day before game 5. And I'm like, bro, get ready. It's gonna be game 5. That was like in game 1 or game 2. I said that. I said it just like that. And no lie, everything is looking good. I'm telling you, one thing that keeps me so optimistic is that I didn't saw somebody on the floor tonight. So now they could have an excuse saying like, well, the main reason we needed to get him is because we made the determination that one of our point guard, he's not playing efficiently. So we needed to swap him. So that's why I am so optimistic that don't find it weird. I just hope that this is the case. Don't find it weird if on this game 5 we will, because haven't you guys noticed that every single time they set the roster is always at the last minute? I hate that because it's like I'm waiting, and it is like, but in last minute, I won't find it weird if you see Luka and Mitchell Robinson in that roster. And boy, if we see that.
5? You calling game 5 next?
Yeah.
Wow. You're saying that game 5.
Yeah, he's been in New York training for the last 3. So he's been out of isolation, according to his account, for 3 days. Mm-hmm. And he apparently the first day he did individual training workout. So by the next game, he would have been nearly a week of training. That's a training camp that normal players have anyway. Mm-hmm. And he's been watching. He's been able to watch all the games, you know. Mm-hmm. At the very least, he should be on the bench.
Y'all got me high on sugar right now, brother.
Because this will be the first game in the Garden that he's been out of isolation, so he should be technically on the bench at least.
Bro, they could literally make a movie out of this. I'm not even going to curse, but they could literally make a movie if they make the impossible possible. And those two cat comes in and it's like Atlanta, they ain't ready for it. Because Mitchell Robinson, I'm telling you, he's always a problem for ATL.
Yeah,
he's always
ready for that. Yeah, he ate them up. Remember, he posted Trey in that was the final COVID game last season where EP intercepted the ball and threw a half court alley-oop on Trey.
I watch that play 1,000 times a week, bro. That was the funkiest. I watch that play all the time, man. That's why I'm saying.
Can you imagine? I know
they like Noel. I know they like Noel, but Nerlens Noel is not Mitchell Robinson. He can't do half the things that dude can do.
Not on one ankle.
Oh my God! Was that game before he got hurt the first time? What 10 and at halftime when he got hurt 10 and 16? Mitchell Robinson had 10.16 rebounds at halftime. I'm like, didn't he get hurt? I'm like, man, he was about to go for 20-32 that night. I'm like, God, and like Mike Wilson said, you know what? First he didn't believe in Mitch. He said, man, I got to tell you, Mike Wilson said that on MSGPN the other night. He's like, Mitch gonna be a problem, dude. I mean, they gotta reward him, man. $1.5 million. You been playing on $1 million contract, giving Knicks that work. You gotta reward that dude, man. I mean, I think you give Mitch $10 million for $40 million for $10 million a year, or you can even make the third option, fourth option, whatever the case may be, team option. I meant to say, you got to give Mitch $10 million a year. I give it to him before I give it to Noel. But I think we have Mitch in this series right now. Noel can't rebound like Mitch. Yeah, he can't offense rebound like Mitch, and he ain't got the force like Mitch. And Mitch can guard the perimeter from the under the basket to the perimeter. The guy got, his lob game is ridiculous. I think they missing that, man. I think
and roll.
Yes,
with Luka.
Yes.
Nice. Can you imagine Luka in the pick and roll with Mitch? Throwing. You should see some of these highlights he's got.
The only thing that I'm thinking that is very hard to, let's say, for a coach to make that decision is that he sees that Derrick Rose plays nice and great basketball with the bench. But if somebody's coming out of nowhere and you know that you're relying on Luka and D Rose, it's going to be so disrespectful, not only to Derrick Rose, but it's going to be disrespectful to the league. As much as Derrick Rose want to play with the bench, so Coach Thibodeau is going to end up playing Rose with the starters. Bro, I'm telling you right now, I'm getting even more high because it's like now, bro, I'm telling you, you guys getting me so hyped because imagine we losing all this game, these last two games. We already know. I'm telling you, Tibbs knows what we know. Of course, he's a coach. He knows it. But if he still hasn't changed it, bro, doesn't that make us understand that he doesn't want to change roles so that he could get that playing time with the starters so that once Luka comes in, now you taking bench player? Bro.
I can see that, dude. Oh, I can just visualize him and Obi Toppin and quickly on the running the wing. I just can imagine that. I'm like sitting here right now saying this cat gets the ball running down court, and he got Obi on the wing.
Yeah.
You got quickly spotting up, and you got Burke spotting up. Man, what?
Divine.
And I know some people who haven't seen him play might thinking, what are we talking about, man? This guy's no rookie. He's like a finals MVP of a strong league. You know, if you saw him straight away, you say this cat's been in the league for like 5 years.
Have you seen
Campasso? These are younger Pablo Prigioni with more athleticism. And Pablo was good. Yeah. Pablo was a good point guard. Just was a little older. He came back 35.
This guy can rise up. He can shoot off the dribble.
Right.
That's invaluable. It's like having a second D Rose in the starting lineup and in the second lineup.
BX, listen to this part real quick. So they compare all three of the players that is from Argentina. So it is Campasso, him, and somebody else in Oklahoma. And they said out of them three, the most talented one is the one that we have, Luka, and the one that has the most hard, like that Mamba mentality, is the other dude, the one in Denver. Once I heard that the one that has the most talent is this dude, oh Lord, I'm like, bro, the only thing that Coach Tibbs he wants is pretty much shooters. We missing shooters right now, and if we have him and seeing everything that he has going for him, the people that's going to be benefiting the most from him is going to be between Obi, Mitch, Noel, Todd Gibson. Those are the players that is going to be benefiting the most. Everybody in this panel got me hyped. Everybody in this panel.
Hey, I want him to bring the Jeremy Lin effect. That's why I want him to play so bad in the playoffs. I think that dude might come here and spark this joint like Jeremy Lin did. Just spark it.
Bro.
That's exactly what we're missing, you know, that other scorer.
Yo, guys, you guys getting me hyped. You know what number he's going to be wearing, right?
Yeah, 17.
Bro, I'm telling you guys getting me hyped because, listen, it's not going to be only Knicks. Bro, this is going to be, this thing is going to be larger than life. Something that made me so optimistic about really want to see this team progress, even though that I feel comfortable in being where we at, and if it is what it is. If worst case scenario does happen, is after I read what I read that post that D Rose put, man. That I lost my queen and I needed to become something like a pawn and go to the other side to regain my queen, bro. That if you read all that. It is inspiring because it's like people quitted on me and this and that, and people don't even know how much work I put to get in the position that I'm at.
Man,
bro, this is lovely, bro.
And Luka, he's going to play in summer league. Can you believe it? You know, he's going to you know, we're going to be able to see that in end of June or July, start of July.
CT, but do you think that Lucas is trolling us? Because he said, I'm ready. And if that's the case that he read the book, bro, that's telling us something. Bro.
BX got breaking news. I didn't know he tweeted that.
I'm going to put the tweet up on the camera. Let me find it.
Oh, Lord.
I thought he just watching from afar.
You know what's crazy?
He's trolling us, bro.
You know, Mark Berman.
Summer league, if you go to
Mark
summer
Berman
league
keeps. He asked Tibbs Vildoza.
Summer league with him, Oakley, him quickly, Obi, and our draft pick this year. They turn
I might
out
have to
summer
get
league.
out there.
Yeah,
let me see those words. Let me see those words. I can't even see it.
Damn.
I can't
last
see
day. I know because it's blurry. I see it.
Just read it, play.
It said last day of assignments. My last day of assignments, and he put this.
Bro,
he read that playbook. He's ready.
They gotta let him play them Friday. Just let him play, because if the season over, we get a taste of them. You know what I mean? Let him play, bro.
If you imagine, Trey Young, like, what's going on? This is
and they don't even have time to recollect themselves. Like, man, we wasn't ready for Robinson. We wasn't ready for Luka. What, man? It seems like now we need to do everything. Go back to the drawing board with these.
We got another guy there breaking down the playbook with him. Whoever this guy is.
Lord, where is that in Twitter?
Twitter. Go ahead to his Twitter page.
Yeah, I think I saw that one. Yeah, he was watching Game 3.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he has that one. And
Hey, you know what? Hey, what do y'all think about my man, that dude Mitchell from Baylor?
I haven't seen him.
Oh yeah, man. I think Walt Perrin gonna do something special with the draft picks. Knicks got a good chance to do something real special. They can take all 4 of the picks and move up to the top 10 if they wanted to. I mean, I would love to get Jalen Green or somebody, but obviously, that ain't gonna happen. But I think
realistically, how high do you think with pick 19 and 21 can we move up? Do you think?
I think that might get us to the, depending on what team might be what they need. I think 19 and 20 get us to at least a top 10.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of talent. I think it can get us around maybe 13, 12.
Okay.
No, I think what I heard is if there's a player that a team already has, like a franchise player, and the Knicks are interested, they're willing to move. Like I was talking about, like the Magic. If the Magic somehow end up with like a 5th or 4th, and they're one of the stud point guards are still there, and they're not gonna draft another point guard, so they're willing to make a deal to get those draft picks, and plus a player as well. Maybe you would throw in a Knox because he's an aspiring deal, and then you want to trade that pick and maybe a future first round later down the road. You give them that just for taking that point guard. Maybe a Suns, maybe falls to like 5 or 4. Certain things like that. So something creative that could be, keep an eye on that. Something really sexy or creative could be put by this front office to move up and not stay at 19 or 21.
I know we're going to get talent. I know that much. I know next year I don't know who it is. I got speculation about what I would like, but I guarantee you that front office is going to Tom Thibodeau. I need some winning talent. He came here. Tom Thibodeau came here to win, bro. You know what I mean? He came here to win. I think he's like, listen, I need this type of player. That's what I love about this year. I got to give him credit. These are none of his players. I mean, other than Derrick Rose and Todd Gibson, these guys were born about last year's regime. And
Obi and quickly.
Obi and my man them. So now Tiz gonna be like this, Leon Rose. From what I see all year, we need this, we need that, we getting rid of this, we bringing in that. He gonna say, I think he probably, to me, he probably like Leon. Leon probably say, Tiz, what you need? What type of player do you need to be on this team? And I think they got that cohesion where him, Scott Perry, and Worldwide Western, they already doing their work. I remember one game when we was playing Toronto, and the game was over, and I seen my man Worldwide West, give my man Kyle Lowry the pound, and I seen Kyle Lowry like this here. We can talk. You know what I mean? It was right doing after the game. I'll never forget. I'm like, okay, these cats setting. And my man, he's like that undercover hustler, so he's setting up something. Worldwide West got connections, man. He got connections, so
yeah.
We'll see.
So, like, we know that Obi and Quickly was signed under Tibbs and Leon Rose. What do you guys think with RJ? Do you think they're gonna keep, or they're going to trade?
Ooh, I think they good. I think they good right now with his contract though.
My main man Russ, that he was on a little earlier. We were discussing on Knicks on Bronx Jedi Sports. We talked a little about basketball the other day on my program. He said he could see RJ Barrett being traded for Devin Booker. I'm giving him credit. I ain't taking credit. He was talking about, I could see him and getting Booker in here, RJ Barrett, which is a kind of, and maybe we'll give up a pick, and which will be a fair type of deal to give Phoenix.
And I heard he wanted to come over here.
Yeah.
And especially if something happens and they don't make it that far on their end, he might be disappointed.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like, I personally like RJ Barrett. I don't want him to go.
Me too. That's my man, bro.
I like him. Dude. But that's why I said I give him credit. Rob Dangerous, he brought that up, and I'm like, you know what? It kind of like, because that is a Rose kind of guy on Booker. You know, he might have to change his name though from he got to drop the Jenner last name when he comes here to New York.
Let me ask you a question here. Let me ask you a question. Would you do Booker? Would you do Booker for Julius Randle?
Oh yeah.
I was about to ask something like that, but even worse. So we see in 3 players in particular constantly on the floor. They not shooting well for the longest since day one in the series. So we seen glimpse of IQ. And what I mean glimpse is like he's having a great day and they sat him down. You see Burks having a great day and they sat him down. You see Obi having a great day and they be sitting them down. The only one that you keep on seeing them consistently, there was only one game that I saw RJ that he was sitting down for an entire fourth quarter. But throughout the games, those are 3 players that has been playing throughout the series. Do you guys think that they giving these 3 players the benefit of the doubt to prove the organization and the fan pretty much wrong? Because if they don't, that might be what they might be leading to. Because remember why we got Obi. People, they don't want to talk about it, but remember why we got Obi. If he didn't explode it. So what do you guys think on that?
I've been on the record. Yeah. I've been on the record saying that Julius Randle isn't going to be on this team next year. And I'm bringing it up because you brought it up. I've been saying I wasn't gonna, I wouldn't want to get into that subject, but I told that to Divine off the air as well. I spoke to someone from the Magic, and they told me a few things here and there, and they said he don't see he's not the organization type of player, the current organization. They have him here, yes, for the narrative because they needed a star, they needed him to play. They could see him moving him, moving away from him, and bringing it because that's what Obi Toppin. They're high on Obi Toppin. This organization is super high on Obi Toppin, and they had him play a certain way this season. They had him playing out on the wing, not to attack, not to showcase, because they wanted to get Randle to see what Randle could do, and Randle really blew everyone's mind. Randle was supposed to be traded. He was supposed to be gone this season, but since they started winning, it started rolling, and then Obi got injured. That's also what and it really delayed all that plan that they had. It delayed, but it actually was a blessing in disguise because look where we at now. So I can see. Like you said. I don't think Randle will. I like Randle. Don't get me wrong. He's the one star that actually wants to be here. He embraced the city. He embraced likes what it is. But the front office they're not really in his court. So that's all I got to say with that. I don't think so.
What about you, Divine NCT?
I think that, brother, I'd be like, yeah. I think Julius Randle was going to hurt. Julius Randle, to me, is he's 6'8", 6'9". You know what I mean? And if Julius Randle was 6'10", 6'11", you might see a whole different ball player. I just think that Julius Randle being 6'9", granted he can score the ball, but look what happened when his jump shot is not clicking. You understand what I'm saying? I think they worried about that to a point because I think let's say if you did move Julius Randle You give Obi that 4. Obi becomes your 4. You move somebody for Randall who could play the 3. Give you the same thing Randall was giving you, but could play the 3. And then you wind up getting another point guard. To me, you almost where you was at. Plus, you got somebody who, now you got a Obi Toppin who can rebound the way he do. I love Obi's game. I think that boy gonna be special. I think that's that athleticism, that high flying. He gonna be special. I can see him and Mitchell Robinson at the 4-5. I just can envision that. You know what I mean? I can envision Mitchell Robinson and Obi Toppin at the 4-5. And or even if you kept Randall, fucking throw Obi at the 3. He's that gifted. The position is basketball, basically. So that's what made me think about the Randall thing. Is like they got Obi Toppin. If you can move Randall for quite a few people. You know what I mean? A lot of teams will love Julius Randle. A lot of teams. So, do I think the Knicks will give him $200 million? I don't think so. I ain't seen the Knicks about a max contract with nobody but Carmelo Anthony so far.
Especially seeing how he's playing right now.
Right, he's hurt his value. Yes. That's the only thing that made me think about, like, okay, he could be moved for. Let's say they do a sign and trade. If they know Kawhi was going to leave LA, let's just say they do a sign and trade with him and Julius Randle. They both going to be on the misfires, and they ain't got to give him a whole 4 or 5 year max. Kawhi Leonard might say, listen, I'll do a 2 with an option, because just in case I might want to go back to LA. And I think it's possible. I really think it's possible. Julius Randle to me is not, and I love Julius Randle, but I don't think because of his game, I think they can get something bigger for $200 million. That's my personal opinion. I think they can get a superstar for that much. So at Phoenix, him and Devin Booker, you think about it, it's many people. They with them draft picks we got and Julius Randle, man, we can get something real. So I'm
gonna throw another ball. Yeah. I'm gonna throw another hard ball when CT is done.
Let CT, yeah, go ahead, CT.
Yeah, I'll say, look, all things are open. They're monitoring every single game. We've got scouts watching other players, and I think if Randall prices himself out, they won't hesitate to Divine's point. They want bang for their buck, and after what we're seeing, they have to have some doubts. It's only reasonable, and I think Devin Booker is definitely their prized. You've got their eye on that prize, and maybe trying to pair him up with Cat, and bring those cats over to the Big Apple. Yeah, what else you got nice?
Yeah, I love that.
So this one is going to be a hard ball, because
before you throw that hard ball, you know who the Knicks really want, and I called it in March, and it's Zion Williamson is going to be the power forward for the New York Knicks. If they keep RJ Barrett, it's going to be Zion Williamson.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. If that's but think about it this way: there was like 2 people that. But there was 2 people that we heard that wanted to come to the Knicks, so there was trade rumors that the possibility was there. Cat was one of them. If we get 2 out of one of these 3, Cat Williams, Booker, or Game Time, in other words, Damian Lillard. If we get 2 out of those 3, and because remember, we got World Wide West, we got Leon Rose, we got pretty much the Office. The Office, they doing wonderful stuff. So we don't know what can they actually get away with if they get another third team or 4 team involved. What do you guys think if that's the case? And if we end up doing that, we need to let go Julius Randle. And if, just like you said, if Zion Williams is not in the word, most likely RJ. Because we're not gonna have RJ and another person that's playing the same position he's playing.
Right.
And who else we gonna be giving up? It's gonna like Noel, maybe, because if Mitchell Robinson come 100%, Noel is at the end of the day he wants that bag, because he already let go $7 million.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Are you guys open to take that trade?
I think Dame wants to come. I think Dame will entertain it once Portland don't advance this year. Yeah, I'd happily welcome him and one other of those other 3.
Yeah, they'll blow that up. I think Portland don't get out of there this year. Real quick, my man Derek in the chat. Derek said, y'all crazy. Knicks not trading Randall. Don't never say never. Listen to me. Don't never say never, bro. Because like I said, I gotta tell Derek, right now, Julius Randle to me is hurting his stock value.
Yeah.
And don't forget, Divine, they were shopping him all last season. So they already know everyone's best offer, and now his stock has skyrocketed since that.
Right. And it might even hurt him right now.
Yeah. There'll be teams saying, can we get back to business now? We're sorry to hang up on you before, but now we're willing to talk.
Right.
Yeah, I go back to listen. I'm a Julius Randle dude. I think Julius Randle been since the day he came to the NBA to now. That brother has elevated his game, but sometimes you run out of what can you do for a team. I think Julius Randle upped his game a little bit defense this year, but he's not a Tom Thibodeau defensive ball player. Let me make my understanding understood. Julius Randle is a power forward. He's a power forward that's 6'8", 6'9". Power
that
forward.
ISO ball.
Look last year. I'm gonna tell you what last year to me what hurt the Knicks last year. When they started Todd Gibson, Julius Randle, and Moot Morris. Your front line average height was 6'7". Across the board. Todd Gibson is about 6'9", Julius about 6'8", and Moot Morris about 6'7". And that's what hurt the Knicks last year. They front line was small, you know what I mean? Real small. So I think that's why I wanted Mitchell Robinson to start last year with Julius Randle and Moot Morris instead of Todd Gibson, because them cats was small. And I think Julius Randle, his game, if his 3-point shot is not clicking, his jump shot, then you got him because he can't get in there consistently because of his height. You did look at who he having trouble against Capella. He having trouble against Giannis and Brook Lopez. Julius Randle had trouble against taller dudes. Tall dudes.
Sure.
Think about it. AD and all them dudes. He always had trouble against dudes taller than him because he only could jump but so high, and he don't. And if his jump shot is not clicking like which is happening right now, that's why I don't think the Knicks want to give him that to me. Because I think they could, you can need to go get somebody 6'11" could do what Julius Randle do. They out there, cat out there. It's a cats out there could do what he doing, but got that extra 2, 3, 4 inches that, you know what I mean. So that's what makes it interesting to me about Julius Randle. I hope they
like Bam. What do you guys think about Bam? If Miami's
what about Butler?
Yeah, we touched on that.
Yeah, we touched on it.
Bro, this is gonna be Chicago.
Yep. What I like about Bam more aggressive defensively than Randle is. At least Bam blocks shots. He played defense hard. I think what I love Julius Randle about when I see Julius Randle taking plays off and when the ball don't, sometimes I see somebody coming through the lane, he don't slide over there to help him. I seen Julius Randle do that a lot. I'm not knocking. I'm just pointing out the things that I seen him do. That what makes me think that you got to start being better on defense. Because I seen sometimes somebody come to the lane. Julius Randle don't know neither should I go to this guy or stay in between and worry about the guy on the 3-point line. So he got to and I just think I seen that happen in the series a couple of times. I think that the league catching on to him. He's a good number. He putting up good numbers. He carried the Knicks. Julius Randle's my man now. Don't get me wrong. If you keep him, get somebody to go with him. But I think for $200 million, I don't think they're going to give it to him. I don't think
Carl Anthony Towns won't come here. I don't think so. I think despite the fact, I think with that new ownership with Alex Rodriguez taking over the Timberwolves, they want to do a narrative with that he's half Dominican and ball player and they want to do that Latin culture, that Latin with the Timberwolves. One thing that's holding that sale is that they want to make sure Alex Rodriguez and company don't move the Timberwolves out of Minnesota. There's talk about that he wants to take them, kind of move them out of Minnesota to to bring them that Nashville, Tennessee, a couple of cities. They were on the talks of that moving but one of the minority orders was kind of like fighting in court, and that's why that sale is hold up a little bit. It's going to go through, but they want to put some word and some wordage that he doesn't move the Timberwolves out of Minnesota. And then being with that, so I think he's gonna build around Anthony's and Carl Anthony Towns. and have that market with the Dominican market, with they like basketball as well as baseball, and hey, we could make you a lot of money, internationally and all that, trying to keep them strong, keep them there in Minnesota, or an incentive with more money. Also, that he's also the owner or president of the Presidente Beer, and from the Dominican, and they want to pull that market there. So who knows if that's why I don't see Karl Anthony Towns coming to the Knicks.
Now that you mention it that way.
Lucrative. Alex Rodriguez has turned into a businessman, a real entrepreneur.
What's a caveat? What's a caveat to that too, BX, real quick? What's a caveat to that though? Karl Anthony Towns was born in Metuchen, New Jersey. Metuchen, New Jersey. Grew up a diehard Knicks fan. He grew up right. I lived in Woodbridge, New Jersey. Metuchen is, I could walk across the street and I'm in Metuchen, New Jersey. You know what I mean? His dad is in New Jersey. He wanted to be close to his father. He playing in the biggest market in the building, and he got Kentucky connections. And Minnesota is not New York City. Let's put that out there right now. Minnesota is not New York City. You know what I mean? You're close to home. You got Kenny Payne. You got Calipari and them. You got them connections. You got Quickly down there. That's what I think what the Knicks did. They did it so wide. They brought Leon Rose in. Connections. Bought my man in Worldwide West. Kentucky connections. These cats is Kentucky connected. You know what I mean? Yeah. You got an up and coming franchise with all this money, all the draft picks. You in the capital of New York City. You're dating. What's the girl name he date? Used to be
Jennifer Lopez.
Woods. She used to be Kylie Jenner's best friend before they went through that thing with her Kristen Thompson kissing her, or whatever the case may be. But anyway,
the Kardashian?
Huh? Yeah. No, she's not a Kardashian. She used to hang up. What's her name? Her name is Woods. I can't remember her first name.
Jordan Woods.
Exactly. That's why I think Devin Booker them they want to come with that media, because they're reality show people. You know what I mean? They celebrities. They want that spotlight. To see all that stuff behind us on our backdrop, that's where they want to be at.
Bro, that's gonna be crazy. So
one thing about that Karl Anthony Towns is, A-Rod. You guys don't get the power influence that A-Rod will have. Listen, look, I came to New York. I played with the Yankees. I played this and that. And they treat, there's a lot of expectation. There's a lot of situation. They put a lot of pressure on you. Do you want to do that? To a Karl Anthony Towns. So I could see A-Rod being a businessman, offering all this thing and persuading Karl Anthony Towns not to leave Minnesota.
He said he wanted to stay there. And he said he wanted to stay there. Karl Anthony Towns did say he wanted to build. And I agree with you. I know A-Rod's A-Rod, but A-Rod ain't New York Knicks. He ain't New York City. Yeah, but New York Yankees. I mean, this is the capital. This is the creme de la creme, bro. New York City. Everybody want to come here. Now that the Knicks got their stuff together, watch.
Hey, fellas, I got to jump on a call, but I'll be back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, CG.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I can see the A-Rod factor, but I think A-Rod is a small chip. He's a small peanut compared to New York City. He's a small peanut compared to the Yankees, the Mets, the Knicks, the Rangers. The New York is the hottest. Look about it. The Brooklyn Nets is hot. The Knicks is hot. The Yankees is hot. The Mets is hot. The Islanders is hot. So what I mean is, you got to look at it from an endorsement standpoint. You come to New York City, you getting endorsements. You might got to pay taxes, but think about it. You get a commercial that fast. You get look what happened in Minnesota with the George Floyd thing and all that stuff. Them people ain't trying to be out there. They not feeling that city like that. You know what I mean? They not, because all the stuff that's going on out there. It's not a promotable city. It's not a place where you can make money outside of playing basketball. You're not going to see Karl Anthony Towns on commercials. You're not going to see him in stuff like that, because that's not the market out there.
You didn't hear what I told you. The international market, the Dominican. He's going to have a whole country behind him.
BX, and Divine. Let me tell you something. Once he says something about A-Rod and moving it to a different place, I don't think about Brooklyn being competition, because Knicks is going to be Knicks. But bro, if he puts the basketball arena where I'm thinking that he might want to put it, that will be a crazy competition to the Knicks.
What, New Jersey?
You know that something is still standing in right aside Yankee Stadium, right? That old Yankee Stadium. Is it still there?
He won't bring it to New York though. I don't think so.
I'm just saying because hey, if it's the stadium right next to Yankee Stadium, bro, that's a crazy market right there.
You gotta bring it with a big market. The market. It's the market.
Yeah.
The Minnesota market. The Minnesota market is a small market team. They small market.
Exactly.
The people in Minnesota are more Minnesota Viking people than Minnesota Timberwolves people. You know what I'm saying? Viking football people. The sports in Minnesota is more Minnesota Vikings. You know what I mean?
Right. But think about it like JC. But think about it like Jay-Z. Jay-Z doesn't have the money to move, let's say, one team to another place. Mm-hmm. So why can we not think that there might be big ballers behind the court, that they have the influence, that they have the power to destroy old Yankee Stadium, build an arena? Which one you think is going to be more competition to the Knicks?
Yeah, Alex Rodriguez has the money. He has let me put it this way. He has the money along with the partners to do it. I agree.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if he has somebody behind him saying like, if you can make it happen, and you already mentioned that he ain't saying which place. If it's another place, you're not gonna have no let's say nobody trying to fight it. But what do you think that's going to happen if he says, I'm thinking about bringing it to the old Yankee Stadium? Bro, you don't think that Brooklyn or Knicks is going to try to stop that? Like, nah, you can't do that. That's going to be crazy. Like, that's going to be the biggest competition for the Knicks, because
not only that, the league is going to benefit, because now he's going to have to pay a relocation fee, and and all the owners in the NBA. Because you only need, I think, 21 out of the 32 owners to approve. You get 21 of those owners to approve it, and because and with the narrative, most of the owners dislike Dolan. So if he'll get the vote to get that, and they're all gonna get money in their pockets for the relocation fee.
Bro,
here's where he should move that team at. He should move that team to Las Vegas, where they move the Raiders. Hot all the time.
Yeah,
hot all the time. You right next to California. Now you in that West Coast market with all that money. You know what I mean? See, because I think that's the problem with these small market teams. Cats don't want to go there, because now we in the social media world now. Everybody wants to be, and when you go to certain cities, that's why Oklahoma City did what they did. They like, man, listen, we got to get rid of Durant and them. We got to get. That's a smart market, man. Them people, they like the Oklahoma Sooners, not the Oklahoma City Thunder. You know what I mean? And that's what the Minnesota, they like the Minnesota Vikings. They ain't dealing with no Minnesota Timberwolves like that. You know what I mean? And Glenn Taylor was a butthead, but I think right now the climate is cold. It's cold out there. The winters is crazy. You know what I mean? You bring people like them guys who got these celebrity girlfriends. Devin Booker dating a Kylie Jenner. They want to be where the cameras is at. You know what I mean? Where they can get them commercials, them endorsements. Now they're going to be on the Kardashians. Or now if you get Carl Anthony Towns in New Jersey, he went to school here. He's a hometown product. He's marketable. You know what I mean? He's going to get them endorsements that you cannot get in Minnesota. I ain't seen nobody making no commercials in Minnesota.
But Divine, that's what I'm talking about. Just think about it. If it's a merged corporation, so you already know that they're going to be playing and broadcasting their games in what network? In Yes Network.
Right.
If it's a combined corporation, bro, and they not selling tickets, don't you think that the Yankee, they don't have problems selling tickets? They don't have no problem selling tickets. Why can we not think that the Yankees might have something to do with it? Like, you know something? Buy this ticket and we'll give you the whatever ticket for the basketball half off. Bro, that crowd will look always packed no matter what, because they have the influence with other organization that could facilitate them selling tickets. Tickets is not going to be a problem. Brooklyn has a problem selling tickets. Knicks, they don't have no problem because it's in the middle of Times Square. So it's like people, whoever passed by, it's like, man, I'm feeling like going to the game tonight. You know something? Let me buy the ticket. In the BX, everybody goes to Yankee Stadium. It's literally almost pretty much sold out crowd every single time. They could be popping. It's the same thing as the Knicks. They could be popping. They don't need to be popping. It will always be sold out. That's the thing. That's why I keep on thinking that, you know something, that might be the move that they want to make, because what they are looking at is at the Knicks. The Knicks have been a bad team for so long, but it never stopped being the number one franchise.
You know what, BX, you brought up something. That's why I mentioned the Call Every Town thing, because BX brought up this main thing. That's the reason why I think Zion Williamson will come to New York. New Orleans ain't got to pop it when it comes to this. We in a whole different world now. Right now, we don't got ESPN anymore. Now we got Knicks Real Talk. We got For the Love of the Game. Now the social media conglomerate has taken over. Cats want to be seen and they want to be recognized. Zion ain't getting no. Imagine Zion in New York instead of New Orleans. He have $100 million in endorsements. Easy.
Billion. He was. I read a magazine, an article. If he would have got drafted by the Knicks, he was going to be the first $1 billion player with endorsements and marketing in history. By him not getting the ping pong and going down to cost them all that money, it just was ridiculous.
Who would have more pressure, BX and Divine, if the new organization, they destroy the arena over there in Yankee Stadium, the old arena, they build the basketball arena, and they have Zion, Cat, and they have somebody like a Booker, because Cat want to play with Devin Booker and vice versa.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Who has the most pressure when you have two teams that has 3 superstars? I don't see us being in the position that we are right now, because I feel like we are in great hands with Leon Rose and the office and such. But bro, like that's gonna be a crazy team right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Still at it.
Yeah, we is. We have to get to about a couple more minutes. But you know what? That's what I was saying about that thing. I think the market. Can you picture Zion Williamson in New York right now? He can't get what he can get in New Orleans. New Orleans can't give Zion Williamson what New York can give him. Minnesota can't give Karl Anthony Towns what New York can give him. Because these players look at Chris Paul. He got the State Farm commercials popping off. This is the media capital of the world. And this is entertainment. Basketball is entertainment. That's what it is. I want to be entertained. You know what I mean? And what better place to be entertained than the Mecca? You know what I mean? You got all the media. The fan base is crazy. Madison Square Garden sell out with a bad team at 19,000 a game. So these cats see that. Now that we on a come up, they flocking, bro. They're going to be flocking. They're like, Knicks is back.
These cats didn't watch the garden popping that raised eyebrows,
Mm-hmm.
And
it really does,
we already talk about these reporters talking about there's whispers, who's talking to team up, whether it be with those two and RJ or those two and Randall, whatever it takes to get them in. And we have the cap space now. We have 50, 60 million we can clear easily. And I think could be a Dame, even Dame and Melo could be talking about wanting to get back over here and win the chip for Melo.
Can I ask the question to CT real quick, Divine, about me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So CT, we end up talking about Alex Rodriguez, that he's thinking about owning the plays, and he's thinking about also relocating. If he relocates and destroy the old Yankee Stadium and build a new arena for basketball, who do you think will be Knicks competition? Will it be that arena next to Yankee Stadium, or will it be Brooklyn? And why? Just a real quick question.
Oh, it would be that one in New York.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's no question.
No question, bro.
we won a playoff game, and there was like celebrations on the street. You know, just one playoff game. You know, I mean, it means more to these people than ever. You know, that thing they got going on in Brooklyn is just it's more manufactured. You know, there's no heritage, no history. You know, the New York Knicks are I think the New York Knicks and Boston are the only two franchises that have never renamed, never been relocated. You know, they're in the original state, and that gets lost on some of these youngsters. You know, but if you want to be part of history, I mean, we still talk about Clyde Frazier, like he's the legend. You know.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, I want to think of the question right quick. We were talking about the cat. What was cat number this year? Like 24 or something? He had Julius Randle numbers, right?
Basically. Last year or this year? Last year or this year?
This year.
This year.
We'll wait on that.
And the reason why I bring this point up, I just want to make a point about the way the NBA is landscape right now. Look at Milwaukee's front line. 2 7-footers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at the Lakers front line. 2 7-footers. You know what I mean? Look at the Nets front line. Kevin Durant is down at 7 foot. And they center was 7 foot damn near. 2 7-footers. That's the reason why I said the Knicks, the Julius Randle height situation. Can you imagine Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns at the 4 and the 5 because they 2 7-footers and Karl Anthony Towns is a double machine. He can stretch the floor. You know what I'm saying? He do the same thing Julius Randle do, but he's 7 foot and he can get you a couple of blocks. That's why I said people can't get caught up in the Julius Randle thing that easy. Because let's say you do that. Let's say if you hype that you traded him for Julius Randle, you still got your max money for the 3 slot. You understand what I'm saying? So you talk about Mitchell Robinson, and possible Kawhi Leonard at the 3 with Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson. That's why I'm trying to tell people, be careful with this Julius Randle thing. I know the man nice, but he's a small ball power forward. And now these cats is banging right now is look at Joel Embiid and whoever. This Brook Lopez and Giannis. I mean, it's like everybody. Yeah, they going double 7-footers. They almost like Ralph Sampson and Akeem Olajuwon now. You know what I mean? They're bringing it back, except for these guys. Now they just shooting the ball.
Except that I mean? Watch Dallas ship KP out. I guarantee that before Luka scrams out of there, they're going to try to get another cat for him.
Yeah.
So he has 24.8 points. Assists 4.5, rebounds 10.6, 3%, shooting close to 40%, and field goal percentage almost 50%.
Wow, that's what I'm saying. That's impressive.
What? Them Julius Randle numbers at a 7-footer. You know? Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. You can be, woo! Much of people get on Cat. Cat get balled though. And like I said, them numbers speak for themselves. So you put him and Mitchell Robinson with that front line, they could deal with Giannis and Brook Lopez. You know what I mean? They got 2 cats who literally can go mano with them dudes, and that's why I think the Julius Randle situation is going to be interesting because of his game and his height. And you know, you always have trouble against them tall boys. Look at Clint Capella and what they doing to him. Julius Randle he always had a problem with them big boys. I think that's going to be a problem with that max money to me. If
that's the case, they better move fast because if A-Rod gets that contract and he actually, bro, it's going to be like, nah, you ain't getting this dude because just like BX said, it's pretty much heritage. Like it might be like that.
And even don't go even too further. They don't even need to build a stadium, nothing in the Bronx. In Belmont, which is borderline of Queens and Long Island, they're building a big arenas open in October. Nassau Coliseum is gone. They're gonna get rid of that. That's no longer. The Islanders are gonna play there. The Nets got Barclay. They're not gonna move there. That arena is still open, and that's also owned by part owners are the Wilpons, former Met owners. Remember, A-Rod almost bought the Mets as well.
Wow.
So exactly. all not only the Yankees prospect, but he has also the Wolfhounds who got money and would like to probably, hey, I'll put you part ownership and get involved in the basketball with us.
Yeah.
And it's a controlled league. It's a cap league anyway. The Wolfhounds are, they don't want to, they were stringent with the Mets and XYZ, not to, and now they could bring that team to the Belmont, Queens area, which is comfortable. You got the LIEs, you got the airport. The way it's structured you're drivable, and now you can bring another team into that fold. That's another way to look at that. So there's a lot of avenues, a lot of possibilities. Money talks, BS walks. So
absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That's why I say we buzzing now, man. You wait till the off season come, bro. It's gonna be bananas up in New York.
Bro, it's every man to himself. I'm telling you, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, we are the Mecca, and we've stamped that we're back.
Can you imagine this lineup rolling out next year? Van Doza at the point guard, Devin Book at the 2, RJ Towns and Mr. Rousing. Bro, serious. It's Obi Toppin, whatever, man. It's gonna be crazy. We gonna be bugging in the next couple of months. No matter what happens, we gonna be bugging by August.
The only reason I mentioned Randall was because I see it this way. Nobody could feel bad. Whatever is done with him, either he stays or he goes. Nobody could feel bad because he wasn't picked by Leon Rose and the organization, the new organization. I mean, man, that's why I want, bro. If he actually gonna stay, bro, I wish that he secure his spot by showing us that he does have it in the next couple of games, because that pressure, even though nobody want to talk about it, the pressure is still gonna be there. At the end of the day, you don't know what the offense is gonna end up doing.
Right.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, because you got to think about it. People are talking about moving them. Even last year, Julius Randle still put up 20, 19, or 20 and 10. Still had a double-double last year. The team stuff, but but now Thibodeau brought him in here. He got his shape, and he took it upon himself to get better. But that could let you know what coaching could do for you. You know what I mean? Even when Tibbs had Carl Anthony Towns in Minnesota, he was a baby. He just got out of Kentucky. You know what I mean? They brought in them veteran ball players. Now, that's why I said you got to be careful with the Zach LaVine thing, with the Carl Anthony Towns thing. Them Tibbs had them boys, you know what I mean? And the connection the New York Knicks got now, you just never know with that Kentucky pipeline, Worldwide West, and all these guys, what they might be stringing up. They on to something. Like Tibbs said, I got to play with, I don't know these guys yet. I got to get to know them. He took a year and he got to know them. Now he know who he know. And he might be like, okay, what? Nah, this ain't the dude. So we hype. I'm gonna be hyped about it, man. I know we've been on tonight, but we're gonna get up out of here. But we could do this all week, brother. You know me, so.
If there's something that we're gonna be talking about in the off season, it's gonna be pretty much a draft and what is the speculation on everything that's gonna happen. Because I'm telling you, this year is gonna be wild. This year is gonna be crazy.
Wow, it is, man.
Non-stop, I think the New York Knicks are probably the only franchise that could have their own channel, and I'm not talking MSG channel. I'm just talking a New York Knicks TV channel, like a Real Madrid or a
like the Yankees.
Yeah, they that powerful. They that powerful, man. That's why people want to come here. They didn't come because we just wasn't playing good. Now that we back to the forefront, Joker's gonna be lining up to come to New York City. You best believe it, brother, because they know. One thing about New York, you go down and hurt your ankle, you still can get endorsements. Some of these places people don't even see you. Think about Shane SGA down in Oklahoma City. Imagine Shane SGA coming to the Knicks.
Devon, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Brooklyn hate us even more. Like he hate the Knicks so much because it's like, man, we would have had a sold out arena. We'll be the next Knicks if they wouldn't have been successful this year. Why it had to be this year? Why?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
I just thought of this too.
Yeah, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and James Harden playing in New York City. Who don't want to come to New York? You crazy. Them are business-minded dudes. See, a lot of these NBA players now, they business-minded guys. They starting to build their brands. You can't brand in Minnesota. You can brand in New York. You can't brand in New Orleans. You can brand in New York. These guys, they are brands now. They branders now. You know, I look at Miami. Nice as Miami is, you still not a brand down there like you is in New York. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just a party destination.
Yeah, it's only one New York City, bro, and that's where the bright lights is at. That's why they want to come here and show their butt in the Garden. Everybody want to play in Madison Square Garden, and Kevin Durant them would have punked out. Imagine Kevin Durant them on the Knicks right now. Oh my goodness!
Lord.
And we know Dolan, right? He spent how much on that MSG renovation?
Yeah,
He wants box office. He's still looking to pay that off over however many years. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was it? 1,700,000,000, something like that.
Yeah, something
1.7.
God,
that's crazy.
These got money for days. They did something.
What about the Clippers' new arena? He sold the Forum to
400 million to my man Ballmer,
Steve
right?
Ballmer. Man, that arena is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I think A-Rod.
Dolan owned that arena, right? Dolan owned that arena.
What arena?
The Forum.
The old Forum.
Where's that at?
That's where the Clippers will play pretty soon.
Now with the Clippers.
In Inglewood.
Yeah, in Inglewood.
Wow.
Yeah, Dolan owned that. Yep, he sold it to him. I think the Clippers going to play there, so now they won't have to share the Staples Center with the Lakers.
What's going to happen when Kawhi up and walks and Paul George leaves and they got this new arena worth billions?
No draft picks. They gave everything away for Paul George, bro. They gave away everything for that dude.
That's fine. They could bring in Julius Randle. And they could
right.
OKC.
Julius
OKC got all the picks.
Bro, I see so many sketchy stuff going on. If that's the case, hey, just give him yada yada and be like the other team is pretty cool. Like the Clippers team is cool with that trade. Like that's gonna be pretty much where all the trash be going in order to get all the best players away.
Yeah, because they put themselves in that position. No draft pick, no nothing. You send them a 21, the 21st pick, the Dallas pick this year. Give me George in here. Bring in George and
you see my point now, right?
Yeah,
bro, that's gonna be crazy.
Because they're gonna be desperate. They're no Kawhi Leonard leaves a free agent. They got nobody. You send a draft pick with George, and maybe you want to, there's a lot of things that's why it's good to be in the driver's seat when you're on the Knicks now.
Yeah.
You know what? It's time for you. It's time for them to start fleecing the other teams. We got fleeced for so long. Now it's our turn.
Hey, you remember a year ago when my man would come here? And Knicks could have had Anthony Davis. They just didn't want to give up Mitchell Robinson. They literally had that boy coming to New York, and he wanted to come.
Wow,
this is the Mecca, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell everybody. This is the Mecca. This is where that's why the NBA is so happy the Knicks is back on top. You know what I mean? They did back up there because when New York is popping, the NBA is popping. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm getting frustrated with the
bro. You know, and I'm like, look, if baseball, when the Yankees is popping, baseball is popping. When the Mets is popping, baseball is popping. If the Yankees ain't in there, people don't talk about baseball that much. But the Yankees up in there, it's a wrap because we got all the media outlets. Yeah, we got all the media outlets, bro. And now we just in a camera-driven world now. Cell phones, cameras, everything's cameras. I mean, and everybody want to be celebrities. Come on to New York. We got the red carpet over here. Come on down here. Come to MSG. Come on down here. We wait for y'all. Next year, it'll be crazy. You think we on fire now?
You guys hear the backlash with a lot of fans in the United States talking about what is this if the Knicks is popping, this and that, the NBA does better. It's like what you guys supposed to be saying when the whole team in the NBA is doing good, the NBA does better, and they started toning it down a little bit in ESPN and NBA because at the end of the day, you downplaying other teams is true, Right, like a lot of teams be feeling disrespectful, even though it is true, but still the disrespect is still there. That is crazy that a lot of fans just gave them a lot of backlash on that.
Yeah, look at the rating for the Atlanta Hawks and the Knicks game.
What
Highest
is
rating
it?
probably all of them. All of them. But the highest rating out of everybody. Even when we went to LA, that the last game of the season, we went to play LA Lakers. Look at the ratings. New York made the NBA relevant after COVID. You know what I mean? Because listen, you got James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant. And you still ain't getting the buzz New York Knicks is getting. You still, you might be getting talked about outside New York, but in New York City, that's why I hope we win this next game.
Yeah, Kyrie, with there's talks he could give it up after this year. You know, I don't think his heart's in it much longer, and their future's short-lived. You know, compare that to all the assets we have. You know, James Harden, he's getting older. You know, his hamstring and all those soft tissue injuries he's having. KD, you know, it's a wrap. You know, we're going to own this area. You know, we're better than the Celtics and the Heat now. You know, what you'll see is you'll start to see the Charlottes, Atlantas, and all that start to have their glory period.
Right. That's why we need a point guard that's athletic, because those are the teams that those are the teams that are up and coming. You know, Charlotte with Ball, who could, who runs and guns, and then you also have Atlanta with Trae Young, as we see. You know, he's athletic and fast and quick. And all those type of point guards in there. We definitely, that's why we have to get athletic. We can't fall behind. But and also hopefully next year, man, if we don't play them in the second round, we got to start beating Philadelphia, because this Ben Simmons being 11-0 against the Knicks has got to stop.
Oh,
it's got to stop.
That frustrates me. You know,
that's got to
especially
stop.
we match up well against them. You know, we should have beaten them once this season.
Yeah.
And next year we'll have a much better team.
Would y'all do the Westbrook thing?
No.
What thing? Oh, like to trade him for Westbrook?
Yeah. If he was out on the table, would you bring Westbrook to New York?
And the only reason I wouldn't do it is because we have Obi and Quakely, and if we decide to stay with RJ, I just rather just keep that group and maybe one or two, let's say one or two veterans, but no more than that, because I don't want us to do deja vu the same way we did last time, that we got Carmelo Anthony, we had a young core, but then we got Carmelo Anthony, and then we got a lot of old dude, and it was like, bro, what are we doing?
I think we're getting similar production out of Rose, for $7 million as well.
Exactly.
He's not very efficient with Westbrook, and I think with Bill Dozer, that cat could really take over with another Kyle Lowry as a short-term, stopgap.
Bro, I wanna do it like Golden State did it. Like they ended up getting a lot of young cats and one or two veteran, and with those with all those young cats, they didn't even needed to think about either trading, either contract expire for the next 5 to 6 years. That's what I want to do.
Right. They go in, they need to find like that Livingston type of player.
Yeah.
That Iguodala, former All-Star for somewhere, and just bring them in on a nice, they need to be that smart. That's why I was talking with Russ on my program about it. It's like, one thing I gotta say, I was saying to him, one thing that frustrated me through all those years with the Knicks organization was with Dolan. I know we're in a cap league, but there is no money. He does spend money. I wish he would spend more money on bringing in executive scouts, which they have now. They got good scouts, but spend the money on the damn scouts. Bring in, how many times Jerry West was out there available, you never picked up the call that we know of and say, yo, throw him a boatload of money. Everywhere Jerry West has gone, his teams are successful with the Golden State Warriors, with the Lakers, with the Memphis Grizzlies. They were really good for some time. I was like, yo, we don't have a salary cap when it comes to coaches and scouting report. Spend all that money on the scouting report. Have that guy, some guy out there trading money that will eat and sleep your international players. Let's be ahead of the curve. Let's find those diamonds in the roughs. And I think they're doing that now, because I think but I used to say that years ago. I used to stay crazy saying that about this organization. The scouting, and I'm like, yo, talk to somebody who's underneath FC Buford in San Antonio. Talk to bring them in here. There's got to be somebody underneath there. And for years, and it's two different sports. For years, under Stick Michaels, he's a scout for the Yankees. For years, other teams stayed poaching his understudies, because Michaels is the one that used to bring up all these scouts, these young kids, and all these players. And you saw all the Yankees have all these players down the pipeline. And they kept poaching the scoutings. That's what I always used to say about take from another sport. Go get some scouts. I used to go crazy. I used to get an anime like, why can't we get some good scouts to get us when we go to draft night? We know we were picking someone who eats and sleeps these numbers and these kids.
We had one, but they missed out. Like, he actually ended up leaving because he felt disrespected with that move with that Carmelo Anthony. Donnie Walsh, he was pretty solid.
Yes, he was.
Everybody
that
he was getting. Yeah.
You want to
and
wait
even
for
told Dolan, like, yeah, even Dolan, Donnie Walsh, he told Dolan, listen, we're gonna draft right. We still not finish like 100%. That's why I keep on telling a lot of people that the good thing about the Knicks right now in the position that we are, I'm still looking at the Knicks as a 65%. Like, next year will be full throttle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in other words, bro, we're gonna be looking crazy. But Dolan, he wanted Carmelo Anthony bad. He said, nah, man, if they wanted Felton, if they wanted who else, Gallinari, Maskov, and it was somebody, Chandler. If they want them, trade them. And I was like, but I like all of them. Except Maskov, because Maskov, he wasn't playing like that. But Felton, he was playing, man, tremendous point guard position.
Yep.
Chandler, he was like the Marcus Maurice in that time, a little bit more silent, but whenever he needed to fight. You remember when he shipped his tooth? You guys remember that one? That was crazy. And Gallinari was throwing those three, like, oh Lord.
Is that pressure he crazy with Brooklyn? He felt he didn't want Carmelo going to Brooklyn because that's that I was talking earlier, those billionaires, that tease that they have behind the scenes, and that's what it was. Prokhorov just became the owner of the Nets. He wanted to make a big splash, and then not only that, he was going to move into Brooklyn. They were actually daring to cross the pond to get the river to come into the state to Brooklyn, and then Dolan felt that pressure, and he didn't trust. So he panicked. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And that I know what was crazy about that trade. Not all them trades. A lot of them guys, other than Gallinari, they're not even in the league. You know what I mean?
Right.
But to bring up BS point about the scout, and that's why I'm glad we got Walt Perrin. You know what I mean? He came in here because think about this here was Stick Michaels them, Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada. You know what I mean? He bought them organic cats up. You know what I mean? We see the problem with the Knicks was we always tried to buy talent instead of growing it organically. Like the Yankees was good with them, and when they got Derek Jeter, Posada, they got Mariano Rivera, crazy from the farm club. You know what I mean? And then that's what I liked about Scott Perry. Scott Perry came and said, you know what? We're gonna stop trading all these first round picks. We're gonna keep our players 4 years. Think about it. He didn't draft Frank Ntilikina. He's still here. You know what I mean? Kevin Knox, they still here. Damian Dotson played this whole 4 years. They just didn't re-sign him. But he started bringing that culture back from the roots. You know what I mean? Mitchell Robinson still here. And all these guys.
Can you believe that Alonzo Trier is not in the league anymore?
Right.
Yo, Devon. Yep. Devon, don't lie to us. Is you Daryl Strawberry?
Was I what?
Are you Daryl Strawberry?
No, I'm my man though.
That's looking like Daryl Strawberry right there, and talking about that time. I thought you was throwing that bone out there to see, man. Do they know what? Let me see.
Right. Yeah, I was a Daryl. Daryl was my man though. Him with White Gooden and them boys. I'm a straight New York Met head, bro, for real.
Bro, that
was my
hey
boy,
fellas,
man.
I gotta take off.
Yeah, we're gonna be good.
Yeah. Probably Tuesday night. I might come on Tuesday night, so I'll throw y'all a notification on, and if y'all come on, y'all sure I hit y'all up. It might come on Tuesday night before the game. Wednesday game, come on Tuesday night pregame, whatever. We kid it up again, man. But it's been a pleasure, man. I love doing this.
Yeah, man.
I was
great,
looking.
man.
I love you guys.
Yeah.
But y'all have a great Memorial Day, man. Y'all enjoy your families,
For
everything, man.
For UCT, have a good afternoon, because I know over there's like 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock, right?
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
About to have lunch, so been a pleasure chatting, and this been therapy after so many emotions after today's game. I just need another day to digest it, and we'll be happily coming back to chat some further on Wednesday. And everyone have a good evening.
All right, my brother. See you,
man. Soon.
See you then. All right, my good man.
Yeah. That's legit. Yeah, man. We did a 5-hour thing, and a night. You've been on it since this morning. You've been up doing.
We did, yeah. We went there early. I came a little earlier, man.
Yeah, I threw him a chat about 12:03. I threw nice a chat about then. I was coming from the store. I can't get on because I'm at the panel. I said let me throw a chat in there, and I'm like they was near him and the rest of the brothers doing their thing, man. But yeah, it was all good, man. I enjoyed this here. I could do this all night, man. You know what I mean? But I know tomorrow I got to get up and do these calls. Thank God it's Monday. I'm glad BA said come on tonight instead of Monday night. I know he got to get up 4 a.m. to get to work. So it all worked out for us, man.
It worked out perfect. As I told you, let's go. Let's instant reaction. Let's do it because we can stay longer. 5 hours, bro. 5 hours.
Wow, that is crazy.
I'm good. It's love, man. I ain't got no problem doing it because I could be in there doing nothing else but watching TV. I'd rather sit here with the brothers and talk and cut it up, man. But that was great, though. And salute to everybody who's still in here, the 8 people who still watching. We appreciate y'all. Nick P, Derek, all y'all, man, the whole chat. Thank y'all for chiming in tonight. Thanks to everybody on the panel, man, who chimed in. We'll see y'all Tuesday night pregame, and we get it popping, man. Nice. We appreciate you, my brother. And we definitely see you on the next episode.
Yes, sir.
Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, brothers?
Divine.
All right, man.
All right, brother.
You got it.
Yep. All right, salute everybody out there. Me and B is about to sign off.
Yes, sir.
And we'll see y'all Tuesday night. But most likely, man, I think we'll get it popping in. But thanks for everybody chiming in. Knicks Real Talk the Night Show, Divine Bronx Jedi 76. We signing off, man. Peace.
Peace.